Izuku's grip tightened around the figure, fear clutching at his heart. Izuku, the Katsudon is going cold. Pushing down all the negative feelings, Izuku forced himself to smile. His mom had even made his favorite food for him to celebrate. I am coming. Izuku stood up, the springs of his bed creaking as he did, before carefully placing the All Might figure down. Pushing his bedroom door open, Izuku's nostrils were assaulted by the glorious smell of his favorite food. Inko Midoriya looked up, smiling at the sight of her son. He was looking more and more like his father every day. It smells great, Mom. Izuku exclaimed. Thank you. Mother and son took their seats, digging into their food. So good. Inko glanced at her son. Slow down, honey, savor it. Izuku lowered his chopsticks, nodding at his mom. All right. Returning to his food, Izuku forced himself to eat slower. The intense training plan he had been on for the last 10 months had left no time to eat at anything less than full speed. Izuku hissed in pain. It felt like his fingertips were on fire. Dropping his chopsticks, Izuku held his hand up, staring as strange squarish pads protruded from his fingertips. Is something wrong, honey? Lowering his hands, Izuku looked to his mom. I'm fine, Izuku said, trying to assure Inko. I just had a little pain in my arm. Let me have a look. Inko reached out to examine Izuku's arm. Izuku yelped, pulling his arm away. There's no need, recovery girl fixed it up right away. Well, that's what Present Mike said happened. Inko frowned. Wait, were you unconscious? Well, yes, Izuku admitted, before backpedaling. I wasn't for very long. It's fine, Izuku. You don't have to hide things like this from me. You called me while you were out. Inko placed her chopsticks down and raised her hand to touch Izuku's cheek. I'm your mom. I will always worry about you getting hurt, whether you become a hero or a programmer who never leaves their bedroom. Izuku gave a weak laugh, hyper-aware of the pads on his fingertips. I know training to be a hero holds a risk of getting hurt, but I'm not going to stop you and hide you away in bubble wrap. I failed. Inko smiled at her son, tears flowing freely. No, you didn't. How could you when you saved that girl? Isn't that what a hero does? Izuku looked up, tears glistening in his eyes. I don't think you can be a hero, Izuku. You already are a hero. The tears spilled down Izuku's face. Really? Really? Izuku wiped away the tears. Back then, what I wanted you to say was, you can be a hero. Inko nodded. I should have said it then. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku shook his head. Don't be sorry, Dash. Izuku, it's every parent's responsibility to encourage their child's dream. I didn't. Silence fell as Izuku processed his mother's words. Inko suddenly smirked. So, when were you going to tell me about this quirk of yours? It only just manifested. Izuku responded, taking care to hide the pads from his mother. I'm still figuring it out. It kind of breaks me when I use it. Izuku watched the waves gently lap against the beach, unconsciously rubbing two of the finger pads together. He just barely managed to hide his sudden mutation from his mom, before fleeing to his room after dinner was eaten. Izuku had stayed in there until Inko had gone to bed, then he had snuck out. To Dagoba Beach. What was happening to him? Was this one for all? A dull crash sounded, followed by a cloud of sand whipping past Izuku. Turning, Izuku watched as All Might straightened his garish yellow suit before suddenly deflating, releasing a mouthful of blood. I know you got seriously injured, but throwing up blood is a sign of an open internal injury. All Might wiped his mouth with a branded handkerchief. How astute of you, young Midoriya. Every time I use one for all my internal injuries reopen. Izuku nodded mutely. So, why did you ask me to come here at this hour? Oh, all right. Izuku opened his hand and held it out for All Might to see. These appeared a few hours ago. Could they have a link to One for All? Like your muscle form? All Might inflated, stroking his chin. Unlikely, my muscle form used to be my natural state before my injury. Oh. Never fear, called All Might in a tone entirely too loud to have the intended comforting effect. I know someone with a quirk who could help us out with this conundrum. Meet me here again tomorrow morning at 8. With that, All Might was gone, leaving Izuku with more questions than answers and a mouthful of sand. February 27th, 2179. 10 months of waking up at 4 a.m. had left its mark on Izuku. He could no longer sleep in. So he'd gone for a run, a 3-hour run. A year ago, Izuku would have collapsed before even getting halfway. Now, he barely felt tired. The run had given Izuku time to think about the UA entrance exam. Even if he didn't get in, Izuku would become a hero. He still had a number of options. He could petition to enter the UA general education stream, who admitted based on the general exam taken by applicants to all courses, as well as trying out for Ketsubutsu Academy, a newer, less prestigious school whose entrance exam was in 3 weeks' time. That would give him time to start training his new quirk. If All Might let him keep it, that is. Izuku Midoriya? Izuku looked up from where he stood, leaned against the railing of Dagoba Beach, to see a plain, black sedan parked in front of him. Inside was a man dressed in an equally plain, black suit. "I'm Detective Tsukachi, a friend of All Might's." Izuku paused. Was this some kind of trick? "How do I know that?" Izuku questioned. "I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. It's All Might, and a dash." "It's all right, kid," assured Tsukachi. Izuku's phone lit up and began blaring the All Might theme. Holding it up, Izuku saw the grainy image of All Might he had set as the man's contact image. "Hello, young Midoriya. I'm afraid I ran into a few dastardly villains on my way to meet you." Denver Smash. Izuku flinched as he pulled the phone away from his ear. Clearly, All Might was still fighting said villains. Tsukachi chuckled. "Here, I thought I was the only one he did that to. I've asked Detective Tsukachi to give you a lift." Izuku bobbed his head. "I understand. See you soon." The call went dead. "Hop in, kid." Tsukachi reached into his suit jacket and tossed Izuku a leather wallet. Flipping it open, Izuku examined the shiny gold badge and police force license with a picture of Tsukachi smiling back at him. "Right." Izuku nodded and opened the car door, climbing into the passenger seat, while handing the license to Tsukachi. "Are we going to a police station?" Izuku wondered aloud as the car set off. Tsukachi smiled. "I thought that was obvious." "I'm not in trouble, am I?" "No, no," assured Tsukachi with a chuckle. "The specialist who's going to have a look at your quirk is a colleague of mine, Tokusei Shikaku." "Okay. Don't worry, both Tokusei and I know about One for All and All Might's injury." "Oh, I see." Tsukachi smiled again. "I can see why he picked you to be his successor." "Why?" "You wear your heart on your sleeve." Tsukachi replied. "But you have an iron core. We're here." That was quick. Izuku and Tsukachi exited the car, turning upon hearing a whistling sound. "You might want to step back, Midoriya." Izuku frowned. "Why's that dash?" "I am here." All Might slammed down in front of Izuku, a villain over each shoulder, both unconscious. "Ah, young Midoriya, you're here." All Might greeted as he handed the villains off to the police force. Izuku blinked. He was covered in dust and his hair blown back. "Apologies, my boy." All Might brushed the dust off Izuku, nearly knocking him off his feet. "I'm fine," Izuku exclaimed as his brain caught up with reality. "This way, All Might, Midoriya," Tsukachi said, guiding the 2-1 for all users into the station and into a private room. As soon as the door shut, All Might returned to his true form, accepting a tissue from Tsukachi. "Afternoon." Izuku yelped and jumped, turning to see a navy-haired man sitting on the sofa, a tea tray on the table in front of him. "I'm Tokusei Shikaku," greeted the man, standing and holding his hand out to Izuku. "Izuku Midoriya." "All Might, good to see you." "And you, Shikaku." "Take a seat, Midoriya," Tokusei urged, returning to his seat. Izuku nodded, sitting down next to Tokusei, while All Might and Tsukachi took the other sofa. "Tea," offered Tokusei. "Please, those villains have left me parched." "Black, 1 sugar." Izuku paused, before nodding. "Yes, please." After a series of passing cups around and much clinking, everyone had their tea. "So, I heard from All Might you're having a problem with One for All," stated Tokusei. "Right?" All Might gave it to me yesterday. Then, that evening these appeared. Izuku held out his hand, showing Tokusai the pads on his fingertips. Interesting. Tokusai mused, examining the pads. I'll explain my quirk before I use it on you. It's called Quirk Space. It allows me to enter a visual manifestation of my quirk and the quirks of those I touch. I use it to log the quirks of villains after they've been arrested. Wow! Izuku exclaimed, barely managing to stop himself from bombarding Tokusai with questions. I'll take you into my quirk space first to let you get acclimatized. Tokusai placed his hand on Izuku's arm, his eyes turning solid gray and glowing. Brace yourself. Izuku was falling down a tunnel of multicolored beams of light before he suddenly found himself standing in a white void with Tokusai. In front of him was a gray ball of energy, glowing white. That's my quirk. Tokusai walked forwards, placing his hand on the quirk ball as his eyes glowed again. Quirk Space, manifested in Tokusai Shikaku, aged 4, on November 4th, 2147. Type, emitter, allows the holder to enter Quirk Space and examine the quirks contained within. Tokusai's eyes returned to normal. Any questions? Izuku looked around the void. A dome of loose energy strands of all colors surrounded them. What are those? Junk data, quirk DNA I inherited from my parents, but didn't become part of my quirk. Tokusai answered. It's how quirks and the characteristics can jump generations. It's amazing. Wait, is that the date? Questioned Izuku, pointing to where the time and data was printed midair in black, the seconds ticking slower than normal. Right, that's the other part of my quirk. It allows me to see the past of a quirk space. Watch. Tokusai held up his hand and rotated his wrist, the date running backwards and stopping on November 3rd, 2147. The quirk ball had shrunk, now no more than a spark of white energy. This is the day before my quirk manifested. Just watch as I roll the date forward. Izuku nodded, keeping a close eye on the quirk spark as time moved forward. The spark glowed bright, drawing strands of gray, navy, and black energy from the dome towards it, fusing with them to create a quirk ball. I have so many questions, breathed Izuku, staring in wonderment. Are quirks based on our personalities at the point at which they manifest? Or is it just random? Are quirks predetermined when we're born? If so, do quirks affect the holder's personality? Tokusai shrugged. As far as I've been able to tell, whether our personality affects our quirk or our quirk affects our personality, it's actually a bit of both. Now, how about we have a look at your quirk space? Izuku was falling through the rainbow tunnel again, but this time he was ready for it, making him far less disorientated when they entered Izuku's quirk space. The first thing Izuku noticed was the void. It was a different color, black instead of white. The second thing Izuku noticed was that there wasn't one quirk ball, there were two. That's impossible. Izuku stuttered in disbelief. I was quirkless. Looks like whoever diagnosed you was wrong. A hack, no doubt. Tokusai commented. Let me guess, the second joint test. Izuku nodded mutely, trying to process what he saw before him. One dark green quirk, the other a brilliant red. That test was notoriously unreliable. It was scrapped a few years back after a kid diagnosed quirkless turned out to have a quirk that gave them extra joints. Izuku couldn't help himself, he snorted. That was my reaction too. Tokusai stroked his chin. Now, let's see what we're looking at. Reaching out, Tokusai touched the dark green quirk. As I thought, that's one for all. I didn't expect it to be green, admitted Izuku. It wasn't. In All Might it's yellow, and from what little he said about his predecessor, it was probably some shade of purple for her. So what's the other quirk? Grasping the red quirk, Tokusai activated his own power. Quirk Smith manifested in Izuku Midoriya, aged 4, on July 7th, 2168. Type, emitter, allows the holder to alter the state of quirks and permanently copy the quirks of others upon contact. Tokusai whistled. That's one mighty powerful quirk. It doesn't make any sense. If I'd had this quirk since I was 4, I'd have copied hundreds of quirks since then. I have an idea why. Tokusai raised his hand and rolled time back 48 hours. One for all vanished, leaving Quirksmith alone, smaller and its color dulled. Quirksmith manifested in Izuku Midoriya, aged 4, on July 7, 2168. Type emitter allows the holder to analyze the state of quirks and copy the quirks of others for 0.08 seconds upon contact. It changed. Tokusei nodded, advancing time back to the present, returning Izuku's second quirk. The power of one for all caused your quirk to mutate. It strengthened it. All this time I thought I was quirkless. I had one. Izuku looked down sadly, before forcing himself to cheer up. Now, those pads on your fingers, I think I can guess how you got them. Tokusei grabbed Quirk's base with both hands and stretched, expanding it and revealing 4 more quirks inside of it. A pale green quirk giving off wavy, equally green lines, a pink quirk emitting rainbow light, a plain white quirk, and an exact copy of Tokusei's own quirk. Let's try this one. Tokusei touched the pink quirk. Zero gravity, manifested in Ochako Uraraka, aged 4, on March 16, 2168. Type emitter allows the holder to remove the gravity of solid objects upon contact with the pads of their fingertips. Zero gravity. That must have been from the girl at the entrance exam. She used her quirk on me to stop my fall. Try sensing the other 2 quirks. You copied mine after all. Just physical contact will do, encouraged Tokusei. Izuku nodded, reaching out and touching the white quirk. Heal, manifested in Chiyo Shizenji, aged 9, on August 9, 2111. Type emitter allows the holder to accelerate the target's healing process at the cost of the receiver's stamina. That must have been when Recovery Girl healed me. Then that means this must be. Touching the green quirk, Izuku's eyes glowed gray. Attraction of small objects, manifested in Inko Midoriya, aged 5, on April 23, 2142. Type emitter allows the holder to attract objects of lower mass than themselves via telekinesis. Last night, she touched my face. That must have been when I copied it. Looks like you can toggle quirks you copied on and off. Trying turning zero gravity off, suggested Tokusei. Izuku nodded, concentrating on zero gravity, feeling its power before turning it off. His fingertips itched again, but when Izuku looked down, the pads were gone. Well then, kid, looks like you've got a lot of work to do. Toshinori Yagi sighed as he slumped down onto his battered sofa, dressed in casual clothes that fit his withered frame. It had been a trying day. He didn't know what to do. When he had first met young Midoriya and offered to pass one for all on to him, Toshinori had brushed aside the boy's resemblance to All for One as a mere coincidence. But now, knowing what Izuku's original quirk was, it couldn't be ignored. Opening his laptop, Toshinori navigated to the police force database, searching for his successor. Izuku Midoriya, born July 15, 2163, parents Hisashi Midoriya and Inko Midoriya, nee Joseo. Clicking on Inko's file, Toshinori scanned it before checking the files of her adoptive parents. They all checked out. Moving to Hisashi Midoriya's file, the number 1 hero frowned at the lack of a picture, as well as minimal and formal prior to 2161 and nothing in the last 6 years, like he had fallen off the face of the earth. 6 years ago. Toshinori checked the date on the file. Hisashi Midoriya had not been seen since the day he had fought All for One. Could it be? Could young Midoriya's father really be him? All for One. Toshinori needed help, serious help. He needed. Hitting speed dial, Toshinori raised his phone to his ear and sighed. Mirai, I have a problem. I think All for One has a son, and I gave him one for all. Toshinori prepared himself for what was to come. 1 week later. Izuku soared through the air, rolling as he hit the ground and back onto his feet, sprinting across Dagoba Beach. Reaching out to where attraction was stored in his quirk space, Izuku activated and pulled on a distant building as he jumped. Instead of pulling the object towards him in the same way as his mother used her quirk, Izuku was shot towards the building, augmenting the distance and speed of his jump. Rolling back onto his feet, Izuku continued his run, jumping and pulling himself forward repeatedly until he reached a line of stones in the sand. Izuku reached behind himself with attraction and pulled, negating his velocity. 1 minute and 2.80 seconds. Izuku smiled to himself as All Might called out his time, a new personal best for the 500 meters. Excellent, young Midoriya. All Might was in his true form, holding a stopwatch. Izuku nodded, releasing his hold on attraction from where it resided within Quirksmith. After Izuku had told All Might about his quirk, the man had grown stilted and distant, excusing himself quickly. Yet the next morning, All Might had texted him, asking him to meet him at the beach. There he had given Izuku a temporary training license issued by his hero agency, with his usual gusto. Even then, Izuku could see it in his eyes. All Might was wary of him. All Might didn't trust him. He only spent as much time as strictly necessary for training with Izuku. So Izuku threw himself into training with his new quirks, improving the time needed to call on attraction, the weight limit of zero gravity, which was far lower than Uraraka's, and his own quirk. Izuku had lost himself for hours with his quirk space, disassembling and reassembling quirks to see how they worked, weaving in junk quirk data to alter a quirk's properties. However, Izuku had found too many alterations to a single quirk caused it to denature and become junk data. Fortunately, he'd found this out with attraction and been able to copy it again, instead of zero gravity or quirk space. In his new 14th notebook, Izuku had broken down the drawbacks of his quirk. Only one quirk can be used at a time, excluding one for all. Quirk copying on contact cannot be avoided. However, zero gravity pads do not count as skin contact and can be activated independently of its quirk, as can other passive attributes. Quirk space is limited, maximum 10 quirks. Denatured quirks still take up space. Are quirks overwritten, or does quirk space expand? Does that cause strain on the holder? Armed with his new knowledge, Izuku had made his first quirk alteration to heal. Instead of using his lips as contact for the quirks, which would copy the target's quirk and be pretty awkward, he changed it to the Quirksmith immune finger pads. You're muttering again, Midoriya. Izuku's head snapped up to look at All Might as he stood in front of him. Sorry. How about you take the rest of the day off? All Might placed a stiff arm on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku nodded. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. You start your independent training tomorrow. I have preterm planning for UA to do. Oh, I see. Izuku's head fell and his shoulders slumped. Why? Why had All Might lost faith in him? Did he think Izuku had been lying when he said he was quirkless? Was it because he couldn't handle one for all without his bones breaking? Did All Might think his quirk was evil? Was Quirksmith evil? Don't worry, once you're at UA, I will be taking you and your class for plenty of lessons. Izuku raised his head. All right, see you then. With that, Izuku raced away, leaving All Might alone on the beach, the setting sun lighting him with an orange glow. Nana, what do I do? Toshinori sighed. He felt like a monster for pushing the boy away. After seeing his reaction to UA acceptance letter and the fact Toshinori would be teaching there, he knew he wasn't faking it. Izuku Midoriya had the heart and spirit of a true hero. In him, Toshinori could finally understand what Nana had seen in him all those years ago. Yet Mirai's research had only raised more red flags on the enigma that was Hisashi Midoriya. Red flags that Toshinori couldn't overlook. Therefore, he had to keep Midoriya at an arm's length, even if it made him feel like a villain. But he needed to do it without hurting the boy, like he was now. Toshinori clenched his fist, shifting into his muscle form. Look, it's All Might. Where did he come from? Toshinori sighed. Not again. I am leaving now like a normal person. All Might crouched down and rocketed into the air, soaring away from the beach, in manner distinctly unlike a normal person. Shota Aizawa rubbed his eyes. Hitting the enter key, Shota resumed the footage on his laptop, watching a blonde-haired boy destroy robot after robot with explosions from his palms, leaving destruction in his wake. Switching to a word processing program, Shota began to type. To summarize, Katsuki Bakugo, quirk, explosion, powerful and versatile. He's using it well, possesses a modicum of enhanced strength, unrelated to quirk. Moderate potential, strong, well-utilized quirk, However, he has severe anger issues, a possible superiority complex, poor team skills. We'll fix that. Expulsion, unlikely. Next, the problem child. Playing the footage of Midoriya destroying the zero-pointer, Shota made a sound of disappointment. Izuku Midoriya, Quirk's superpower, no description. Made no effort to use Quirk prior to zero-pointer, then suffered 2 broken legs and a broken arm when used once. Can't use Quirk without breaking his body, despite heroic sentiments. No potential, would be reliant on support items. Expulsion, highly likely. Moving to the next student, Shota opened the respective file, watching the attached video files. Minoru Mineta, Quirk pop off. Underuses his Quirk. The balls have high elasticity, could be used as a springboard to enhanced speed. Excellent for capture and detainment. Middle school file indicates a lack of confidence and insecurity over height. Reputation for making perverse comments. Seems to be quite. Shota, it's 3 in morning, you should be in bed. Rubbing his eyes, Shota looked up to see his boyfriend standing over him. Term starts tomorrow, Hisashi, and I haven't finished going through the 1A student files. Hisashi grabbed the laptop from Shota's lap as he flopped down next to him. You can sleep, I'll finish this. Class 2D doesn't get back from their internships until next week. Shota smiled, before kissing Hisashi on the cheek and standing with a stretch. Sleep well. Hisashi opened the footage of Mineta fighting the entrance exam robots, pausing the video every few seconds to take notes. What did I do to deserve you? Hisashi beamed. I know, right? And I'm all yours. Well, until something better comes along, that is. Shota shook his head in amusement at his boyfriend's antics, but Hisashi wasn't finished yet. For me, that is, you've pretty much peaked. Night, Hisashi, love you. With that, Shota turned and made moves towards the bedroom. I love you too. Shota stopped, looking back at Hisashi, who was still totally focused on the footage. Did he even realize? Realize that that was the first he'd said. Shota smiled. April 11th, 2179. This place is huge. Izuku raced down the corridor of UA. The last thing he wanted to be on his first day was late. Reaching a corner, Izuku yelped as a black-haired boy rounded it, crashing into him. Both boys went sprawling, a stack of papers fluttering to the ground. Scrambling to his feet, Izuku bowed. I am sorry. The other boy brushed himself off. It's fine. Izuku did a double take. The other boy, it was like looking into a bizarre mirror. He was near identical to Izuku. The only things that set him apart were longer, messier black hair and silver metal backpack. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Mikumo Akitani. The boy bent down to retrieve the stack of papers. Here, let me help. Reaching down, Izuku began to collect the papers, a quick glance showing that they were schematics for what looked like some kind of robot. These look pretty cool. Mikumo snatched the schematics from Izuku's grip. They're not finished. Taken aback, Izuku paused before bowing. Then I look forward to when they are done. You must be support, right? All right. I'm Hiro. I look forward to working together. Izuku held out his hand. Mikumo stared at the hand for a few seconds, before grabbing it and shaking it. Yeah, and me too. I'd better get going then. Don't want to be later on the first day. Sprinting off, Izuku left a windswept and somewhat shaken Mikumo in his wake. Skidding to a halt, Izuku looked up at the massive door with 1A designed into it with trepidation. 40 students, for admitted on recommendation, divided equally into 2 classes. I hope Kaken and that scary tall guy are in the other class. Izuku held up his gloved hands, black material protecting him from copying Quirks. He still didn't know what his limit was. Taking a deep breath, Izuku heaved the door open, revealing the sight of a large classroom filled with desks. Remove your feet from the desk. You are insulting not only our predecessors who used these before us, but also the craftsmen who created them. Izuku cringed. It was the tall boy from the exam, berating Bakugo for his behavior, not that he could particularly fault someone for being aggravated by Kaken. And Bakugo snarled at the tall boy. Do I look like someone who gives a shit about that extra? The boy gestured wildly with his arm. Your profanity is unnecessary and gratuitous. Bakugo sneered. Which pompous, silver spoon, rich kid hell school did you dribble out of? Semi-private academy. My name is Tenya Ida. Bakugo leaned forward in his seat, snarling. Semi-huh? Figures for a stuck-up elitist like you. I should do you a favor and blow you to bits now. You'll never last in the real world. Blow me to bits. You're awful, Ida exclaimed, recoiling slightly. Are you sure you really wish to be a hero? The door creaked over further, alerting Ida to Izuku's presence. Izuku gulped as Ida approached him, completely forgetting Bakugo's previous threat. Good morning. My name is Tenya Ida. I'm from Semi-Private Academy Dash. So I've heard. Izuku's eyes widened, and he clapped a hand over his mouth at his frank reply. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, you accurately determined the true nature of the practical exam when I did not. Ida gestured again. I apologize, I misjudged you Dash. Curly hair? The plain-looking boy. Izuku wheeled around to see the girl from the entrance exam, the one whose quirk Izuku had accidentally copied. You passed. Like Present Mike said you did. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Izuku panicked. She was so close. That punch of yours was awesome. Thanks. Well, it wasn't. But, thank you for speaking in my defense. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Huh? How do you know about that? Bakugo sneered at the display before him. Deku was always there, mocking him with his quirklessness. Katsuki couldn't shake him, not at Aldera and not at UA now. 2 weeks earlier. How wonderful that 2 of our students have made it into UA. Especially you Midoriya. That's a miracle we never expected. Katsuki slammed Deku up against the wall of the alleyway, holding him by his collar. Why did you do it, you quirkless piece of crap? Katsuki tightened his grip on Izuku. What dirty tricks did you use to do it? Kaken I dash. Shut up. I was supposed to be the first one, the only one, to get in from this shitty middle school. My grand plans, you've torn them to shreds. Katsuki watched Deku's face change, hardening with resolve. I got in on my own merits. I earned this. Deku grabbed Katsuki's hand with his gloved fingers. Your grand plans? You're just selfish and mean and arrogant. Deku yanked at Katsuki's hand, freeing himself. How can you be a hero when you don't ever care about others? Katsuki staggered back. You fucking piece of shit. Lashing out, Katsuki punched Deku in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Deku held his cheek, looking up at his former friend. For as long as he could remember, Katsuki had always seen admiration in Deku's eyes, whether layered with excitement or fear. For the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo looked into Izuku Midoriya's eyes and saw hatred. For the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo didn't feel like a hero. Katsuki continued to glare at Deku. The spineless freak had actually stood up to him. Something fishy was going on with Deku, and soon everyone at UA see how useless he was. Round Face continued to talk Deku's ears off. So we've got our entrance ceremony and guidance sessions today, right? I wonder what our teachers will be like. I'm so nervous. Are you? Am I rambling? I think I'm rambling. If you're here to socialize, then get out. Useless Deku yelped as he and Round Face turned around. Katsuki examined the bizarre yellow caterpillar lying on the floor of the corridor. This is the hero course. The caterpillar gave a sucking noise, a juice pouch peeking out of the hole. I think there's someone in there. You don't say, Raccoon Eyes. Bakugo slammed his hand against his other palm. Izuku jumped, broken from his thoughts. The caterpillar sprung upright, silencing the class, before unzipping to reveal a long-haired man with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. It took 8 seconds for you to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. Izuku tilted his head. Their teacher looked familiar. Could he be an underground hero? The teacher stared back at the boy. Izuku felt like he was being judged. Was it because he was the one who blew 3 limbs to hell in the entrance exam? Uraraka looked back and forth between Izuku and the teacher as the seconds began to drag on. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleased to meet you all. A stunned, somehow even quieter silence fell over the classroom. This raggedy, exhausted-looking man was their homeroom teacher. Aizawa pulled a bundle of cellophane packets out of his sleeping bag. Now, put on your gym clothes, then head out into the grounds. But what about the entrance ceremony? Izuku looked across at Uraraka. The girl looked distraught. Or the guidance sessions? You want to be a hero, don't you? Aizawa stared at Uraraka, eyes boring into her soul. Uraraka gave a timid nod. Then we have no time to waste on stuff like that. You have 10 minutes to get changed. With that, Aizawa set off, leaving everyone scrambling to catch up to him. Mikumo kept his head low as Power Loader introduced himself to the class. Here in Class 1H, you represent the next generation in support. Power Loader walked over to his desk-cum-workbench, placing a briefcase down on it. That means something. When you leave here in 3 years' time, you will be responsible for creating and testing the costumes and support gear of pro heroes. Power Loader slowly opened his briefcase. Pro heroes that rely on that gear to keep them safe. Therefore, I have one rule, just one rule. Go nuts, design whatever you want, push the boundaries of technology, but the result must always be safe. Otherwise, it meets dusty. The briefcase slammed shut, making all 9 students jump, some rather more than others. In Power Loader's grip rested a large, red and silver fire axe. A pink-haired student raised her hand. Why is it called Dusty? Power Loader smiled. 'Cause you better hope it stays dusty. A round of titters passed through the classroom. That wasn't a joke. Silence reigned. Power Loader turned around, placing Dusty on a wall mounting behind his desk. Any equipment that doesn't meet both UA and my own personal standards for safety goes to the great junkyard in the sky, and you start over. Understood. A vague mumble was his only reply. I said understood. Yes, Power Loader. Better. Now one by one you are all going to show off the equipment you presented at the entrance exam and the improvements you have made since then. A wave of agreement passed through the classroom. Right then, let's go in class order. Who's first? Mikumo paled. Number 1, Mikumo Akitani, you're up. Alright, okay. Placing his metal backpack on the workbench, Mikumo pressed a glowing button on the front. The panels of the backpack lifted away from the main body, shifting to open up 2 ports, metal handles protruding from each. Gripping the metal, Mikumo pushed his hands into the backpack, causing a section of the backpack to detach as he pulled them away. Gear word at the panels shifted into their final positions, revealing a set of gauntlets. So you've streamlined the deployment process since the exam then? Mikumo nodded, acutely aware of his classmates' eyes analyzing him, before he held up his left hand. Why yeah, the backpack storage system also makes them more portable. I changed the alloy composition of the grappling line to increase its tensile strength. Power Loader nodded with approval. Do they meet the safety standards? Mikumo nodded quickly. Absolutely. I added a shock-absorbing polymer weave to both gauntlets to lessen the impact on the user's arms. Give them a go then. Power Loader gestured to an open space at the back of the classroom with a dummy placing in the center. Taking a deep breath, Mikumo paused before walking into the testing space, the metal soles of his orange sneakers clanging with every step. Raising his left arm, Mikumo aimed at the far wall and fired his grappling line. Pressing down the button on his palm to line retracted, shooting Mikumo towards the wall. Turning in midair, Mikumo recalled his grappling line, aiming his metal sneaker soles at the wall. Before he could crash into the wall, repulsor blasts fired from Mikumo's metal soles, propelling him back away from the wall and directly at the dummy. Pulling back his right arm, Mikumo punched the dummy in the chest as he shot past, snapping it in 2. Firing his grappling line at a pillar, Mikumo swung in an arc around it and landed on his feet, repulsor blasts slowing him to a halt. Mikumo turned back to face his class to see their shocked faces. How are we supposed to follow that? Mei Hatsum stared at Mikumo with a predatory look in her yellow eyes. Together they would make amazing babies. A test of quirks. Izuku was panicking, his hands clenching the material of his new UA gym kit. The class came to a halt in the middle of an athletics field. Izuku couldn't use one for all. Well, not at first. His bones would break again. He'd have to rely on his other quirks then. An elbow dug into Izuku's ribs, startling him. Quit mumbling, Deku. Izuku nodded, suddenly feeling for all over again. All right. Here at UA we don't operate like a normal school. Our education is more freestyle. Aizawa paused for what Izuku could only assume was dramatic effect. Perhaps the teacher had more in common with the sparkly boy than he thought. Today we will be doing the standard no quirks allowed test. I'm sure you all did them in middle school. Japan is woefully out of touch. The government still insists that the test must be carried out by all students before high school without use of their quirks, but it's just not rational. The Department of Education is just scared of change. So now, you'll be doing them again, this time with your quirks. Whispers shot through the class, before being extinguished by a glare from Aizawa. Bakugo, you came top in the entrance exam. What was your score for the softball throw in middle school? 67 meters. Bakugo soaked in the wave of impressed murmurs coming from the extras around him. Well then, do it again. Except this time don't hold back. Use your quirk. A manic grin split Bakugo's face before he shoved past Izuku, almost knocking him over. Do whatever you want. Just say inside the circle. Whatever. I'll add a bit of boom to this snooze fest. Bakugo palmed the softball before pulling his arm back and throwing it, releasing an explosion as he did. Die. The flaming softball rocked through the air, becoming little more than a speck in the distance, a wave of dust blowing over the class. I know what you're all thinking. Is it a bit gratuitous? But you'll never be an effective hero if you don't know your limits and how to surpass them. Aizawa held out a digital display. 705.2 meters. Izuku paled. He hadn't been expecting this. He would just have to hope attraction and zero gravity could carry him through while still looking like super strength. The last thing Izuku wanted was for everyone to find out about his quirk on the first day. A quirk even All Might thought was evil. Over 705 meters. That's so manly. This is going to be awesome. Awesome, you say? Do you think this is going to be fun? The pink-haired girl with the horns gulped. And Mr. Aizawa dash. Being a hero isn't a joke. It's dangerous. Every time you go out on patrol, you have to know you might not be coming back. Aizawa stared at the pink girl. So then, whoever finishes in last place will be expelled. Do you think that's awesome? Izuku's widened with fear, a low hiss escaping his lips. Shit. Clapping a hand over his mouth, Izuku dropped it when he realized his expletive had gone unnoticed in a sea of shouts and comments from his classmates. Aizawa's eyes flashed red for a moment, silencing the class. You're here to be heroes, aren't you? Did you think it would all be fun and games? Uraraka spoke up. But it isn't fair. Of course it isn't fair. Life isn't. It isn't fair when a villain attacks a school or an uncontrollable quirk causes a train to crash. Aizawa's eyes bored into Uraraka, making her shuffle nervously. Life isn't fair. Life isn't kind. That's why a hero must be instead. Nobody spoke. Nobody even made a sound. Not even Bakugo. With that settled, we can start. First up is the 50-meter dash. Mineta, Sato, Shoji, and Todoroki. You're up first. Izuku watched the 4 students line up as he formulated a plan. He could use zero gravity to remove the weight of his clothes, as they weighted far less than his 10 kilograms limit, then use attraction to look like a super strength-powered long jump. He's so intense. Izuku looked up to see Uraraka and Ida had congregated around him. Who's that, Aizawa or Kaken? Uraraka tilted her head to one side. Who's Kaken? Izuku flushed red. Bakugo. I've known him all my life. Our mums have been friends since before we were born. How cute. Ida frowned. Cute would not be the word he would use to describe Bakugo. Volatile, that would be sufficient. Well, it's not really. We used to be friends when we were kids, until we got our quirks. After that, we never saw eye to eye again. Huh, your quirks, explosions, and super strength, they seem pretty on par with each other to me. Uraraka smiled. Izuku was panicking. This was not how he wanted his quirkless past to come to light. Hagakure, Bakugo, Ashido, and Midoriya, you're up. Looks like it's my turn. Izuku awkwardly excused himself and made his way to the start line. Taking a deep breath, Izuku prepared to reach into his quirk space. "I'm going to crush you, Deku." Bakugo glared at Izuku, his voice a low hiss, so only he could hear it. "I'm going to show them all what a quirkless waste of space you are." Izuku flinched. Aizawa sounded the buzzer. Was Bakugo right? Izuku had no power of his own. It was all given or copied. It didn't belong to him. Bakugo and the two other competitors started, the former blasting off with his quirk, while the pink girl with horns slid along on a liquid secreted by her feet. The invisible girl sprinted as fast as she could, her quirk useless in this event. "You can do it, Deku." Something ignited inside of him. Izuku's feet moved before he could think, activating attraction and pulling on the far building. Shooting forwards, Izuku flew past the two girls, crossing the line just behind Bakugo. Bakugo, for 0.13 seconds. Midoriya, 5.47 seconds. Izuku sighed in relief, not noticing as Aizawa's eyes zeroed in on him. Moving to the sidelines, Izuku kept his distance from the other students, and especially Bakugo, left with only his thoughts. Who had encouraged him? Using that name, probably one of the girls considering the high pitch. Had he imagined it? Izuku pushed the thoughts away just in time for the second event, grip strength. On his turn, Izuku again turned to attraction, pulling on the handle to enhance his natural strength. Using one for all right now would probably break his arm and the grip tester. 113 kilograms. Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hopefully a good score like that would keep him out of last place. Whoa, 504 kilograms. What are you, a gorilla, an octopus? Izuku wheeled around. The six-armed boy was crowded by other students, all marveling at his score. He suddenly felt a lot less confident about his own score now. The purple ball boy was staring at his six-armed classmate, murmuring under his breath, "Octopuses are sexy. Tentacles, rubbery." Izuku shuddered, deciding to give that guy a wide berth. The third and fourth events passed quickly, with Izuku again using attraction, this time on the long jump, but his enhanced distance was still not enough to clear the sandbox. The sidestepping event had been even more of a disaster. Attraction couldn't alternate that quickly, and zero gravity was too weak for Izuku to cancel anything more than his clothes. A wave of applause rippled through the class, jerking Izuku back to the present. Uraraka had used zero gravity on her softball throw, earning her a score of infinity. Aizawa sighed. "That's not coming down, is it?" Uraraka shook her head. Everyone was excelling in at least one event. Even the boy with purple balls for hair, Mineta, was doing well. His quirk had allowed him to ace the sidestepping event, beating everyone else in the class. Midoriya. Izuku nodded, taking off his right glove as Aizawa handed him the softball. Stepping into the circle, Izuku formulated a plan. Attraction was useless for this. His other quirks were either irrelevant or too flashy. It would have to be zero gravity. Midoriya doesn't look like he's doing too well, and he started so strong. Ida gestured wildly with one arm. You should not be talking about a fellow student behind their back, but yes, Midoriya is doing very poorly. Bakugo snorted with derision. Of course a quirkless runt like Deku can't keep with me. Quirkless. Uraraka tilted her head, looking at Bakugo. What do you mean, Kakin? Don't call me that. What the fuck have you been telling people, Deku? Izuku ignored Bakugo before pulling his arm back and calling on zero gravity. He'd have to release it quickly. His limit with the quirk was much lower. If he threw up, it would be obvious he was using the same quirk as Uraraka. You can be a hero. All Might, I'll make you proud. I'll become a hero. Izuku threw the ball. 48 meters. Izuku couldn't feel his quirks. Reaching out for his quirk space, he found nothing. His quirks were gone. Izuku threw the ball. 48 meters. His quirks were gone. Izuku couldn't feel them. Reaching out for his quirk space, Izuku found nothing. His breathing was getting faster and shallower. I erased your quirk. Izuku looked up, seeing Aizawa staring back at him, his eyes glowing red and his hair floating above his head. Why your eraser head? Aizawa continued to stare directly at Izuku, before his eyes returned to normal and his hair fell limp. Izuku felt his quirks return. So cool. Izuku's fanboy nature eclipsed the panic he'd felt at being quirkless again, especially since he could feel them resting comfortably in his quirk space. "You are a prime example why the UA entrance exam isn't fit for purpose," said Aizawa, just loud enough so that only Izuku could hear him. A small squeak slipped from Izuku's lips. "You were going to use your quirk just then, weren't you?" The green-haired boy nodded. He wasn't technically lying. He had just decided not to correct Aizawa about which quirk he was going to use. Izuku couldn't, tell anyone about Quirksmith. Aizawa sighed. "Then you would have turned the bones in your arm to dust." Izuku felt affronted. "But then you'd be no help to anybody, a liability in every fight you'd be in." Aizawa paused. "Like that, with your impractical quirk, you have no potential as a hero." His cheeks ablaze with shame, Izuku hung his head. "So I'm going to make this simple. You're expelled." Izuku's heart dropped as he fought back tears. The months of training, all for nothing on the first day. He's been looking forward to learning and training with the next generation of heroes, like Uraraka and Ida, and working with support students like Mikumo. His life's dream, it was crushed all over again, because Izuku was scared to show his real quirk. He felt like an idiot, a failure. Aizawa stared down at the boy, seeing the look in his eyes. He knew that look, guilt mixed with fear. Midoriya was holding back. He'd seen it in the other tests. Glancing down at the spare softball resting in his palm, ready for the next student to throw, Aizawa took a careful breath and made a decision. "That is what I'm going to say after you throw the ball again." Izuku's head shot up to stare at Aizawa. "Unless your throw manages to convince me that you have potential as a hero." Izuku took the offered softball, staring at it. He could use one for all, breaking his arm and being expelled from UA, or he could use Quirksmith and maybe not get expelled. His decision wasn't even hard. Izuku would choose to be a hero, even if he was hated for his quirk. Lifting his arm back, Izuku began his throw and entered his quirk space. Glancing around the black void, Izuku looked to the time, activating another facet of Quirksmith. Time dilation. While inside a quirk space, Izuku could slow the time he experienced. His current maximum was 30 seconds for every 1 second in the outside world. That meant he had a minute before the ball left his physical hand. Izuku rushed forward and expanded Quirksmith to show the copied quirks it contained. "I'll have to hold zero gravity on the ball for as long as possible, around 15 seconds. Izuku rested his chin on his hand, activating the quirk in his physical hand and negating the ball's gravity. Izuku continued looking through his quirk, disregarding heal and quirk space immediately. Attraction's no use, that just leaves. Explosion. Izuku had copied it from Bakugo when the other boy had punched him in the face. He'd only tried it out a few times in the last 2 weeks. His explosions were far weaker. After all, Bakugo had been using and training with it since they were 4. But it would just have to do. While Izuku could normally only use one copied quirk at a time, this didn't extend to passive parts of a quirk. Thus, Izuku would be able to use explosion to propel the ball while maintaining its lack of gravity. He just wouldn't be able to remove or return the gravity to the ball or anything else. But that wouldn't be a problem. Confident in his strategy, Izuku prepared to exit quirk space when his eyes landed on One for All. Should he use it? No, he couldn't. Izuku couldn't afford to break his arm, but he did have 30 seconds. He could at least have a look. Expanding One for All, Izuku examined the structure of the quirk, smaller energy spheres connected by strings of light. That's a passive trigger. Izuku cocked his head. That must be the power accumulation aspect of the quirk. Izuku knew Aizawa was right about one thing. He couldn't be a hero if one punch left him a liability. He had to focus his power on what he could do. Wait, focus my power. That's it. Izuku knew what to do. Returning to the physical world, Izuku charged his arm with the red energy of One for All, focusing it all in his index finger as the ball left his hand, before activating explosion. The ball was consumed by a massive orange explosion, larger than what Bakugo had produced earlier, before it broke free of fire and rocketed away. A massive gust of air blasted back at Izuku and the rest of Class 1A. Calling on attraction, Izuku pulled on the ground below him to counter the backdraft. Aizawa has made it clear he had to stay in the circle, while his classmates were knocked off their feet behind him. As the backdraft cleared away, Izuku straightened up, staring in disbelief as the ball vanished into the distance. He felt like he was forgetting something. Izuku's stomach made an odd jolt. Oh right, zero gravity. Releasing his hold on the ball, its gravity returned, barely giving Izuku time to stop himself from retching. Looking down at his right hand, Izuku examined his index finger. It was clearly broken, but not as badly as his arm and legs had been during the entrance exam. Clenching his fist, Izuku turned to a windswept Aizawa. My arm's not broken. I can still fight. 1,672.9 meters. Of all the things Izuku was expecting his homeroom teacher to do, grin like a madman was not one of them. So, your quirk isn't super strength then? Izuku paused before scrunching his face, mostly in pain. Well, kind of, but also not at all. Whoa, did he just use Kaken's quirk? Don't call me that. Round face. Turning to face his classmates, Izuku prepared himself to see disgust and hatred. He was a quirk stealer, just like the ones in the cartoons he had watched as a child. That was trace stylish. 1,670 meters. That's super manly. You say everything is manly. It's over double Bakugo's score, Karo. Bakugo clenched his fists. Izuku could practically see the flashback to their fight in the alley in his eyes. Fucking explain yourself, you lying shit. Rocketing forwards, Bakugo aimed his explosions behind himself. I'll fucking kill NGG. The scarf around Aizawa's neck had moved, restraining Bakugo in midair, his quirk erased. Bakugo struggled in vain. This cloth, it's stiff. Izuku heard a giggle from Mineta. Aizawa sighed. This is my capture weapon. It's woven from special alloy wire and carbon fiber. Let me go. Damn it, kid. Would you stop using your quirk already? My dry eye is bad enough as it is. Deku, what the fucking fuck did you do? You had no power of your own, so you took it from someone else. Izuku hung his head. So you can copy quirks? That's super cool. Uraraka gave Izuku a peace sign as his head shot back up. Well, I guess it is. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I thought I was quirkless until I touched someone with a power amplification quirk. Uraraka threw her fist up into the air. Wow, that means you copied my quirk as well at the exam. Izuku held up his hand to show the pads on his fingertips. Why yeah, that's how I realized what my quirk was. I thought it was just super strength before the pads appeared. Your weight limit must be pretty low then. I can show you how to increase it if you want. Really? Uh-huh. Isn't being a hero all about teamwork? As riveting as this conversation is, let's get on with the rest of the tests. Aizawa dropped Bakugo to the ground, keeping his capture weapon wrapped around the teen's wrists. Am I gonna crush you, Deku? Aizawa glared at Bakugo. You're going to do no such thing. Either you shut up and get on the tests, or you keep on acting out and I disqualify you from the remaining events. Then I'd be in last. Aizawa grinned. Exactly. Bakugo grunted. TCH, whatever. Cheaty Deku isn't worth it anyway. Izuku sighed in relief as Bakugo was released from Aizawa's scarf and went to sulk at the back of the class. Aizawa sighed. What a waste of time. Now get on with the rest of the tests before I expel you all. Is your finger okay? Izuku smiled at Uraraka's earnest expression. Why yeah, I'm fine. Fine? Your finger is broken. Ida was waving his arm again. Are you sure you can continue? It's not as bad as it looks. I think it's just fractured. Using explosion at the same time as my strength must be why. Of course, Bakugo's quirk must come with some kind of shock absorption for his hands. Ida gave Izuku a serious look. Izuku nodded. All right. Otherwise he'd be breaking his hands all the time. Aizawa wouldn't expel all of us, would he? Uraraka tilted her head. Of course not. He just wants us to give our all. Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida turned to see a tall, dark-haired girl. Yaoyorozu, I'm glad to see you got into UA. Thanks, Ida. Yaoyorozu nodded her head. Uraraka bounced on the ball of her feet. You two know each other? We met at the recommendations exam. Yaoyorozu smiled. Izuku lost the ability to talk. But you were at the normal entrance exam? Pondered Uraraka. I placed 6th in recommendations. Ida looked downcast. They only accept the top 4. You still made it in, didn't you? Ida perked up. You're right, Uraraka. Ida, a softball throw. Coming, Mr. Aizawa. The last 3 events passed quickly, with Izuku managing decent results in each of them. For the endurance running attraction had allowed Izuku to place 7th, while in the upper body training and seated toe touch none of his quirks were applicable, forcing him to fall back on All Might's training. Aizawa cleared his throat to get the class's attention. Be quiet. It's time for the results. Izuku clenched his right fist, squeezing his fractured finger. He just had to hope he had managed to stay out of last place. Aizawa pressed a button on his phone, activating a hologram that displayed the final results. 17th. Izuku sighed in relief. It wasn't impressive, but it would be somewhere to work from. The purple boy cried out at the sight of his name in last place. Also, I was lying. No one's getting expelled. A wave of shouts came from the class as Aizawa grinned, his scarf floating around his neck. It was a logical ruse. How else were you going to give it your all? Izuku tilted his head. Yaoyorozu was right. 3rd, I got fucking 3rd. Bakugo's hands crackled with explosions. Aizawa ignored the explosive teen. Your curriculum and orientation packs on your desks. The rest of the day is free for you to explore the school. Lunch starts at 12:30. Don't miss it. Lunch rush won't cater for your tardiness. The class stayed where they were, still in shock. What are you still doing here? Aizawa's eyes suddenly shone. Do you want homework or something? In seconds the class dispersed, heading for the changing rooms at speed. Midoriya, stay behind. Izuku peeled away from Uraraka and Ida, walking back to his teacher. Go see Recovery Girl. Aizawa held out a medical slip with Izuku's name written on it. Should I be keeping a stack of these on hand pre-written for you? Izuku shook his head. Don't worry, Mr. Aizawa. I'm going to find a way to overcome the recoil. Aizawa chuckled. I'll hold you to that. Now clear off, problem child. Izuku blushed at the nickname, before racing off after his newfound friends. This kid. Aizawa sighed and shook his head. Setting off for the faculty lounge, Aizawa pulled out a bottle of eye drops. Aizawa, you liar. Acting on instinct, Aizawa flicked the eye drops at the source of the voice. Turning, Aizawa rolled his eyes at the sight of All Might, the tiny bottle comically small in the number 1 hero's giant hand. You appear to have lost this. Aizawa took the drops back. For such a large man, you are remarkably quiet. All Might coughed. Well, what can I say, Dash? I don't care. Well then, what I was going to say was, you lied. All Might held up the UA faculty registry. You expelled the entirety of your last class. I later readmitted them. Aizawa used his eye drops, blinking rapidly. I did it to be kind. They had no potential. Giving them that shock is what they needed. Another of your logical ruses, then? Aizawa ignored All Might's question. All Might fidgeted at the heavy silence. And this year? Better than average. Nedzu must have put all the ones with no potential in Vlad's class, so he can coddle them. Aizawa slipped the eye drops back into his pocket. They didn't need the same kind of wake-up call as the last lot. Just an idea of what would happen if they thought being a hero is fun and games. That's a bit harsh. Will you still be saying that if one of them dies? All Might gave a muffled grunt. Dies? Aizawa glanced back at the symbol of peace. Oboro Shirakumo. Oboro Shirakumo? We were classmates. Here at UA, we interned together with His Purple Highness. Aizawa paused, hanging his head. We fought a villain, Garvey, protecting a class of elementary kids. Oboro died protecting them from a collapsing building with his quirk. All Might frowned. If your friend had been expelled, then the children dash. Oboro had plenty of potential. The one with no potential was me. Oboro died because I wasn't good enough. Silence fell as All Might processed Aizawa's words. Anyone can become a hero, but not everyone can be a hero. That's why I expel those with no potential to be a hero. With that, Aizawa began to walk away. All Might sighed. He knew that pain, that guilt. He had beared it for years after Nana's death, only truly letting go after the fight with All for One that had crippled him. Aizawa, it wasn't your fault. That villain chose to attack those school children. Never blame yourself for the decisions of others, decisions you can't change. Aizawa snorted. As touching as that is, encouraging mantras don't save lives. All Might held his tongue as Aizawa left, his left hand subconsciously touching his injury. Smudge. Izuku flexed his hand, marveling at his healed finger. Tut tut, classes haven't even started yet, and I've had to heal you twice already. Oh, right. Thank you, recovery girl. You're welcome, young man. Just try not to come back again soon. Recovery girl reached into his pocket. Here. Accepting the small packet of gummies, Izuku stared at them. Thanks. I actually had a question about your quirk. My quirk? You certainly can. Well, my quirk permanently copies other quirks on contact. I copied it when you healed me at the entrance exam. Izuku paused, rubbing the back of his head. Can your quirk heal yourself? I didn't want to risk trying it in case it backfired on me. Interesting quirk you've got there. And no, I can't heal myself. It has no effect. Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me. I assume that this is a recent development? Izuku nodded. Could you describe your quirk to me, so I can update your quirk data on the UA internal system? Sure. It's called Quirksmith. When I touch someone, I permanently copy their quirk, so long as I don't already have a copy. I can also manipulate and alter the quirks I copy. Recovery girl looked interested. What is the limit of your alteration of a quirk? My mom's quirk allows her to attract objects. I tried to alter my copy to repulse objects instead, and the quirk just kind of fell apart. There we are, quirk description updated. Although, I do have a suggestion for you. Izuku looked up. You do? Find a quirk to negate the damage from One for All. What? One for All, what's that? Never heard of it. Have you? Why am I still talking? Why can't I stop? I know about One for All. Recovery girl sighed. Who do you think treats the great lummox when he pushes himself too far? Izuku remained still as recovery girl waved her cane in front of the boy's face. I believe you've broken him. All Might. Izuku spun around to see his idol enter the nurse's office. Young Midoriya, your throw dash. Before he could continue, recovery girl rapped him with her cane. No encouraging the boy to injure himself again. Chio dash. You hear me, no more injuries. Izuku jumped up to his feet. It's fine, recovery girl is right. I need to find a quirk to reduce the damage from One for All. All Might flinched. Izuku noticed, pushing down the feeling of fear that pulled at his heart. I'm going to go now, I don't want to miss lunch. Izuku bowed in thanks to recovery girl and fled at speed. The sound of Izuku's footsteps faded, leaving recovery girl and All Might alone in the office. You. Ow. Absolute. Ow. Idiot. Ow. Recovery girl punctuated each word by hitting All Might with her cane. All Might deflated, wiping blood away from his mouth. Are you trying to give the boy a complex about his quirk? Toshinori sighed and hung his head. I know. I can't help it. Every time he mentions his quirk, all I can see is that quirk, that man. Recovery girl lowered her cane. I know I've said this time and time before. You need to consider therapy. You suffered a life-changing injury, like the rest of the faculty. Hound dog is aware of your injury dash. I'll do it. So sensitive information isn't at risk? I'm sorry, pardon? I'll do it. Turning to her computer, recovery girl began typing. I'll book you in for a session with Rio next week. Thank you, Chio. May I ask you why now? After I've asked so many times before. Toshinori balled his fist. I'm hurting him. I'm hurting Midoriya. I need to be better for him. Deku. Izuku flinched, nearly dropping his tray. Over here. It was Uraraka. Walking over to the table, Izuku slowly sat down, across from Uraraka and next to Ida, with Yaoyorozu at one side of Uraraka and the frog girl, Fu, at the other. It was you, the 50 meters, you know you can do it, Deku. Uraraka tilted her head. Yeah, your name is Deku, right? It's what Bakugo called you before the test. Izuku clammed up. Well, my name's actually Izuku. Deku is another reading of my name. Kaken, I mean Bakugo, he uses it to mean useless. Uraraka blushed. I'm so sorry. It just gave me a you can do it feeling. That is a mean thing to say, but I am not surprised considering Bakugo's conduct today. He seems unstable, Karo. Izuku resisted the instinct to tell Uraraka that it was fine for her to call him Deku. He had left Bakugo behind. He would leave Deku behind too. It's fine. You didn't know it was an insult. What about Dikairu? Yaoyorozu offered. Dikaru, wondered Izuku as he turned his head to look at the black-haired girl, noticing the sheer amount of food on her plate. If Bakugo uses Deku as an insult, take it back from him. Dikairu, I like it. It's super cute. Ida chopped the air. Bakugo really is disrespectful and arrogant. I can't hear you. You fucking extra. Izuku turned to see Bakugo sitting at the next table, eating his lunch alone. Being at UA felt so surreal. Izuku was with others while Bakugo was by himself. Don't ignore me, you fucks. A pang of pity shot through Izuku for a few moments before the memory of Bakugo punching him came to mind. Do you mind if I ask a question about your quirk, Midoriya? Izuku looked to Ida, nodding his head. I was curious if you can copy mutant-type quirks like mine. Oh, I don't actually know, but I don't think so. Izuku was taken aback with the question, still surprised that his classmates had awed at his quirk as opposed to fearing it. I was researching online. Every paper I found said that copy quirks can't handle mutant types. Sorry. Yaoyorozu placed her cutlery down, her plate empty. How many quirks do you have? Other than my own quirk. I have 6. They're all emitters. Uraraka counted on her fingers. So, 1 is the first quirk that mutated your own. 2 are mine and Bakugo's. What are the other 3? My mom's, attraction, and recovery girls heal. Oh, and 1 that analyzes quirks. Yaoyorozu was interested. Analyzing a villain's quirk would be pretty great for a hero. Izuku shuffled slightly. Well, it's not that useful in battle. It requires skin contact and reduces your awareness of your surroundings. I can't really copy too many quirks. I haven't tested yet, but I think my limit is 10. Uraraka, Ida, and Yaoyorozu chatted amongst themselves as a smile formed on Izuku's lips. All Might. Making friends, it's so much more than I could have asked for. Izuku flicked through Kokoro's 3 social media pages on his phone, searching for someone whose profile mentioned them having some kind of self-healing quirk. Unfortunately, Izuku was finding nothing. Healing quirks were rare in general, but ones that affected the holder as well were even more unheard of. Closing the social media app, Izuku instead opened his contacts list. After just one day at UA, Izuku's contacts had doubled. Yaoyorozu had given hers just before her chauffeur collected her, while Uraraka and Ida had swapped with him while they waited for the train to arrive. Uraraka and Ida had both gotten off at the last stop. The former was almost to her apartment, while the latter had to switch trains. Izuku smiled, scrolling down past his 3 new contacts, All Might and his mom to the bottom. Dad. Pressing the call symbol, Izuku held the phone to his ear. The number you have called is no longer in service. Hi, Dad. I'm sorry I haven't called in a while. I've been super busy getting ready to go to UA. Mom's been so stressed about it you'd think she was the one going. Izuku gave a hollow chuckle, holding back tears. I really miss you, Dad. I know it's selfish, but I hoped I'd wake up and you'd be there to wish me luck for school. I wish you'd come home. Whenever I ask Mom where you are, she gets really quiet. Sometimes I can hear her crying after she thinks I'm asleep. The number you have called is no longer in service. Izuku sighed, hanging up. Taking a deep breath, Izuku locked his phone and returned it to his jacket pocket. The train car Izuku was in was nearly empty, as to be expected since the UA orientation day was a Sunday. He didn't imagine the train rides being quite so relaxed from tomorrow onwards. Maybe he'd run instead. Boy, Quirkless, what do you think you're doing wearing that uniform? Izuku flinched, jumping to his feet, expecting to see someone from Aldera Middle School here to harass him. But it wasn't him they were after. It was the boy Izuku had bumped into earlier, the support student, Mikumo. He had been surrounded by 3 boys in Umbaru high uniforms. Clearly Quirkless has finally lost it. He actually thinks he got into UA. Who did you steal the uniform from, Quirkless? Yeah, like you could even afford to go there. Who's gonna pay your parents? Oh wait, you don't have any. The boys laughed, while Mikumo tried to ignore them. Izuku watched in horror and anger, for the first time seeing how cruel Quirkless discrimination was when not on the receiving end. When Bakugo and his classmates had belittled him, Izuku had just beared it with a smile, just like All Might. All the while a dark, nagging voice in his head told him he deserved it for the pain he caused his mom by being Quirkless. But now, with his training from All Might, his place at UA and his new friends, Izuku knew he hadn't deserved it. And neither did Mikumo. Small explosions issued from Izuku's palms as he slammed his fist into his other hand, allowing Bakugo's familiar motion to give him confidence. Shut up. The 3 boys looked up to see Izuku, his eyes glowing. Who the hell are you? Izuku took a step towards the boys. Someone who's telling you to shut up. Feeling Bakugo's quirk strumming in his veins, Izuku's resolve hardened. What's it to you? Is Quirkless your basket case? Oh, I get it. Quirkless must be the class pet. Gross. Someone as useless as him stealing a seat from someone worthy like us. Yeah, Quirkless cost us our place at UA. Izuku clenched his fists. Mikumo earned his place in support. You 3 would never belong at UA. The expression on the 3 boys' faces darkened, their ire turning to Izuku. Strength doesn't make a hero. A true hero is someone with a selfless heart. The argument was starting to get attention from other passengers. You 3, looking down and being vile to someone you think is weaker than you doesn't make you heroes. It makes you villains. All at once, the 3 boys exploded into action, charging at Izuku. Before Izuku could react, a weak explosion sent the 3 boys flat on their backsides. Fuck off, you losers. Bakugo glared at the 3 boys, his red eyes striking fear into them. The boys scrambled to their feet, bowing to Bakugo. We're so sorry. No, you're not. Bakugo quirked an eyebrow. You're just scared cause I can fight back. The boys fled. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck as his confidence abandoned him. Thanks, Bak Dash. Shut up, Deku. Don't think you can act like me just cause you copied my quirk. Bakugo stormed off. Anger suddenly burnt in Izuku's chest. All those years Bakugo had bullied him for being quirkless, and here he was. A regular old defender of the downtrodden. Was it just Izuku that Bakugo hated, not his former quirkless status? Had it just been a good excuse? You didn't need to take pity on me. I've put up with those 3 for years. Pulled from his thoughts, Izuku felt the fire in his chest dim. Izuku turned to Mikumo. I wasn't taking pity. Mikumo rolled his eyes. Of course you weren't, the big-shot hero student standing up for a poor little quirkless. Looking at Mikumo, Izuku saw a reflection of himself, someone who had faced the same discrimination as he had, without someone as kind as his mom to support them. In that moment Izuku made his decision. He would support Mikumo just as his mom had supported him. Izuku sat down next to Mikumo, smiling. I didn't do it out of pity. Mikumo shot him a wary look. Then why did you do it? Well, until a couple of months ago I thought I was quirkless. The breath caught in Mikumo's throat. You thought you were quirkless? Izuku nodded. Yeah, it was a bit of a shock when I started copying other people's quirks. Then, you applied to UA as a quirkless? Mikumo's hand gripped his backpack strap. You were planning to take the exam without a quirk. I was. Mikumo paused before making his decision. Do you think it's possible for someone like me to be a hero? Izuku smiled, filling Mikumo with warmth. Mikumo, you can be a hero. For the first time in years, the flicker of hope within Mikumo burnt brighter. and I'm going to help you. April 12th, 2179. See you later, Mom. Good luck today, stay safe. The door closed, leaving Inko sitting alone at the kitchen table. Inko had hoped that UA would be a clean break, that the new school would finally allow Izuku to make friends. But she certainly hadn't expected a friend over for dinner after only the orientation day. And she certainly hadn't expected the friend to look like a teenage version of the husband she hadn't seen in 6 years. It could only mean that the boy was one of his. But Inko would not hold that against the boy. After all, it meant that he and Izuku were brothers. Although, she would not be telling Izuku that. Gripping the mug of tea, Inko smiled. Watching Izuku and Mikumo poring over the latter's designs last night had reminded her of a time when Izuku was little, when they had planned to have 2 children, not 1. But times change. What has been done could not be undone. Sneakers slapped the pavement as Izuku jogged down the street, weaving past pedestrians as he made his way towards the UA campus. After breaking his arm and legs in the entrance exam, Izuku had redoubled his focus on his physical training. The more muscle mass he built, the less backlash he received from One for All. Even if Izuku did manage to find and copy a regeneration quirk, he wouldn't be able to rely on it for every punch. Morning, Midoriya. Izuku smiled and waved to Yaoyorozu as he came to a halt. Good morning, Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu nodded, slipping on her shoulder bag as the limo drove away. The 2 hero aspirants fell in step as they entered the UA campus, thankfully unaccosted by reporters due to their earliness. Do you mind if I ask you a question about your quirk? Yaoyorozu pointed at herself. My quirk? Why, yeah. Sure. Izuku smiled. I just wondered, since I saw you creating that bicycle for the long-distance run yesterday, does your quirk have a limit? On size and material composition? Yaoyorozu tapped her chin with her finger as she thought. In terms of physical size, I am limited by the area of my skin it's produced from. As for composition, I have to know the molecular structure of what I am creating. But I am also limited by the lipid content of my body. So your quirk transforms the lipids in your body into other materials, right? Yes, it is why I need to eat so much to replace it. Why do you ask? Izuku looked bashful. Oh, I was asking for a friend, really. He's part of the support course here at UA, but some of the materials he needs are beyond the budget support students are given. I see. If you introduce me, I would be glad to lend him my aid. Izuku beamed. Thanks. I'd better go get washed and changed. I'm not sure Aizawa would appreciate the unique odor I've currently got. Yaoyorozu hid a chuckle behind her hand. Sure, I will see you in the classroom. With that, Izuku set off for the changing rooms, quickly peeling off his sweaty workout gear and hopping in a shower. As he soaked under the stream of hot water, Izuku allowed his mind to drift back to what Bakugo had said the day before. Don't think you can act like me just cause you copied my quirk. It had barely bothered Izuku at the time, but hours later when he was in bed, trying and failing to sleep, it had come back to him. The second Izuku had activated explosion on the train, a wave of confidence and bravado had surged through him. After that realization, sleep had evaded Izuku entirely. Instead, Izuku had spent hours experimenting with his quirks, cataloging the effect each had on his personality. Similarly to explosion, zero gravity had boosted his confidence, while also filling him with a frank honesty. Attraction had made him nervous and even more prone to crying than he already was, while heal had augmented his compassion and protectiveness. Initially, when testing the effect of Quirksmith on his personality, Izuku had found no effect. That was until he realized the effect was an urge to analyze quirks. Finally, Izuku had tried One for All out of curiosity, finding it had no effect except odd green sparks when he held the power in his arm without using it. Drying off, Izuku pulled on his uniform, fumbling with his red tie until it looked halfway decent, albeit very short and very wide. Checking the time, Izuku's eyes widened into saucers. He was going to be late. Grabbing his back, Izuku activated attraction, pulling himself along as he raced toward the 1A homeroom. Help me make babies. Mikumo flushed red as he leapt into the air. Help, why you do what? Make babies. I was worried that was what you said. Hatsum, can you please stop referring to your projects as babies? Mikumo's head turned. It was Power Loader who had spoken. Why's that? Hatsum tilted her head in confusion. Power Loader sighed before muttering to himself. Oh God, it's going to be one of those years. Clearing his throat, Power Loader composed himself. Hatsum, why are you bothering Akatani? This is free workshop time. Hatsum nodded. Right? You never said we couldn't work together. I wanted to ask Mikumo if we could. Mikumo, eh? That's pretty forward of you. Power Loader chuckled. Fine, I'll allow it. That is if Akatani agrees, of course. Just keep the explosions to a minimum. I make no promises. Hatsum grabbed Mikumo's arm and pulled him over to her workstation. I didn't agree. Sure, that doesn't matter. Help. Power Loader smiled wryly as Hatsum dragged the poor boy off to his doom. Those two, working together, was going to be interesting to watch. I call this the wire arrow. It was my submission for the UA exam. Mikumo looked down at the invention, a silver, metal harness with 2 grapples either side, the straps red and gold. If he had to guess, Mikumo would say the grapples would be located either side of the user's stomach. It looks good, although any sudden pulling could cause the user a back injury. Maybe I should incorporate the wire arrow with chest armor, increase surface area, decrease the backlash. Why yeah, sounds like a good idea. Hatsum smiled, making a chill go down Mikumo's spine. Good, 'cause you can help me do it. Me? Help you do it? Hatsum nodded. Well, we are going to be working together. We are. Of course, silly. We're going to have to work together if you want to get that power suit of yours built in time for the sports festival. Mikumo blanched. How do you know about the power suit? I got the designs out of your bag and read them when you went to the bathroom. You stole my designs. Hatsum shook her head. It's only stealing if you take something. I put them back. But dash. Mikumo paused. He had no answer for that. So, why do you want to help me? What are you getting out of this? Hatsum beamed. She almost had him. Publicity. Think of all the support companies clamoring after me if I help you become the first ever quirkless UA hero student. What? How? What? Your designs had hero suit for my future written on each page. Mikumo wasn't satisfied. How do you know I'm quirkless? You're not S-stalking me, are you? Hatsum laughed, a wild sound that only managed to terrify Mikumo more. Of course I'm not stalking you, Hatsum paused. Which, of course, is exactly what a stalker would say. Then how do you know? The train, yesterday afternoon, I was at the other end of the carriage. My quirk, zoom, lets me see up to 5 kilometers like I'm right there. Mikumo nodded, before dropping into thought. He had known that he didn't have the time to build the entire suit by the festival. He'd been planning on focusing on the gauntlets, boots, chest armor, and visor, with the hope it would be enough. But now, with Hatsum's help, he had a chance to get it done. A chance to be a hero. Just like Midoriya had said he could be. Mikumo nodded, smiled. All right, I'm Mikumo Akatani, and I'm in. Hatsum grinned, her eyes almost looking like they were glowing. Great, I'm Mei Hatsum, your new partner. We're going to make so many babies together. From the other side of the room, Power Loader sighed. Izuku placed his backpack down next to his desk and sat down, fiddling with the hem of his gloves. The morning had dragged by, not to say that Izuku wasn't excited to have a pro hero like Midnight teaching him modern hero art history, but after the orientation day it felt almost anticlimactic. Lunch was good though, but now it was time. Hero basic training. I am coming through the door like a normal person. He's here. All Might burst through the doorway, filling the room with his sheer presence. Wow, it's still so amazing that All Might is teaching us to be heroes. Kaminari's grin was nearly as wide as Izuku's. That's his Silver Age costume. So retro, so manly. All Might flexed in front of the digital whiteboard. Hero basic training. All Might's voice rattled the windows. This is the class that'll put you through your paces. All sorts of special training will mold you into the heroes of the future. Therefore, today you shall begin with a bang. Quite literally in your case, young Bakugo. Bakugo rolled his eyes. All Might paused, allowing tension to build. Battle training. The class cheered. Izuku gulped, watching as Bakugo's grin grew disturbingly manic. And so, you will be needing these. All Might pulled a remote from his eye-searingly red costume and pressed a button. 4 racks whirred as they extended out of the far wall of the classroom, revealing 5 metal briefcases set in each rack. Using the Quirk registry and the special request forms you submitted when you applied to UA, costumes were developed for each of you, created by a design agency associated with the school. Costumes. Hell yeah. All Might cleared his throat, silencing the class with his presence. Now, once you've changed, meet me at ground beta. Now, looking spiffy is all well and good, my young zygotes. But remember, from this day on dash, you're all heroes. Izuku's heart felt like it would burst, a few stray tears leaking from the corners of his eyes. Steeling himself, Izuku wiped them away, slinging his backpack over his shoulders and grabbing his case, number 18, with his classmates. This is so exciting. I hope they got my costume right. Zero retrieved the case marked with a 13. Me too, cheered Mineta, case 19 in his grip. Look, Mineta's case is almost as tall as he is. Kaminari pointed to the struggling Mineta. Izuku watched as Mineta deflated, somehow making him look even smaller than he already was. Now, chop chop. At All Might's prompt, the rest of the class retrieved their cases and made their way towards the changing rooms, splitting by gender. Izuku set his case down next to his backpack, opening the latter to reveal a handmade costume. The costume his mother had created for him. In her words, it was her apology for not encouraging him in his pursuit of becoming a hero. But to Izuku, it symbolized something entirely different, his mother's love and support. How could he wear anything else? However, he had commissioned one piece of gear from the UA designers. After all, he didn't want to be copying the quirk of every villain he fought. Removing his UA uniform, Izuku pulled the costume on before pulling the gloves off his hands. Izuku opened his costume case. In it rested a pair of thick, white gloves with royal blue palms. Izuku had asked for the same gloves as Bakugo, allowing him to use explosion, with just one change, a thin, gold-colored membrane over his fingertip pads, allowing him to use zero gravity and heal. They're perfect. Midoriya, you're the last. Hurry up before you're late. Izuku jumped at the sound of Ida's loud voice and spun around to find the changing room empty, the door slowly swinging shut. Damn it, he must have been muttering. Pulling the gloves on and securing the wrist straps, Izuku pulled his mask and mouthguard into position before sprinting off after his classmates. At ground beta, a patient All Might waited for Class 1A to emerge from the tunnel in their costumes. As much as he wanted to conserve his time with One for All Might had to stay in his hero form. He couldn't afford to be caught off guard by a student. They're certainly taking their time. All Might coughed up blood, almost deflating in surprise. Aizawa, what are you doing here? I'm not here to check up on you if that's what you're worried about. Aizawa sighed. I'm here to keep an eye on Bakugo after his behavior yesterday. Ah yes, now I see why. The sound of many footsteps reached the 2 pro heroes before Class 1A entered ground beta, each dressed in their hero costumes. All Might scanned the gathered hero aspirants, finding it was missing young Midoriya. Where could he be? Is he absent today? Did I not notice? All Might turned his head to ask Aizawa, but found only empty space where the teacher had been. Izuku sprinted into ground beta, the horns of his mask fluttering. He wore a pale teal jumpsuit, with white strips sewn onto it, a matching ski mask, a black and white mouthguard, black elbow and knee pads, and a red utility belt, pouches filled with various supplies. All Might coughed, noting the resemblance to himself. Shall we begin, my wards? All Might smiled and struck a pose. Who's ready for some battle training? The class cheered. On the roof of a nearby building, Aizawa rolled his eyes and sighed. After all he'd done to light a fire of seriousness under this class, All Might was undermining it with one of his silly grins and a flex of his muscles. This class showed potential, definitely more than the last lot, hence their expulsion. At least this class was interesting. Especially the problem child. Of course, the problem child. The ghost of a smile slipped onto Aizawa's lips. Back on the ground, the members of Class 1A were admiring each other's costumes. Deki looking good. Izuku looked to see Uraraka approaching, her costume pink and black with large gauntlets and boots, as well as a visored helmet. The jumpsuit was skin-tight, making Izuku's cheeks flush. Why would the UA designers do that for a 15-year-old's costume? It's kind of worrying. Deki. Uraraka nodded. Like Yairose said, Dekairu is similar to Deku, but Deki is just easier to say. That's okay, right? Izuku smiled. He'd never had a non-offensive nickname before. Of course it is. Your costume L looks great too. Uraraka smiled. Thanks, it's a bit tighter than I asked for though. Mr. All Might. Turning, Izuku and Uraraka watched a silver suit of armor approach their teacher, the arm chopping the air, making it very clear that Ida was inside. Yes, young Ida? This is the same area that the entrance exam took place in. Are we going to be performing cityscape maneuvers again? All Might beamed. Absolutely not. Today you will be moving on to Step 2, Indoor Anti-Personnel Battle Training. Everyone waited on bated breath. While the vast majority of villain attacks occur outdoors, the truth is that the villains you face indoors tend to be far more dangerous and deadly. Izuku's eyes strayed to All Might's left side, looking at where he knew a starburst scar marred the number 1 hero's skin. Therefore, you'll be split into hero teams and villain teams, and face each other in a 2 versus 2 style. Unlike all your previous experience, you will be facing living, breathing, thinking opponents who can adapt to your actions organically. Now, any question? What about basic training, Karo? Does this cape look trace stylish? Are you going to threaten to expel someone like Mr. Aizawa? How are teams selected? All Might struck a pose, silencing the class. Now, one at a time. I don't have super hearing like young Jiro here. The questions were repeated, allowing All Might to listen and reply. This is your basic training. Not at all. By lots. Ida's arm reached maximum chopping speed, making Mineta duck. By lots. Is that really the best way? In the real world, we won't get to choose who you team up with. You just have to adapt. Right you are, young Midoriya? Izuku blanched. I said that out loud. All Might drew a sheet of paper. Listen up. The villains will be hiding a nuclear weapon in the hideout building, and the heroes have to go in and take care of it. Each round is 15 minutes long. If the heroes capture their opponents or touch the bomb, they win. If the villains capture their opponents or run out the clock, they win. Understood? The class murmured in agreement. All Might clapped his hands together, the sound almost deafening. Excellent. Now let's draw teams. Producing a box with the hole on the top, All Might passed it around the class, each member taking a white ping-pong ball from it, a letter from A to J written on them. Izuku turned his ping-pong ball around, reading the letter A. He just hoped he wasn't paired with Bakugo. Or worse, fighting Bakugo. Looks like we're a team, Midoriya. We are dash. Izuku's brain overheated at the sight of Yairozu's hero costume. Or lack thereof. Izuku averted his eyes. Why Yairozu? Where's the rest of your costume? Aren't you cold? Yairozu shrugged. I need the exposed skin for my quirk to work, although it was supposed to have a pair of shorts. Don't worry, Yairozu. I love your costume. Want to switch teams, Midoriya? Be quiet, you pervert. See, you slapped Mineta with her tongue. Thank you, Azui. Yairozu smiled at Tsuyu, but shifted uncomfortably nonetheless. Call me Tsuyu. A zipper, Izuku exclaimed suddenly. Yairozu tilted her head. A zipper? Why yeah, that way you can unzip it when you need to make something. Traitor. Mineta glared at Izuku, earning himself another tongue slap from Tsuyu. That's not a bad idea. Thank you, Midoriya. Why, you're welcome. The first match will be. All Might pull the ball out of 2 different boxes. Team G versus Team C. Hyokujiro and Tenya Ida will be the heroes. Denki Kaminari and Minoru Mineta will be the villains. Kaminari turned to Mineta and gave him a thumbs up, before being surprised to see the small boy glaring at him. Team C, head on into the building. You have 5 minutes before the heroes begin their assault. Heroes begin. Mineta removed another ball from his scalp, completing the line of spheres across the doorway to the bomb room. Closing the doors, they stuck in place against the balls, before another line was placed along the seam between the doors. Oi, stop ignoring me. Kaminari waved his arm wildly. Jiro and the glasses guy are already in the building, and we haven't discussed strategy yet. Here's a strategy for you, follow mine. What's your problem with me? Kaminari grabbed Mineta's shoulder. Hey, shorty, I'm talking to you. Mineta spun around, punching Kaminari in the kneecap. Don't call me that. What the hell was that for? Kaminari hopped around the room, holding his leg. Shut up. You're pretty strong for someone so small. Mineta growled, punching Kaminari's other knee. Shut up, moron. Hey, don't call me that. Kaminari continued to hop around the room, alternating his leg each time. Finally stopping, Kaminari rubbed his now aching knees, glaring at Mineta. You've got no right. All you do is go around leering at the girls. Like you're any better. There's a difference between flirting and just being a pervert. You make them uncomfortable. What's wrong with me showing my appreciation of them? Kaminari snorted. 'Cause it's creepy the way you do it. And what are you, Casanova? Mineta retorted. You got shut down by Jiro and Ishido just this morning. Pathetic. Pathetic. Kaminari jabbed his finger in Mineta's shoulder. Well, I'm not the one the whole class hates. Even Midoriya gives you a wide berth, and he's an absolute cinnamon roll. Mineta's face flushed red with anger. Then at least they're noticing me. That made Kaminari pause. You're a pervert to get attention? Of course I do. What else have I got? I'm 3.5 feet tall and wearing armor that looks like a diaper. Kaminari had no reply for that. I didn't even ask for it. You know, they added it to improve the appeal of my childlike appearance. Do you know how embarrassing that is? I'm 15. My entire life I have been mocked and dismissed because of my height. I'm so short, I'm not even allowed on roller coasters. Just last week, someone asked me if I was excited to be starting middle school. Kaminari shrugged his shoulders, trying to deflate the situation. Surely you're just a late bloomer. Maybe you'll have a growth spurt soon. Mineta snorted in disbelief. Sure, maybe then I can be 4 feet tall instead. Hey, I'm just trying to cheer you up. I don't need your pity. I'm not pitying you. Mineta glared at Kaminari. Of course you are, pitying me and my weak quirk, like yours is any better. Kaminari recoiled. My quirk is weak. All you can do is stick a few balls to the door. I'm the lightning rod badass. Jiro continued to listen in on Team C's argument, enjoying the show those two idiots were putting on. They're an absolute mess, though Mineta has stuck the door shut though. Ida nodded. I shall smash through the door with a kick and capture those bickering ne'er-do-wells. Jiro smothered a laugh at Ida committing to his role before removing her earphone jack from the wall. Ida, you go in first, grab Kaminari and stick him to some of Mineta's balls. Wow, I feel gross just saying that. Ida frowned. How so? Ida, so pure. Jiro smirked. I'll take the purple pervert. Team G set off for the 4th floor, the sound of muffled shouting reaching Jiro's enhanced ears on the 2nd floor and Ida's on the 3rd. Reaching the door to the bomb room, Jiro and Ida could hear every word Mineta and Kaminari were yelling at each other. Ready, Ida? The armored teen nodded in reply, before igniting his engines and launching a kick directly at the doors. They smashed off their hinges, still stuck together, as Ida landed in the room, finding it empty apart from the bomb. Those dastardly villains must have run off in fear of us. Ida made to walk towards the bomb and claim their victory. He couldn't. His feet were stuck. Looking down, Ida saw purple balls stuck to the floor of the entire room. Jiro, it's a trap. Like those two idiots are that dangerous. Jiro made her way into the room, before extending an earphone jack and plugging it into the wall. Now, Kaminari dropped from the wall above the doorway, a purple sphere stuck to the inside of his palm, before grabbing the wire of Jiro's earphone jack, sticking them together. Indiscriminate shock. 5,000 volts. Electricity ran up Jiro's earphone jack, shocking her and sending her to the ground. Mineta let go of the spheres stuck to the wall above the doorway, landing and throwing 5 spheres at Ida, sticking them in a line up his back. Kaminari smiled. Turns out Mineta's balls dash. Mineta sniggered. Are really good at conducting my electricity. Kaminari slammed his hand down on one of the spheres stuck to the floor. Indiscriminate shock. 10,000 volts. The lightning surged through the spheres, jumping from one to the next and up Ida's back. Ida groaned and fell backwards, his armor smoking. The speakers in the building crackled into life. Villains win. In the basement surveillance room, the gathered members of Class 1A watched as Team G and Team C entered, the former commiserating and the latter celebrating. All Might clapped his hands together. Can anyone offer any suggestions on why the villains won? Ears and glasses underestimated them. Correct you are, young Bakugo, although you would do well to refer to your classmates with respect. TCH, when they earn it. All Might paused, wasn't really sure how to respond to that. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Yes, young Yaoyorozu. All Might pointed to the girl, seeing an out from the awkwardness Bakugo had created. While Team C's plan did actually work, if Jiro had used her quirk to scan the building again before Ida entered, they would have discovered the trap. Hence, Mineta's strategy required a lapse in judgment a pro hero would not make. Kaminari's attack required Jiro to not heed Ida's warning of a trap. An excellent point. All Might beamed. The teen had said it even better than he could. Who do you think should be the MVP of the match? Yaoyorozu tapped her chin. The MVP should be Ida. What? Ida was taken aback. He kept his head throughout the match and acted to the best of his ability and information he had been given. All Might gave a thumbs up. Well said, young Yaoyorozu. The MVP of match 1 is young Ida. A smattering of applause sounded for a shocked Ida, with Uraraka and Izuku the loudest among them. Now on to match 2. Team B versus Team I. Toru Hagakure and Shoto Todoroki will be the heroes. Mizo Shoji and Masahiro Ojiro will be the villains. Teams B and I left the surveillance room, chatter breaking out among the students. Ida breaking off to approach Izuku and Uraraka, while Jiro moved to stand with Thu and Yaoyorozu. Mineta, what you said during our fake argument, that was made up, right? Yeah, it was. Mineta walked away, leaving Kaminari standing alone. Jiro watched as Mineta melted into the background. His heartbeat, Mineta lied. Tsu followed Jiro's line of sight and tilted her head. Karo, how do you think we should do this, Shochan? Hagakure struck a pose, appearing as nothing more than a pair of gloves and boots. Don't call me that. Todoroki remained impassive as the seconds ticked by, leaving Hagakure feeling awkward. Shouldn't we have a plan? Heroes, you may begin. Todoroki walked towards the door to the building. You should stay out here. It's going to get very cold inside. I'm not sure your costume would be well suited to it. With that, Todoroki took one step inside the building and slammed his right foot down. Ice grew out from the impact and up the building, encasing it entirely. Hagakure wrapped her arms around herself as chills seeped into her bones. Even at the distance, she was away from the building. Team B has secured the bomb. Heroes win. Hagakure sighed. This was supposed to be her first chance to actually be able to make use of her quirk. For the test the day before, she'd had to fall back on her natural abilities, which were far less impressive when compared to her classmates than she'd been expecting. The MVP should be Todoroki. In a real-life situation, a hero should do all they can to end the fight as quickly as possible. A villain attack isn't a chance to show off. It's about protecting civilians from harm. Right you are, young Midoriya. The MVP of match 2 is young Todoroki. Hagakure's gloved fists tightened as she stood next to Todoroki in the surveillance room. This was supposed to have been her chance to show off, to establish herself as a budding hero in training, an honest, ditzy girl with no hidden depths. It was vital that she do so. Her mission depended on it. Team J begin. Shiro and Sato entered the building, covering each other's backs as they made their way up to the top floor. Sato produced a sugar capsule from his belt and swallowed it as he walked towards the closest window. Grabbing the frame, Sato pulled the window clean from the wall, setting it down on the floor. Zero, you're up. Right. Climbing through the hole in the wall, Zero jumped out into the open air as he fired his tape, latching onto the outside wall and swinging. Starting from the top floor, Zero checked each window as he swung around the building. Found them. Third floor, room at the northeast of the building. A reply came via the microtransceiver in Zero's ear. Understood. Meet me back on the top floor. Zero angled his arm and fired, his swing giving him the height to slip in through the hole where the window used to be. Are they both with the bomb? Zero nodded. Yeah, Aoyama is hiding to the side of the door, ready to ambush. Then we'll have to make our own door. Where's the bomb? Corner of the building, Koda's directly in front of it. Sato paused, thinking. I'll smash in via the ceiling, away from the bomb so it doesn't get damaged. You swing in through a window at the same time. I'll wrap up Aoyama. You should take Koda. You're about the same size. Good idea. You wait here, and I'll let you know when I'm in position. Zero nodded in agreement. Got it. Sato made his way down to the fourth floor and found the correct room, moving to stand at the opposite corner from where the bomb sat in the room below. Sato activated his microtransceiver. I'm in position. I'll head out now. Give me 20 seconds, then go in. Sato made a grunt of agreement, taking another sugar capsule and steeling himself. Go. Sato slammed his fist down on the floor below him, landing in shower of rubble and dust. Grabbing a smashed section of floor, Sato held it up, blocking a shot from Aoyama's naval laser. Using his enhanced strength, Sato hurled the concrete block at Aoyama, forcing him to dodge and stopping him from firing again. Zero smashed through the window, firing off 3 strands of tape, sticking Aoyama to the wall. Zut! Zero skidded to a halt next to Sato as the two turned to face Koda, only to be met by the sight of 2 bears protecting him and the bomb. Bears. Zero took a step back. Sato nodded. Bears. Zero sighed. That's not good. The bear on the left charged at Zero, forcing him to swing out of the way, while Sato met the other bear head-on, entering a battle of strength. Sticking to the wall, Zero aimed at the left bear. Koda spoke. Lefty, dodge the tape. The newly named Lefty avoided Zero's tape. 5 minutes remaining. The sound of All Mights rattled the room, drowning out Koda's next set of orders. Zero landed back on the floor and fired again at Lefty twice. Each strand was dodged, but the bear didn't attack. Why didn't it attack? It couldn't, because it couldn't hear Koda. That's it. Sato, open the doors. Sato punched the other bear, forcing it back, before glancing at his partner. Really? I've got a plan. Sato paused for a second before nodding. On it. Aiming an arm at each bear, Zero prepared to fire as Sato heaved the doors open. Lefty, righty, dodge the tape. Zero suddenly changed target with his left arm, aiming at Koda and firing. The strand of tape wrapped around Koda's mouth, silencing the already very quiet boy. Turning his focus back to the bears, Zero fired a short burst of tape either side of Lefty and righty, watching as they both dodged away from it, as Koda tried in vain to remove the tape over his mouth. Continuing to fire, Zero pushed the 2 bears further and further back as they dodged his tape, until they moved all the way back into the corridor. Now, Sato slammed the doors shut, holding them there as Zero taped it securely. Turning back to Koda, Zero fired 2 final strands of tape, binding the mock villain's hands and feet. Villain team is captured. Bomb secured. Heroes win. Izuku watched on as the MVP of the match was debated among the class, while teams J and F stood at the front of the surveillance room. Koda should be MVP. It's impressive where he got those bears from. Yeah, I'm kind of worried that Yue has bears so nearby. Nah, Sato was better. He's so strong. How about moi? Was I the MVP? No one answered. Zero should be the MVP. The class turned to look at Izuku. Feeling fear seeping into his bones at suddenly having the entire class attention, Izuku called on Quirk's base, feeling Tokusai's confidence in his analytical ability wash it away. Zero was the most able to adapt. The plan he and Sato had went to pieces, but he deduced Koda's weakness and exploited it. Yayarosa spoke up. But isn't it the same as match 1? Zero was just lucky that it worked. Match 1 was totally different. Their Team C's plan relied on being underestimated, something no pro hero should do. Izuku paused. But Zero's plan wasn't luck. In a real battle, there's always going to be plenty of loud noises. Well said, young Midoriya. All Might flashed a toothy smile. Young Zero, you are the MVP of match 3. With the focus of the class shifting back to All Might, Izuku released his hold on Quirk's base, breathing a sigh of relief. The next match will be Team H versus Team E. Izuku crossed his fingers, hoping that Bakugo was on one of those two teams. The last thing he wanted to do on his first proper day at UA was to fight his former friend. Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui will be the heroes. The villains shall be Ochako Uraraka and Mina Ashido. Izuku cursed whatever power had decided to have him fight Bakugo. Heroes, you may commence. Tsuyu tilted her head. He's so loud. Tokoyami nodded in agreement as Dark Shadow carried him up to the 3rd floor. Think how Jiro must feel. Clambering up the wall of the building, Tsuyu made a sound of agreement. Try this window, Karo. As Dark Shadow kept him in place, Tokoyami pulled on the window, opening it. The two heroes in training slipped in through the window, careful not to make any loud noises. Let's split up and search this floor first. Dark Shadow returned to its resting place inside Tokoyami. Radio if you find them. With that, Team H went their separate ways. Tsuyu strained her ears as she made her way down the same corridor for what felt like the 4th time. She was lost. A shout sounded from behind, prompting Tsuyu to turn. Ashido was sliding towards her on acid at high speed. Tsuyu dodged Ashido as she flew past, the pink girl's hand brushing her ear. Ashido continued to slide on and around the corner. Need to get back to Ochako. Hearing Ashido's statement to herself, Tsuyu bounded after her. Tokoyami, I'm following Ashido. She's on her way back to the bomb room. No reply. Reaching up to touch her microtransceiver, Tsuyu found it missing. Ashido must have knocked it out on her way past. Tsuyu didn't have time to go back and look for it. She'd have to do without. At the other side of the building, Tokoyami was repeatedly attempting to contact his teammate, with no success. He had found the bomb room pretty quickly. Uraraka and Ashido had made it so obvious Tokoyami was surprised there wasn't a sign on the wall outside. Azui wasn't replying. Tokoyami could only think of 2 reasons why. She was fighting either Uraraka or Ashido, or she had already lost. Making his decision, Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow and smashed through the wall of the bomb room. Uraraka was standing at the opposite side of the room, the papier-mâché bomb floating behind her. Between them, rubble from a broken pillar hung in the air. Pressing her finger to her ear, Uraraka spoke. Mina, Tokoyami is in the bomb room. Tokoyami sighed. It was a trap. Uraraka agreed with Ashido's reply and turned her attention to Tokoyami. Dark Shadow rushed at Uraraka, who struck a floating section of rubble right at Tokoyami, returning its gravity at the last section. Tokoyami called Dark Shadow back to him, using it to shield himself. 2 more concrete projectiles fired at Tokoyami, forcing him to dodge one and block the other. He was stuck on the defensive. Every time he got any ground, Uraraka would force him back again. All Tokoyami could do was wait for her to make a mistake. 5 minutes later, it came. One of Uraraka's projectiles went wide, hitting the outside wall, allowing Tokoyami to charge at Uraraka, using Dark Shadow as a shield. The outside wall where the projectile hit crumbled, allowing light to flood into the room. The sudden change in light level startled Dark Shadow, forcing him back inside Tokoyami, leaving the hero in training open to a projectile. Tokoyami grunted as the rubble struck him in the chest, driving the air from his lungs and knocking him to the ground. Capture tape wrapped around Tokoyami, binding his arms and legs. Sorry, Tokoyami. Gravity left Tokoyami before Uraraka threw him out of the hole in the wall, leaving him floating in the blinding sunlight. He had lost. Time's up. The villains have defended the bomb. Team E wins. Tokoyami was still floating in the air 5 minutes later when Uraraka returned with Zero in tow. A strand of tape attached to Tokoyami before being pulled back, taking the teen with it. Sorry about that, Tokoyami. Capture tape removed. Tokoyami landed back on solid ground as Uraraka returned his gravity. Tokoyami bowed his head. There is no need to apologize, Uraraka. You bested me. But I do have the question. Tokoyami, Uraraka, and Zero set off for the surveillance room. Shoot. The wall. Why did it collapse then? Dark Shadow deflected a number of your projectiles into the walls before that. Uraraka beamed, bouncing on the balls of her feet. I asked Mina to weaken it with her acid during our setup time. Tokoyami nodded as he processed the information. Uraraka, you should be the MVP. You figured out my weakness and exploited it. Uraraka was flustered. No, and not at all. It was Mina's idea to split the two of you up like that. In the end, Tokoyami was proven right. Uraraka was declared the MVP of the match, in time for the final battle to begin. Izuku was standing outside the training building, next to Yaoyorozu, trying to keep himself calm. You do not need to be so worried. Yaoyorozu placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. All Might is a far less demanding teacher compared to Mr. Aizawa. It's not that. Izuku paused. It's facing Kaken, I mean Bakugo. All my life, every time I've stood up to him, I've ended up losing. Then change that. Beat him. Today, right here, right now. Izuku clenched his fists, calling on the confidence explosion provided. You're right. I can't live in his shadow any longer. Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the fire that had suddenly burst into existence within Izuku. We need a plan. Izuku slipped straight into analysis mode. Bakugo will come straight for me. He wants to prove he's stronger than me. He knows you have super strength, right? Izuku chuckled, breaking the tension he was feeling. Yaoyorozu smiled. Not literally stronger. He wants to prove his quirk is stronger than mine. Besides, super strength isn't that impressive these days. Who doesn't know someone with super strength? Like Sato. Not quite. Most strength quirks only provide a passive boost, double or triple the holder's base strength. Sato has to consume sugar to activate his strength, but what he was doing earlier was more like 6 times or 5 times boost if I'm underestimating Sato's base strength dash. Izuku looked up at the sound of giggling. It was Yaoyorozu, with her hand over her mouth. You were distracting me from worrying about Bakugo. Yaoyorozu nodded. Of course, there was no way you'd be able to focus while stressing like that. You seem to enjoy analyzing quirks. Besides, I find what you say quite insightful. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up. Normally, I just get told to stop muttering. I'm going to need your muttering if we're going to come up with a plan to beat Bakugo and Kirishima. Izuku nodded. Right? So Bakugo will come for me straight away. That's your chance to slip away. Yaoyorozu nodded. Bakugo will leave Kirishima to guard the bomb. He is pretty straightforward. I doubt he will make any attempt at setting traps. I don't think he'd consider traps very manly. Yaoyorozu laughed again, making Izuku smile. He wasn't used to laughter not being at his expense. I was watching Kirishima at the test yesterday. His hardening doesn't apply to his whole body. Yaoyorozu nodded. Then I need to overwhelm his defenses. A flurry of rapid strikes could be faster than Kirishima could adapt to. Izuku nodded in agreement. You have weapons training? Of course, I am trained in Bojutsu mainly, but I am proficient with many other weapons as well. Izuku suddenly felt very small. His combat skills were pretty much limited to aim and punch, as well as a few basic throws. What is your plan for fighting Bakugo? Izuku shrugged slightly. I'm not really sure, not without breaking my bones again. Yaoyorozu looked confused. You copied his quirk, you can at least match his power. Not really. When I copy someone's quirk, it manifests as it did when they first received it. My copy of Bakugo's quirk is little more than spark right now. I've still got a lot of training to do to improve it. But yesterday, the explosion you used when you threw the ball, that wasn't too different from Bakugo's. Izuku was panicking internally, searching for something to say that wouldn't reveal the existence of One for All. All right, I did. My quirk is kind of hard to explain. We still have 5 minutes before the match starts. Rubbing the back of his head, Izuku nodded, covering his internal screaming. The first quirk I copied. It's less power amplification and more like a stockpile of power. I can use it to enhance my body. It can also enhance my quirks for a few seconds, but I've not really explored that yet. Oh, and I can only use one active quirk at a time. Passive quirks don't count. Stockpile is the only passive quirk I have. Yayarosa nodded. You were right. Your quirk is complex. I know. I'm still working trying to understand it. You said yesterday you used to think you were quirkless. When did your quirk manifest? Izuku blushed again. It was the day of the entrance exam. The entrance exam? Yayarozu questioned in disbelief. So you were trying to get in without a quirk? Why yeah, they removed the rule disallowing quirkless applicants a few years ago. Yayarozu smiled at Izuku. You know, I thought you were pretty shy, but to go into the UA entrance exam without a quirk is pretty courageous. For the third time in as many minutes, Izuku's cheek lit up like he had a furnace in his mouth. Thanks. And reckless. Izuku stammered. IIWL-. Team A, you may begin. Yayarozu watched as Izuku's entire manner suddenly changed, the green-haired pulling his mask over his face and putting his mouthguard in place. Izuku looked to Yayarozu. Let's go. Ignoring the main door, Izuku and Yayarozu moved to the side of the building. Can you use Uraraka's quirk to float me up to a window? Izuku shook his head, making the ears of his mask flop around. Uraraka gave me some tips, but I haven't managed to increase my weight limit beyond 15 kilograms yet. Frowning, Izuku looked over to see Yayarozu repressing laughter. What's wrong? Yayarozu shook her head. Nothing. Right, I have an idea, but I need some rope. Then you'll have some rope. Yayarozu held her palm out to Izuku, creating 10 meters of rope in seconds. Izuku coiled the rope around his shoulder and nodded. Thanks. Activating attraction, Izuku pulled on the building, his comparatively much smaller mass sending him flying up, allowing him to catch himself on a windowsill. Opening the window, Izuku slipped inside and threw the rope back down to Yayarozu. Izuku kept watch as his partner climbed the rope, helping her through the window when she reached the top. Pulling the rope up, Izuku coiled it diagonally around his torso in case it was useful later. This place has lots of blind corners. We need to watch out. Yayarozu created 2 heavy, ornate mirrors, clearly made of some kind of metal, handing one to Izuku and keeping the other for herself. Team A set off down the corridor, working together to check around each corner before making a turn. Izuku clenched the mirror in his hand. There was no way he could use one for all. He still couldn't regulate its power. 100% would kill anyone who didn't have some kind of physical resistance. So, all he had was explosion, zero gravity, and attraction. It would have to be enough. Izuku heard it before he saw it. Bakugo leaping out from a corridor, an explosion already blossoming from his palm. Pulling on the wall behind himself, Izuku shot back to where his partner stood, leaving Bakugo's attack to disperse in empty air. Like Izuku had predicted, Bakugo had completely ignored Yayarozu, gunning for his former friend instead. Yayarozu, go now. Pausing for a few seconds before nodding, Yayarozu turned and ran, away from Bakugo and Izuku. Nice dodge, Deku. Izuku watched carefully, ready to go on the defensive as Bakugo stood and turned towards him. That was Annie's quirk, right? Bakugo's eyes bored into Izuku. I guess it's just like you then, not as weak as it looks. Izuku was confused. Was Bakugo complimenting him? It'll make me look that much stronger when I crush you. I'm going to mess you up, but not just enough for you to be disqualified. There was the kaken that Izuku knew and tolerated. Bakugo charged at Izuku, right hand aimed right at his head. Twisting, Izuku grabbed Bakugo's outstretched arm, negating 15 kilograms of the boy's weight, and flipped him over, smashing him into the floor hard enough to crack the tiles. Izuku raised his guard. You always lead with your right. Deku, you read my fucking moves? Bakugo pushed himself into a crouch, glaring at Izuku. I never had a quirk, so I analyzed the quirks of the pro heroes I looked up to. Izuku was vibrating with tension. At some point, half his mask had been ripped away. You were in that notebook, the one you blew up. I looked up to you. We were friends once. Fuck you, Deku. Bakugo launched himself at Izuku again, kicking off the wall to flip over his opponent. Calling on attraction again, Izuku pulled on Bakugo's gauntlets, slamming him down into the floor. Bakugo growled as he pushed himself back to his feet. What the fuck was that? I negated part of your weight earlier. That makes you lighter than me. Still relying on antis and round faces quirks? Use mine, so I can prove I'm better than you, Deku. A hot feeling in Izuku's chest rose to a crescendo before the dam burst. Stop calling me that. Izuku charged one for all into his left arm and released the weak explosion, barely more than a few sparks, supercharged by All Might's power to larger than one of Bakugo's regular explosions. The large fireball nailed Bakugo in the chest before the other boy could react, sending him tumbling away. Wincing, Izuku flexed his arm experimentally. He hadn't broken it since he hadn't hit anything and had only used a weak explosion, but he'd definitely given it a rattling. He could probably only do that again once or twice before he broke his arm. I'm not Deku. Launching himself at Bakugo, Izuku suddenly pulled himself to the ceiling, kicking off it and pulling himself back down behind Bakugo, kicking him in the back. Not anymore. Sparks danced around Izuku's palms as he glared at Bakugo. I'm Deku no more. Releasing zero gravity's hold over Bakugo, Izuku rushed at the other boy as he was caught off balance by his weight suddenly increasing. What I said about not trying to compete. Izuku placed his palms against Bakugo's chest before releasing two weak explosions, sending Bakugo flying onto his back. I take it back. I'm going to crush you. Bakugo growled in frustration, igniting his palms to propel him backwards and give himself some space. He had underestimated Deku. As the dust cleared, Bakugo prepared himself to launch at Izuku, but found the corridor empty instead. The coward had run away. Releasing a roar of rage, Bakugo sprinted away in the direction he assumed Izuku had gone. After a few seconds had passed, the window slid open, allowing Izuku to climb back into the building. Taking a few deep breaths, Izuku re-centered himself. He had let Bakugo get under his skin. The other boy wouldn't make the mistake of underestimating him again. Pulling his ruined hood off, Izuku let his mouth guard fall to rest on his collarbones. Careful not to make too much noise, Izuku set off after Bakugo. He had to keep him distracted to give Yaoyorozu the time to beat Kirishima and secure the bomb. Momo moved her mirror out, using it to survey the bomb room. Kirishima was pacing in front of the bomb, clearly on edge. No doubt Bakugo wasn't communicating, too focused on Midoriya to think critically. Lowering the mirror, Momo created a metal staff, hardened steel to match Kirishima's quirk. She cursed the fact she had not mastered the tear gas and smokescreen grenades yet. They were still liable to go off the second she created them. A hand suddenly smashed through the wall, grabbing for Momo. Acting on instinct, she twisted her body and brought her staff down, the force great enough that anyone without a quirk like Kirishima's would now have a broken wrist. A pained grunt sounded before the hand retracted. Falling back, Momo moved into a defensive position, waiting for Kirishima to make his new move. The wall burst into a spray of rubble as Kirishima smashed through it, his arms hardened. Creating a circular shield to protect herself from the rubble, Momo charged at Kirishima, bashing him with it. The shape of Kirishima's hardened face appeared in the shield, the metal buckled and bent. Planting her foot, Momo spun on it, slamming the edge of the shield into Kirishima's chest. The red-haired boy wheezed as the air was knocked out of him, his hardening failing under the amount of damage he had taken. Capitalizing on Kirishima's broken guard, Momo drove one end of her staff into the same spot on the red-haired boy's chest, sending him stumbling back through the hole in the wall. Pressing her advantage, Momo delivered a flurry of strikes with her staff, each one targeting a different part of Kirishima's body, forcing him to constantly switch where he hardened. With one final strike, Momo smashed the end of her weapon into Kirishima's knee. Momo was winded from the effort. You can switch your hardening faster than I can hit you. Kirishima dropped to one knee before cheering. Momo paused. Of everything she was expecting her opponent to do, this was not on the list. Standing, Kirishima hardened both his forearms and charged at Momo. Swinging her staff, Momo barely managed to block Kirishima's forearms. I thought I would only be able to go all out on Midoriya since you don't have a physical quirk. Kirishima hardened his fingers, holding his hand with a flat palm, before chopping clean through Momo's staff. But you're way stronger than I was expecting. The dark-haired teen blocked a hardened punch with one half of her staff, now reduced to a baton in each hand. Momo took a step back, swinging her batons. I would not want it any other way. Izuku was starting to regret including sneakers in his hero costume. He had been following Bakugo, waiting for an opening to launch a sneak attack. And then his sneaker had decided to squeak, alerting Bakugo to his presence. All this had led Izuku to where he was now, standing with a blown-out wall behind him, a 3-story drop waiting for him to make one wrong move. You've been laughing at me behind my back this whole time. Bakugo fired an explosion. Izuku dodged. More of the wall was blown away. Hiding that broken-ass quirk of yours. Izuku used attraction to pull himself out of the way of another explosion. Do you really think I would hide a quirk? Izuku snapped back at Bakugo. I wanted a quirk more than anything else, to not be mocked and derided for something I couldn't control. You're lying. Stop looking down at me. Izuku sighed. Bakugo was beyond reason. The next explosion came faster than Izuku could fully dodge, clipping him and nearly sending him out into the void, if not for a well-placed pull from attraction. The sweat glands of my palms secrete some sort of nitroglycerin. That's how my explosions work, although I'm sure you know all about that, quirk thief. Bakugo raised one of his gauntlets at Izuku, pulling the handle backwards, arming it. If the support idiots honored my request, then this has been storing up sweat since this started. All Might's voice boomed through the speakers. Bakugo, don't do it. You could kill him. Only if he doesn't move. Bakugo pulled the pin. A massive explosion surged at Izuku, ready to consume him. Young Midoriya. The students of Class 1A watched the video monitors with bated breath. All Might activated the microphone. Young Midoriya, are you okay? Todoroki noticed the panicked tone to All Might's voice, beyond what was expected for a teacher. The monitors swapped to an angle from inside the building, behind where Bakugo was standing, his outline visible through the smoke and debris-filled air. Bakugo, stand down. The match is paused. All Might had gripped the microphone so tightly it had bent. This did not escape Todoroki's attention either. The dust slowly settled, allowing the class to see Bakugo properly, standing at the edge of the building, Izuku nowhere to be seen. Where's Deki? Momo and Kirishima had stopped their fight before All Might's announcement, the massive explosion worrying both of them. Do you think Midoriya is okay? Kirishima rubbed his forearm awkwardly. Momo gave a worried sigh. I do not know. I hope he is safe. Bakugo doesn't do things by halves, does he? Raising her eyebrows, Momo turned her head towards Kirishima. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck. All right, but he is pretty strong. Strength doesn't make a hero. Back in the surveillance room, All Might made a decision. Young Ida, please run and get Recovery Girl. Ida charged up his engines. Yes, Mr. All Might. I am fine, I can go on. All Might activated the microphone. Young Midoriya, are you okay? I got out of the way. Grunting with exertion, Izuku pulled himself up a rope, the same rope he'd tied around his body 10 minutes earlier. Izuku gave a small smile, muttering to himself, Thank you, Yaoyorozu. Reaching the top of the rope, Izuku gripped the mirror the rope was tied to, buried deep into the concrete of the wall. The concrete around the mirror suddenly crumbled, forcing Izuku to pull on the building with attraction, lifting himself up to grab the edge of the building, the rope falling to the ground below. Releasing a sigh of relief, Izuku clambered up and into the building, revealing his burnt and ruined costume. The elbow guards were completely gone, blown off, along with the torso of the jumpsuit, the material hanging around his waist, revealing Izuku's bare chest. Young Midoriya, are you safe? Izuku nodded, before realizing All Might was speaking over the Tannoy. I mean, yes, I am. Bakugo growled. Young Bakugo, if you use that attack again, I will be forced to disqualify your team and declare team of the winners. Sure, whatever. Izuku sighed. That wasn't encouraging. Well then, the match shall recommence. Go. Come at me, shitty Deku. Pulling to one side, Izuku moved behind Bakugo, launching a kick. I'm not falling for that. Bakugo ignited an explosion in his left palm, spinning his body out of the way of Izuku's kick before delivering one of his own. Izuku rolled away, forcing himself to a stop. Get up and fight me. Tightening his fist, Izuku pulled himself towards the wall, reaching out with both hands. With a mix of his natural strength and twin explosions from his palms, at the right angle, Izuku launched a powerful kick at Bakugo. Firing off an explosion, Bakugo tried to move out of the way, but was too late, getting clipped in the shoulder. Dropping to one knee, Bakugo glared at Izuku. Stop fucking looking down at me. Igniting both palms, Bakugo shot at Izuku. Izuku pulled on the wall behind Bakugo, surging towards the other boy. Kirishima smashed his hardened fists together. Let's get back to this. Momo nodded. Let's. Racing at Kirishima, Momo swung a baton to meet Kirishima's fist before jabbing him in the gut with her other baton. Kirishima stumbled back, closer to the bomb. You won't get the bomb. Kirishima hardened his cheek as a baton smashed into it, bending as it did. Looking at her now useless baton, Momo tossed it aside and attacked with its remaining counterpart. It bent over Kirishima's shoulder. Sending the last baton to join its twin, Momo dodged a hardened punch from Kirishima, creating a pair of thick rubber gloves around her hands, stretching up to her elbows. Lashing out with her left fist, Momo winced as it struck Kirishima's hardened chest, the thick rubber covering her hand protecting it from serious harm. Creating a new, stronger staff covered in purple crystalline powder from her left inner upper arm, Momo grabbed it with her right hand and pulled it clean from her skin. Heroes, you have 5 minutes left. I'm sorry about this, Kirishima. A flurry of blows struck Kirishima, who met each with her hardened skin until he eventually managed to chop it in two, taking one of the halves in the process. Both Momo and Kirishima threw the staff half they were holding away. Momo rushed at Kirishima with her fist. Kirishima raised his arms in an X-block, activating his quirk. It hurt. Making distance between himself and Momo, Kirishima looked down at his arms, finding them covered in red chemical burns. Checking the rest of his body, he found his bare torso covered in burns. I coated the second staff with potassium permanganate. In the right quantities, it burns the skin. Momo turned her left arm to reveal a burn where the staff had been created from. I guessed your quirk would not work if your skin was damaged. It paid off. Rushing at Kirishima, Momo swung at him, her fist slamming into the red-haired boy's forearm, his instincts betraying him. Crying out in pain at both the force of the punch and the burnt skin, Kirishima stumbled back. Dropping onto one knee again, Kirishima wasn't cheering this time. He was losing. His quirk, as weak as it was beyond his reach. Unless he went beyond. Instead of focusing his quirk on the largest possible area, Kirishima focused instead just on the small area of his knuckles, managing to harden them slightly beyond his normal level. Surging to his feet, Kirishima struck out at Yaoyorozu, hitting her rubber-armored forearms, knocking her clean off her feet. Momo stared up at her opponent. Your quirk, it's pretty strong. Kirishima was taken aback. All he'd ever been told was that his quirk was weak, not when common quirks like Steel or Shield could do what his did better. But you need better situational awareness. Momo pushed herself up, onto her knees, reaching out to touch the bomb. The heroes have secured the bomb. Team A wins. Izuku gave a sigh of relief as he came to halt, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Phew. At least I didn't break anything this time. Bakugo stared blankly ahead, unable to process All Might's announcement. I lost. Izuku took a step backwards. He knew that tone. I fucking lost. All Might, I think we might have a problem. We fucking lost. Young Bakugo, please calm down. Bakugo growled, his eyes boring into Izuku. Stop looking down at me. You hid your quirk, you mocked me. Was I not worth using your quirk on? Explosions danced in the palms of Bakugo's hands. You wouldn't use your quirk then, and now you won't acknowledge me with your full power. Bakugo raised his gauntlet, lifting the handle. Young Bakugo, no. So I'll make you use it. A supercharged explosion blossomed from Bakugo's gauntlet, surging towards Izuku. Izuku entered his quirk space. Time slowed. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stared at his quirks. He had 3 minutes to find a solution, preferably one that avoided falling 3 stories. Zero gravity is a no-go. Even if I weighed 15 kilograms less, the drop would still be potentially fatal. Explosion is the same. Even with both palms, the explosions won't be strong enough to counteract the force of Bakugo's explosion. Izuku scratched his chin. Supercharging them with one for all at his maximum would break both his arms immediately. He needed a sustained force. Attraction was too weak for it to be able to pull him back into the building, but it might be able to get him to the building at the opposite side of the road. Doing the calculations, factoring the force of Bakugo's supercharged explosion, an estimated weight of the building and the width of the average road, Izuku sighed. Izuku sighed. Even with zero gravity, as well I would hit the ground before I could cross the distance. That left Izuku with 2 options. Use one for all in his legs, breaking them, and jump to the opposite building. Use attraction to pull a nearby piece of rubble into the path of the explosion to shield himself. Putting the first option on the back burner, Izuku began to troubleshoot the second. The first, and largest, problem was the weight of the rubble. By Izuku's calculations, factoring in the average density of concrete and an estimated volume, any piece large enough to shield him was so close to his own weight it would require multiple pulls and time he didn't have. The second problem was that a single piece of rubble would not be able to shield Izuku entirely. He'd have to use attraction to pull himself back into the building, and even then, that might not be enough. This plan would require unlikely amounts of luck to work. An amount of luck Izuku wasn't comfortable with. Izuku's eyes drifted to the representation of One for All. Its structure was far more complex than any other quirk he had, even Quirksmith. It was almost like it was 2 quirks in one. Izuku's eyes widened. It is 2 quirks. That meant that merging quirks was possible. This changes everything we know about quirks. But Izuku didn't have time to think about that. Expanding attraction and zero gravity, Izuku took a deep breath and pinched the node that represented attraction's weight limit, equal to the holder's own weight. Pulling, a strand of light appeared from the node, leading to Izuku's fingers. Reaching out with his other hand, Izuku snapped the strand within zero gravity that led to its own weight limit node. Plucking the loose end of the strand, Izuku moved the 2 strands, one green, one pink, towards each other. The 2 strands bonded together, glowing with silver light at the joint. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the quirks would. Attraction and zero gravity began to denature. No, this has to work. Panic surged through Izuku's veins as the nodes began to fade, the strands between them loosening. With one last desperate idea, Izuku called on One for All through the mental representation of his arms and plunged one into each quirk. Light blue lightning surged down Izuku's arms and into the quirks, crackling all around them. A flash of bright light forced Izuku to look away, only dimming after a full 10 seconds. Blinking the spots in his eyes away, Izuku turned his head back to attraction and zero gravity. The 2 quirks were gone. In their place was a single quirk, larger than any of his other copied quirks, colored silver. I did it. Izuku smiled. Reaching out with one of his aching arms, Izuku activated Tokusiai's quirk. Slingshot, created by Izuku Midoriya, aged 15, on April 12, 2179. Type, emitter. Compound of attraction and zero gravity. Allows the holder to manipulate a maximum of 4 objects below their weight limit with their mind. That was unexpected. The merged quirk had mutated, more into a moderately powerful form of telekinesis than attraction of small objects and minor gravity manipulation. More than the sum of its parts. Izuku smiled. Returning to the real world, Izuku activated Slingshot for the first time, pulling on the 4 largest pieces that were below his weight limit, 116 kilograms. It was higher than Izuku expected for the composite of the 2 quirks, as attraction had used his weight, 81 kilograms, and the limit he had cultivated with 0 gravity had been 15 kilograms. Izuku moved the 4 blocks of concrete between himself and the explosion, creating a shield. The fireball struck Izuku's shield, shattering the concrete and forcing him back. As the dust settled, Izuku glanced over his shoulder to see he was at the absolute edge of the building, the heel of his back foot overhanging. You'll have to try harder than that. Izuku leveled a stare at an enraged Bakugo. Bakugo roared with rage, his hands popping with explosions, rushing at Izuku. Izuku's feet moved. He didn't even think, the sound of Bakugo's raving and all might shouts fading to muffled noise. Racing to meet Bakugo, 2 more explosions were fired at Izuku in quick succession, each one intercepted by a piece of rubble. Fucking die already. Bakugo lurched forwards, releasing the strongest explosion he could at his former friend. Reaching out to points on opposite walls, Izuku pulled on the much heavier objects, slingshotting over the explosion with ease and landing behind Bakugo. Reaching out with one hand, Izuku pulled a piece of rubble directly at himself, while attracting the far wall with his other, tugging his body out of the way. The rubble slammed into Bakugo as he turned towards Izuku, knocking him off his feet and sliding close to the edge of the building on his front. Bakugo gasped, sucking air back into his lungs, his arms under him. Before Bakugo could react, Izuku placed his sneakered foot on his chest, using his foot as the anchor point to gently pull on the floor below, trapping his former friend's arms under himself, negating the use of his quirk without injuring himself. Young Midoriya. Izuku looked up. All Might had appeared at the doorway to the destroyed room, Yaoyorozu and Kirishima standing a few steps behind him. All Might dash. You can let him go, kid. Aizawa dropped down, landing on the edge of the building, his eyes glowing, his hair floating around his face. And Mr. Aizawa. All Might gestured to Izuku as the boy released Bakugo. Young Midoriya, your arms. Izuku looked down, finally seeing that his arms were purple and bruised, aching like they'd been run over. At least they weren't broken. All Might wrapped a blanket around Izuku's shoulders. Young Yaoyorozu, would you please accompany your teammate to see Recovery Girl? Yaoyorozu nodded, leading Izuku away. Young Kirishima, we shall rejoin your classmates in the surveillance room. Now, Aizawa was left alone with a fuming Bakugo, the cameras used to monitor the building disabled at the underground hero's command. Bakugo stared at his palms. I'm erasing your quirk. Aizawa sighed. Are you going to calm down now, or do I need to make my dry eye even worse? Whatever. Aizawa's scarf lashed out, binding Bakugo's hands against his chest. What the fuck? You didn't give me a straight answer. Bakugo growled, before calming down. Fine, I won't use my quirk. Aizawa canceled his quirk and recalled his scarf. That's a start at least. Aizawa moistened his eyes with drops. Let me say this, if you do anything like this again, you will be expelled. Immediately. Bakugo didn't respond. Understood. Yeah, sure, I understand. Bakugo fumed quietly. Fucking Deku. You're going to stop calling him that as well. Aizawa made his eyes briefly glow for emphasis. Call him by his actual name or not at all. Bakugo growled. I'll do what I goddamn want. No, you won't. As I said, this is your final warning. With your current behavior, you have no potential as a hero. Bakugo didn't react. You clearly have issues you need to sort out. Aizawa sat down on the edge of the blown-out wall. Hound Dog provides counseling at UA. If you talk to him, I'm sure he can find a slot for you. You should give it a try. Or what? You'll expel me. Aizawa sighed. No, I can't and won't force you to go to counseling. The only person who can improve you is yourself. No one else can do it for you. TCH. Fine, it's up to you. If you're not going to talk to a counselor, at least talk to anyone you trust. With that, Aizawa dropped out the side of the building, using his scarf as a grapple to swing away. Landing on the top of the building opposite, Aizawa rested on the edge, watching as Bakugo slowly climbed to his feet, rage pouring off him in waves. It was a shame. After he got Midoriya to stop holding back the day before, Aizawa had thought that class may finally be the class where he didn't have to expel any of them. And then Bakugo had gone and proved him wrong. The boy was self-destructing, ironic considering his quirk. Aizawa doubted he'd be able to overcome his pride and ask for help. He wouldn't last the week. Katsuki lashed out, punching a wall, pain blossoming through his fist despite his rubberized gloves. He'd waited until he knew Aizawa could no longer see him to do it. Fuck. He swung with his other fist. Shit. You okay, Bakugo? Katsuki turned his head. It was Kirishima, with a fucking dopey-ass shit smile on his face. Fuck off, shitty hair. Kirishima chuckled. That's not a nice thing to say to your teammate. Anyway, All Might dismissed us for the day. I came to let you know. The sharp barb on the tip of Katsuki's tongue died before he could speak it. The two boys set off back for the changing room. The red-haired boy was watching him with an unguarded look. Nothing to hide, nothing to gain. An open book. Is this what that fucking scarf weirdo meant? Someone he could trust? Can I talk to you? Kirishima beamed. Aren't you already? Don't get mouthy with me, you Crimson Riot knockoff. Katsuki groaned both internally and externally, as this only seemed to make Kirishima happier, if such a thing was even possible. Thanks, Baku bro, that's totally what I was aiming for. I know he's pretty retro, but Crimson Riot's my favorite hero. All Might is a pretty close second though. Katsuki twitched at Kirishima's nickname. Don't call me that. Kirishima shrugged. You give everyone nicknames. I thought you might want one as well. Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose. Those aren't nicknames. They're meant to be insult dash. Kirishima's innocent face stared back at Katsuki. You know what? Fuck it, never mind. Kirishima slung an arm around Katsuki's shoulder, ignoring the audible growl, as they walked down the tunnel towards the changing rooms. So, what is it you wanted to talk about, Bakubro? Katsuki gave a reluctant sigh. Goggles gave me a final warning. Kirishima patted Katsuki on the shoulder. I'm sure Mr. Aizawa was just trying to scare you so you don't go too far again. No. If I slip up, he'll expel me. Katsuki's palms fizzed with sparks. He said I should be counseling. I don't fucking need therapy. Can't hurt though, right? What? Kirishima shrugged. It can't hurt. You just talk to someone for a while. You don't even need to talk if you don't want to, and it'll get Mr. Aizawa off your back as well. Katsuki stopped in the doorway of the changing rooms. Everyone else had long since changed and left. Even Deku's bag and clothes were gone. Shitty hair was right, Katsuki begrudgingly admitted to himself, but it was more than that. Katsuki knew he'd gone too far. He'd known it the first time he used his supercharged explosion, but he'd kept on going. He couldn't stop himself. See you tomorrow, Bakugo. Katsuki looked up, watching as Kirishima waved to him, changed back into his school uniform. TCH, whatever. T thanks for bringing me, Yaoyorozu. Izuku bowed to Yaoyorozu, his bruised arms hanging limply at his sides. See you tomorrow, Midoriya. With that, Izuku was left with a less than impressed recovery girl. 3 times. Izuku chuckled nervously as he sat down on the bed. This is only the first day of classes. Why yeah? Recovery girl sighed. Well, at least you didn't break any bones this time. Oh, well, that's something at least dash. Your muscles are shredded, they're basically mush. I have no idea how you managed to do it or keep moving your arms. Izuku shuffled slightly. I used one for all in my quirk space. I managed to merge 2 of my copied quirks into one stronger quirk. Smooch. The purple faded from one of Izuku's arms, leaving it aching but functional, a wave of tiredness washing over him. So what you're telling me is that you and I are going to be doing this often. Recovery girl watched as Izuku spluttered a response. Fine, Watch what I do when I heal your other arm carefully. You might as well learn how to use my quirk while you're here. Recovery Girl's lips extended, kissing Izuku's still injured arm. Slipping into his quirk space, Izuku felt the energy emitted by Recovery Girl, comparing it to the ambient energy given off by his copy of Heal. He could feel it draining his stamina, burning through at astounding speed. No wonder Recovery Girl had to heal her patients in individual sessions. Izuku wondered if there was some way he could make it more efficient, surely a more reliable power source than the target's stamina. There was, of course there was. And it was staring him in the face. One for all, by its very nature it was a stockpile of power, just waiting to be tapped into. Reaching out, Izuku's turned the drain caused by Recovery Girl's quirk from his stamina to one for all. Immediately, Izuku felt the stamina drain vanish. Instead, Heal was pulling on one for all's reserve of power, unable to use it faster than it replenished. Opening his eyes, Izuku returned to the physical world to find Recovery Girl watching him, his arm fully healed, with no aching tiredness left in place of his former injury. I thought All Might made the right choice in you at the entrance exam. Recovery Girl paused. Now I'm certain of it. All that muscle-bound oaf used one for all for was to point and smash, but can do so much more with it. Izuku blushed, and used a praise coming from anywhere other than his mom, and more recently, All Might. Well then, we're done here. I'll leave you to get changed. Just leave your costume behind. I'll have it sent down to support for repair. Recovery Girl patted Izuku on the head and turned to leave. Oh, and by the way, I'm afraid there's no gummies for you today. If I give you them every time you end up in here, I'll end up rotting your teeth. Izuku smiled. Ryo was finishing up for the day, submitting the report Nedzu asked for just after lunch. A knock sounded from his door. Clicking send, Ryo minimized his email, leaving the desktop on screen. Come in. The door slammed open with more force than was necessary, revealing Katsuki Bakugo. Ryo didn't even blink, gesturing for Bakugo to take a seat on the couch. What would you like to talk to me about? Bakugo shrugged. Aizawa told me I should see you about counseling or whatever. Did he now? Ryo scratched behind his ear. Do you want counseling? Bakugo looked. TCH, sure, I'll do it. Despite his arrogant words, Ryo knew the teen was pushing his pride to one side to ask for help in his own way. What kind of hero would he be if he didn't take the hand that was reaching out to him? I've got half an hour free. What do you want to talk about? Bakugo growled. Aren't you supposed to be the one asking me questions? About feelings and shit like that? Ryo shook his head. We'll talk about what you're comfortable talking about. It can be about your day, interests, or nothing at all if you want. Huh. What about the whole lying on the couch shit? Ryo chuckled. I mean, you can if you really want dash. I don't feel like I can be a hero. So we're going to cut straight to chase then? Ryo paused. Can you tell me why you feel that way? Bakugo seethed. When I was growing up, all my teachers and classmates would tell me was that my quirk was perfect for being a hero. I was told it again and again until I believed it. I would be the perfect hero because I had the perfect hero quirk. Ryo nodded. And then something happened. Deku, the little shit, went and saved me. Bakugo paused. He had heard what All Might had said that day, when the sludge villain had taken him hostage, that Deku had been the one who spurred him into action. Deku. Midoriya. Bakugo grunted through clenched teeth. From Class 1A. Aizawa was complaining about him yesterday. He doesn't usually warm up to a new student so fast. But you said he was complaining? Bakugo groused. That's how you know Aizawa likes you. Sounds like he needs therapy as well. Ryo chuckled. He wasn't expecting the teen to actually have a sense of humor, no matter how sarcastic it in fact was. This Deku Midoriya, how did he save you? Bakugo growled. Okay, we don't have to discuss that. How about what led you to come here today? Clenching his fists, Bakugo forced himself to speak. I went too far. I was just so angry, I couldn't stop myself. Bakugo sighed, the tension melting from his body, his head falling. I lost control. What kind of hero can't control their temper? Ryo cracked his neck. My quirk means that if I get too angry, I lose the power of speech. All I can do then is bark. Bakugo's head rose to look at Rio. Anger isn't inherently a bad thing, just so long as you control it, or it'll control you. Rio scratched his snout. Anger can be a weapon, honed to perfection, to give you that drive to win when you're on your last legs. Bakugo stilled. How do I do that? You need to know what is making you so angry. It's fucking Deku, looking down at me all the time. Rio sighed. I can assure you it isn't. That is a lie you tell yourself. You need to look deeper. What exact moment today made you realize you'd lost control? Bakugo paused. The costume. Silence hung heavy in the air, almost deafening. The costume that Auntie Inko made for Deku, the one my old hag said she worked so hard on, I destroyed it. For the first time in years, shame-filled Katsuki Bakugo, threatening to swallow him whole, with anger rising to meet it. Then fix it. I'm sure there is someone in the support department who can. The shame in Bakugo didn't falter or diminish, but he didn't feel like he was drowning anymore. He knew what he had to do now. Shota didn't bother to knock as he entered the principal's office. Come in, Aizawa. Take a seat. Nezu continued to sort through paperwork, not even batting an eye. This was a common occurrence, after all. Aizawa sighed, before sitting down across from the rodent principal. Nezu laid his paperwork down, turning his attention to Aizawa. So, is this about the Katsuki Bakugo incident? My calculations gave a 41% chance you would immediately expel him. I haven't expelled him. Nezu nodded. Since I know you would not allow him to continue without punishment, I assume you gave him a final warning. Aizawa gave a noise of agreement. Well then, are you here for the 37% chance Katsuki Bakugo would immediately take an action that would have you expel him, or the 58% chance that he will not seek help? Neither. I just got an email from Inui. Bakugo came to see him. They have another session scheduled for next Monday. Nezu placed his paws together. So, if you are not expelling Katsuki Bakugo, why did you come to see me? Costumes. Costumes. Aizawa nodded. Or more accurately, the costume designers who work for UA. What is the problem with the designers? They appear to be taking certain liberties with the design of costumes. Aizawa placed an image on Nezu's desk, a professionally produced piece of concept art. It showed a different version of Yaoyorozu's costume, complete with shorts and a thinner window in the torso. This is what Yaoyorozu submitted to the design agency. This is what she received. Aizawa added a second image, concept art of the costume the girl had worn earlier that day. Nezu studied the two images. This is troubling. Yaoyorozu's costume has been altered to show the maximum amount of skin allowed for a pro hero. But Yaoyorozu isn't a pro hero yet. As she is still a minor, she is subject to different regulations. Her draft costume was already showing the maximum allowed skin for a minor. Aizawa sighed. This isn't the only example. Another pair of images landed on Nezu's desk. Uraraka, costume changed to be skin-tight. Two more sets joined them. Ashido and Azui, skin-tight costumes again, with the same designer as Yaoyorozu. More images. Hagakure, literally a pair of gloves and boots. Tokoyami, just a black cape and boots. Jiro and Kaminari, same designer, almost identical costumes barring support items. Aizawa drew one final image, handing it directly to Nezu. And possibly the most egregious, apart from Yaoyorozu's, is Minoru Mineta's costume. Nezu stared at the image. Is that a diaper, themed after a fruit bowl? Aizawa inclined his head, with a small sigh. I assume this is not what Minoru Mineta requested. Nezu placed the picture down, joining the others. It isn't. I looked at his request. That diaper bowl should be a pair of white shorts, over the rest of the costume. Yes, as a homage to a fictional pre-Quirk hero. Aizawa shrugged. He'd never bothered much about fictional heroes from before superpowers were a reality. It always seemed too unrealistic for each hero to have 4 or 5 separate powers. Then again, Aizawa had to admit it was a bit more realistic now he had a quirk like Midoriya's in his class. Nezu sighed. It seems the design agencies must be taken in hand. Inappropriate, mocking and lazy costumes not only undermine our integrity as an educator of heroes, but the integrity of these future heroes. What course of action do you want to take? Aizawa questioned. A worryingly maniacal laugh slipped from Nezu's lips. I will handle the agencies by myself. I will also send a request to Power Loader to alter Yayarose's costume. Aizawa shrugged and stood. Fine, I'll inform the rest of class that they are allowed to wear their gym uniforms for now if they want. Nezu nodded. An excellent idea. Have a good evening, Aizawa. Katsuki pushed the door to the 3G support workshop open, deafening noise greeting him. This was where Dogface had said Deka's costume was sent to be repaired. Oi, where's Deka's costume? Katsuki's yell was lost to the droning of machines, the banging of hammers, and the grinding of metal. Deaf fucks. Katsuki watched as the support students went on with their building, forging, and tinkering. He could see at least 2 sets of powered armor, 3 flamethrowers, countless grapple guns, and what looked like a 10-foot-tall armored robot. Finding the emergency stop on the wall, Katsuki pressed it. Instantly, the sound of the workshop went dead, replaced with shouts of disbelief and anger. What the hell did you do that for, newbie? Katsuki ground his teeth together, forcing himself to stay on topic instead of raging at the stupid extra. You thick-skulled extras couldn't hear me over your stupid toys. Did he just call us extras? Thick-skulled. These aren't toys, you fucking dash. Katsuki released a small explosion. I don't care what you shitstains have to say. I'm just looking for the costume from 1A that got wrecked. One of the support students stepped forward. Oh, that piece of crap. We trashed. All it was good for was junk. Katsuki's fists tightened. You fucking dickbags. Another student joined the first. Was it yours, newbie? Did your mummy make it for you? Katsuki growled, his palms dancing with weak explosions. Stop being dicks to the kid. A tall student, dressed in oil-stained overalls, stepped in between Katsuki and the other students, his pale red hair smudged with grime. No wonder all the other classes don't like us when you guys go round acting like this. The first student rolled his eyes. TCH, whatever. Katsuki frowned. With that, the machines restarted, the support students going back to their work. Follow me. The red-haired student set off towards a side room. Katsuki shrugged. Why should I listen to an extra like you? Follow me. Katsuki's clothes lurched, dragging him off after the student. What the fuck? My quirk, limited fibrokinesis, allows me small-scale control over fabric and its fibers. It's the perfect support quirk. The red-haired student glanced over his shoulder. I'm Matsuro Sr. Matsuro-san. Sounds like dumb fucking name. Sun laughed. You must be Katsuki Bakugo then. The whole of UA is abuzz with what happened today. Katsuki sighed. Great. Sun released his hold on Katsuki as they entered the side room, the door dulling the racket from the workshop. I saw those clowns throwing that jumpsuit away. Sun moved over to a workbench. So I took it to give it back to the kid it belongs to. Katsuki stepped forward, seeing Deku's jumpsuit on the workbench, each scrap of cloth laid back in its correct place. Could you repair it? It was barely a whisper, the words forced from Katsuki's lips with all his might. Sun glanced over at Katsuki. Huh, what did you say? Katsuki growled. I said, could you fix this stupid jumpsuit? Sun chuckled. No need to shout, kid. Don't call me that. Sure thing, kid. Katsuki's eye twitched. Can you do it or not? Sun shrugged. Sure, why not? Holding out the first 2 fingers of his left hand, Sun moved them in line with the tear of the mask. Fibers from each half reached out, reconnecting and joining the mask together seamlessly, as if Katsuki had never blown it apart. Sun moved on, repairing each tear and rip until the jumpsuit was whole once again. Here you are. It may look like whatever happened to it never happened, but it's still pretty weak. The kid will need a new one, made here with better materials. Sun folded up the jumpsuit. I can tell this was made with a lot of love. Sun held the jumpsuit out to Katsuki. Make sure it gets back to the Midoriya kids safely. Katsuki grunted, stuffing the jumpsuit in his bag. Thanks or whatever. Sun sighed before smiling. Good luck, hero in training, kid. Katsuki snarled. Izuku stared at the wrecked fridge freezer in front of him. Even after all the work he'd put into cleaning up the beach, junk kept on washing up from the sea. But that just meant Izuku wouldn't stop. After all the hard work he'd put into this beach, he wasn't going to let it slide back into being a dump now. It also gave him plenty of chances to work on his quirks. And right now, he was focusing on his newest quirk, Slingshot. Reaching out with his hand, Izuku pulled on the fridge, receiving only a slight wobble for his effort. Too heavy, how about? Holding his hand out again, Izuku activated 2 of Slingshot's strands. The fridge rocked and fell over. Then this should work. Using all 4 strands, Izuku latched them onto the fridge and lifted it into the air. Grunting at the exertion, Izuku realized this was the same effort it required him to carry the fridge to this spot in the first place. That was it. The weight limit of Slingshot was not a combination of the 2 Quirks' weight limits, but the force he could produce with his limbs. 94 kilograms. Exactly half of what Izuku's could bench comfortably when using 2 of his limbs. That meant that by increasing his strength and muscle mass, the weight limit for Slingshot would increase. Just like how One for All would become less harmful to his body with greater strength and muscle mass. The fridge dropped into the sand. But that wasn't to say Slingshot didn't come with disadvantages of its own. Izuku had quickly found he couldn't alter Slingshot at all. Any attempts to even manipulate the inner workings of the quirk had threatened to denature it. While Slingshot was now a single quirk, it still took up the quirk space of its constituent parts. Similarly, any attempts he had made to recopy attraction from his mom had failed. The last and most annoying limitation of the new quirk was its lack of effect on people and animals. Attraction had held a similar limitation, but Izuku had hoped it would take after zero gravity in that respect. But at least the nausea from zero gravity had vanished when the 2 quirks had merged. "You're mumbling again, young Midoriya?" Izuku was shaken from his thoughts, raising his head to the sight of All Might standing in front of him in his true form. Dash. Izuku cut himself off. "I mean, Mr. Dash." It was at that point Izuku realized he didn't know what to call the man. "Yagi." Izuku stared at astonishment at his idol, his worries about All Might's fear of his quirk momentarily forgotten. All Might had told him his name. Well, just his surname. But it wasn't any less amazing. All Might's identity was a closely guarded secret. No one knew it. Just like One for All. "All right." All Might nodded. "I thought I might find you here." Izuku shrugged nervously. "That pass to train with my quirks you gave me is still valid until next week. I thought I'd get some practice with Slingshot before it ran out." All Might guided Izuku over to a bench, the 2 taking a seat. "I actually wanted to talk to you about that quirk, if you don't mind." Sure." All Might smiled. "I was just curious where you got it from. I have an idea, but I didn't want to be presumptuous." Izuku's thoughts turned negative for a few seconds, before he forced himself to banish them. "I created it. During the fight, I merged my mom's and Uraraka's quirks." All Might hummed in agreement. "As I thought. I never knew it was possible. It was a bit of Hail Mary." Izuku paused. "But now I've seen what a merged quirk looks like, I've realized something. One for All is a 2-in-1 quirk." Izuku's head snapped round to look at his mentor. "Why, you knew?" All Might sighed. "I did. The only reason I chose not to tell you was because I didn't want to burden you with One for All's history." One for All's history. It's not a pleasant one. All Might ran a hand through his hair. "As you know, you and I are the 8th and 9th holders of this quirk. The first holder wasn't born with One for All, but one of the 2 quirks that formed it. The ability to pass on his own quirk. He was believed to be quirkless." Izuku nodded, listening intently, enraptured by the story. "The first holder, he had a brother." All Might's voice caught in his throat. "His name was All for One." "All for One." Izuku frowned. Surely no one would inflict their child with a name like that. "It's an alias. After his quirk, his real name has been lost to time. More than one holder of our quirk has been forced to choose a successor during battle. Doesn't exactly leave much time for training or learning its history." All Might stopped, giving Izuku time to process what he'd just said. well aware of the somber tone he'd set for the conversation. One for all is derived from all for one, a quirk that can steal the quirks of others and make them the holders. But it can also give quirks as well. All for one, everything for one person. All Might nodded in agreement. This all happened at the dawn of Quirks, before society collapsed. The law and order of that era could not adapt to cover the quirks that began to appear. Progress ceased and decay set in. Izuku followed All Might's eye line up the moon, hanging in the twilight sky. If superpowers had never appeared, then humans would be taking interstellar holidays by now. I remember hearing that once on the TV. That's true. In that age of chaos, All for One united many of the quirked peoples, promising them a future without discrimination, freedom from the quirkless. All Might lowered his gaze. Izuku's eyes widened. The first demon, I thought that was just a myth. All Might shook his head. I'm afraid it isn't. All for One, he stole the quirks of any who stood in his way, even from those who didn't, and sometimes just because he wanted one that interested him. He offered the quirkless of that era, those who wished to be quirked, the power they wanted, in exchange for servitude, and so he built an army. He ruled Japan. He had sights set on the rest of the world as well. Until he made a mistake. All Might looked to his protege. He forced a quirk onto his brother. He was ashamed of someone as almighty as himself having such a weakling for a sibling that resisted his rule. So that created One for All. Yes, the quirk All for One forced on the first holder allowed the user to stockpile power. It merged with his natural quirk to become One for All, far weaker then, but still a potent force, stronger than most quirks of that era. So One for All is kind of like a compound quirk, like Todoroki has. All Might nodded. Exactly like that. Compound quirks are rare, a union of both of the parents' quirks. All compound quirks have one commonality. They have dual functions, like young Todoroki's ice and fire. Izuku frowned. But Slingshot only has one function. I can manipulate a maximum of 4 objects with my mind. Perhaps you just haven't found its second function yet. All Might offered reassuringly. But back on topic. All Might laced his hands together. Many quirks All for One passed on mutated or were influenced by natural quirks, harmonizing with them. But One for All was the first time, and until today, the only time 2 quirks have become one. Izuku looked down at his hands, thinking back to the muscle damage he'd caused by activating One for All inside his quirk space, right as zero gravity and attraction began to denature. Then that makes sense. All Might raised an eyebrow at his successor's words. When I tried to merge those quirks today, I was failing. They were falling apart. I activated One for All in the hope I could stop it. So that's how they merged. All Might tapped a finger against his chin. One for All's power was the source. It provided the energy. See, could it be? Izuku stopped, worried to continue. You can say it, young Midoriya. Could it be that your description of the first holder's original quirk is wrong? Very possibly. What do you have in mind? Izuku paused. You said his quirk could pass itself on, but what if it had another dimension to it? All Might realized what Izuku was thinking, the ability to merge quirks. Izuku nodded. Why, yeah. Or maybe it was just because the power you used from One for All has the signature of a merged quirk. Izuku started, thinking over his mentor's words. A template for Slingshot to work from, it could be. All Might shrugged. Maybe. I'll leave the deep quirk analysis up to you. It was never my strong suit. A silence fell over the mentor and mentee, heavy and cold, freezing Izuku's lungs. All these weeks of seeing the distrust in All Might's eyes, now Izuku knew why. You think my quirk is like All for One's, don't you? All Might flinched. Young Midoriya dash. Why? Why would you fear my quirk just because it's similar to his? Izuku's outburst took All Might by surprise. The boy was surprisingly loud when he wanted to be. I'm not afraid of your quirk, young Midoriya. Then what else is it? You trusted me with One for All. Then as soon as you find out about my quirk you shut down. I can see it in your eyes. All Might stayed silent. That's it, isn't it? You think I'm related to him, to All for One. Izuku's hand tightened, gathering fistfuls of his tracksuit pants. Just because All for One may have been one of my ancestors, why does that mean I can't be trusted? Because of a man who's been dead for decades. All Might spoke. I killed All for One 6 years ago, the same day he gave me that injury. Izuku felt the world drop out from below him. 6 years ago. It was 6 years ago, that day when Izuku had gone to bed and woke up to find his dad was gone. Whenever he'd asked his mom where he was, she'd just cry and tell him that his dad got a job overseas. Izuku collapsed forward onto the sand, on all fours. No, that's impossible. All for One stole a longevity quirk during his reign of terror. He used it to remain unaging. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Don't say it. I hoped it wouldn't come to this, that I would be wrong. All Might paused. I'm sorry, Izuku, but your father was All for One. No. Izuku slammed his fist down, spraying up sand, mixing with the tears streaming down his face. Young Midoriya, it's okay to be angry. Angry? This isn't angry. Izuku stopped, his arm hanging limp. Angry is what happens when you get punched by a bully. Angry is what happens when you get told to kill yourself for being quirkless. Izuku pushed himself to his feet. My dad is kind. He loves me, I know that. All Might reached out to his protege. Izuku slapped his hand away. If what you say is true, then I'll never get to see him again, because you killed him. Before All Might could react, the boy was gone, racing away from him as fast as his legs could carry him. Toshinori sighed, seeming to deflate even more than he already had. Well, that was a fine mess, wasn't it? Toshinori froze. That voice. The same voice he'd heard every time before he had his ass handed to him when he was still in training. Gran Torino. A short, gray-haired man with a cane walked down the stairs and onto the beach. We meet again. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Toshinori nodded glumly as Torino hopped onto the bench next to him. Torino chuckled. The circle is now complete. When we last met you were but the learner. Now, you are the master. The master of screwing up, you mean? Torino rolled his eyes. Don't be so dramatic, Toshinori. Some of the arguments we had during your training were far worse than that. Toshinori looked at his former mentor questioningly. I just told him I killed his father. That seems to be a bit more than an argument. He's a teenager, he'll get over it. Torino paused. Besides, if you're right, and his father is All for One, he's going to need your support. The two men fell into a companionable silence. Toshinori could almost believe the last 30 years hadn't happened, that he and Torino were just taking a break from his training. Toshinori's wound ached, reminding him that wasn't so. Those days were gone, and they were never coming back. Since he'd finished his training with Torino, Toshinori had seen him maybe 5 or 6 times, only ever in a professional setting, one of those being that day. Funny to think this place used to be a dump. Toshinori nodded in agreement. 6 years, feels like longer since we fought All for One on this beach. It's why I chose this as Midoriya's project. Toshinori looked down at his hand. Not just to make him a suitable vessel for One for All, but to change the place I got this injury into something else. Toshinori closed his hand into a fist. Something better. Hopeful. Torino chuckled. You're still the same idealistic idiot I used to beat up, aren't you? Toshinori started. Good. Torino paused. Don't ever lose that. A small smile crept onto Toshinori's face. I promise. Quirkless. Bang. What a freak. Bang. No wonder his parents abandoned him. He's less than nothing. Bang. Mikumo slammed the hammer down harder, trying to drown out those words. The words he heard every day, the words that threatened to shatter his hope, his ambitions. Mikumo couldn't let them. Bang. He had been hesitant at first, partnering with Hatsum, but already Mikumo knew it had been the right choice. With her insane building speed and his eye for design flaws, together they had managed to design a 3D model for a set of armor. It was only for a prototype, but it was the next step on Mikumo's path to being a hero. Hatsum had left to go home, but Mikumo had stayed, starting work on the first piece of the armor, a new set of gauntlets. Each was equipped with grapple units, upgraded shock absorption, and multiple repulsors along the back of the forearm. They would boost both his punching power against villains and his lifting strength for rescue work. Mikumo lowered his hammer. The metal plating for between each of the fingers was now bent over to meet the palm of the gauntlet. Moving over to the welding station, Mikumo secured each metal strip to the palm. Mikumo would rather be here, working on his project, than go back to that place for long as possible. Filing the excess metal on the joints down, Mikumo returned to his workstation, slotting the hand section of the gauntlet into the rest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mikumo smiled. Creating this kind of stuff was how he felt at home. Hammers didn't mock you. 3D printers wouldn't tell you to jump off the roof. Plasma cutters didn't wish you'd never been born. Here, in his work, Mikumo was safe. Mikumo twitched. Someone was in the workshop. Spinning around, Mikumo scanned the semi-lit room, but there was nothing to be seen. A chair moved minutely. Someone without Mikumo's years of watching out for the fists of his tormentors would never have seen it. I know you're here. Nothing. Something in Mikumo's mind clicked. You're that invisible girl from 1A. I heard the others talking about you guys. Ah, geez. The voice came from the left of Mikumo, making him jump. I was hoping you wouldn't notice me. Mikumo's face flushed at the realization of what the girl's lack of corporeal form meant. Why's that? I'm training. With my quirk, being a stealth hero is my only option, and I can't really train with people who know I'm there. Mikumo rubbed the back of his head. I guess that's true. Huh, you kinda remind me of someone in my class. Oh, really? Yeah, you're not Midoriya's brother or something, are you? What? Does that mean you're not? 'Cause guys practically look like twins, except the eyes, his are more innocent. Mikumo sighed. I only met Midoriya yesterday. And he's already made such an impression on me. So that's not a no then? Mikumo started, going to react, before coming to realization. Was he related to Midoriya? But Mikumo couldn't imagine someone as caring as Midoriya's mother dumping a child on the streets. Even then, he'd seen the looks she was giving last night. Almost like she knew there was a chance he existed, and seeing him had just been confirmation. Could he and Midoriya share a father? The main lights of the workshop came to life, illuminating Mikumo's surroundings and making him blink rapidly. You still in here, kid? Mikumo turned. It was Power Loader, sans costume. Mr. Power Loader, IW is just putting a bit of extra work on mine and Hatsam's project. Power Loader's eyebrows quirked. It's 7:30. Don't you have a home to go to? Mikumo didn't respond, but Power Loader could see he'd hit a sore spot. Power Loader changed the subject. You here by yourself then? Hatsam gone home. Why, yes, she did. Mikumo nodded. But I'm not alone. I was talking to Dash. Mikumo's eyes widened. Sorry, I didn't ask your name. There was no response from the invisible girl. Mikumo tilted his head. Hey, are you still here? Power Loader frowned. You talking to yourself, kid? Shaking his head, Mikumo pointed to the left of himself. The invisible girl from Class 1A, I was talking to her. Power Loader opened his phone, scrolling to the right app. Hagakure left campus hours ago. Her ID logged it on her way out the gate. Mikumo was at a loss. He knew he'd been talking to her. You must be pretty tired if you're imagining things like that. I can't really train with people who know I'm there. Mikumo's eyes widened before he nodded, deciding to let the matter drop. Power Loader moved over to Mikumo's workbench. Damn, you and Hatsam designed this in an afternoon, and you've already started building it. I couldn't have done that at your age. Hell, I don't think I could do this now. Mikumo nodded mutely, taken aback by Power Loader's sudden change in behavior. Power Loader picked up the designs. These are pretty impressive. I don't get many first-year students who can come up with this sort of stuff. Hatsam came up with most of the ideas. I just made sure that they were possible. Mikumo activated the screen built into his workstation and pressed a button. A hologram made from blue light appeared above the workbench, showing a 3D model of the prototype suit. Power Loader whistled in appreciation. Designed for both combat and rescue work. That's a lofty goal, if I've ever seen one. Mikumo shrugged awkwardly. Power Loader straightened up. So, kid, you guys got a name for this thing? Nodding, Mikumo stared at the 3D model. Yeah, I've come up with one. Quirkless. The armor, I call it dash. Die already, you waste of space. Mikumo's fists tightened. Shatterproof. 2169, 10 years ago. For year-old Izuku beamed as he tucked into the ice cream cone in his hand, his other holding tight to his dad's much larger hand. Thanks, Dad. Hisashi Midoriya smiled back at his young son before ruffling his curly hair. You're very welcome. Dad. Izuku made his best attempt at looking indignant. Hisashi laughed, prompting him to do it again. Izuku pouted. How would you like it if I did it to you? Continuing to laugh as he reached up, Hisashi ran a hand through his curly black hair, identical to his son's, except for the color. Hifumi Shigaraki. Hisashi froze. Jiro Takahashi. Koji Ito. Ryuji Tachibana. Kenji Akitani. Gripping his son's hand tightly, Hisashi turned around. A tall, unnaturally white-haired man stood behind them, dressed in an expensive gray suit. With the man were three thugs. One had a shark's head, one had spikes down his arms, and the last was unremarkable apart from solid purple eyes. You're a hard man to track down, Shigaraki. The white-haired man spoke with an American accent. Hartley, you're alive. Hisashi moved Izuku behind himself. Despite your best efforts. The thugs behind Hartley did their best to look intimidating. Hartley rolled his neck. It's been a few years, hasn't it? 20? 30? Finally decided to settle down again. Play the family man once more. Dad. Ice cream ran down Izuku's arm, now forgotten. It's going to be okay, Izuku. Hisashi squeezed his son's hand, trying to reassure him. Hartley sighed. Don't worry, Shigaraki. We have no interest in the boy. He's quirkless, isn't he? Just like your brother was, before you killed him. Hisashi stilled. Hit a nerve, have I? Hartley glared at Hisashi, hatred burning in his eyes. Father. Hisashi didn't reply. The purple-eyed man blinked. A haze passed over them, transporting them to an abandoned industrial area, the warehouse behind them long since demolished. Stepping forward, smoke slipped from between Hisashi's lips. Fine. You want to kill me? Go on, try it. Flicking his wrist, Hisashi created a blue force field, made of interconnecting hexagons, around Izuku. Sharkhead charged at Hisashi, getting a face full of flames in reply. Oi, Deku. Izuku started, peeling his face from the book he'd fallen asleep on. Fucking nerd. Looking up, Izuku frowned at the sight of Bakugo, the teen holding a balled-up cloth in his hand. What is it, Bakugo? Izuku stifled a yawn. Bakugo blinked. The sound of his name coming out of Izuku's mouth seemed so unnatural to him. Here's your fucking dumbass costume back. Bakugo slammed the cloth down on Izuku's desk, allowing him to see it was his costume, fully repaired. Kakin. TCH, whatever, nerd. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Moron at support said you need a new one. This repair is just cosmetic. And don't fucking cry about it. Izuku brushed the tears away. Thank you. Shut up. Bakugo stomped to his desk, in front of Izuku, and sat down, his arms crossed. Looking around, Izuku realized everyone else had arrived, chatting among themselves before homeroom started. Rubbing his face, Izuku thought back to the dream. That dream. The same one he'd had last night, that had woken him up at 2 in the morning. He hadn't gotten back to sleep after that. 2 nights of little to no sleep and yesterday's battle trial had taken their toll on Izuku. It was almost definitely the reason why he'd fallen asleep before homeroom. At least he'd gotten to UA early enough to avoid the rabid crowd of reporters swarming anyone who went to enter the school with questions about All Might. You look tired. Yaoyorozu sat in Siro's seat, to the right of Izuku. Class 1A's resident tape dispenser was currently sitting on Kirishima's desk. Thanks. Izuku was unsure how to respond to that. Yaoyorozu chuckled. I don't think that was a compliment. Right, I'm just tired. Let's hope we don't have another training exercise today then. Yaoyorozu smiled at Izuku. Her confidence was infectious. Izuku matched her smile, nodding his head. Yeah. The classroom door opened and Aizawa entered. Everyone rushed to get back to their seats. Aizawa sighed. 5 seconds, still too long. As homeroom started, Izuku pulled out his latest hero notebook, number 15, reserved for his classmates and himself. Opening it up, Izuku began writing in it, all the while his left hand was using a grip trainer under the desk, just to distract himself from that dream, from the fact that his father was probably dead. Sketching Aoyama in his hero outfit, Izuku wrote a description of the blonde boy's quirk, as well as its potential uses and disadvantages. Leaving space to add more detail later, Izuku turned the page and began on Ishido. All the while, Izuku continued to bat away his own thoughts. He wouldn't think about it. All might had to be wrong. Whoa, is that Ishido? Shiro leaned over to look at Izuku's notebook. Izuku covered the page with his hands. Shiro pulled the notebook out, reading Ishido's page. So cool, can you do me? Izuku was like a deer in the headlights, unsure what to say. Midoriya. Izuku jumped at the sound of Aizawa's voice, his head whipping around to look at his homeroom teacher. You injured your arms again. Izuku was relieved. Aizawa was talking about the battle trial. He didn't seem to have noticed that he hadn't been paying attention. Also, you should be paying more attention. Shit. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. He knew it was a bad habit he knew he'd have to break at some point, but right now wasn't really the time. At least I didn't break my arms this time. Aizawa gave Izuku a piercing look. Your muscles, to quote Recovery Girl, were mush. Murmurs spread through the class, making Izuku feel even more nervous than he already did. However, good work with furthering that telekinesis quirk of yours. Izuku shuffled anxiously in his chair. It's actually a different quirk. That got the attention of the class, as well as Aizawa. I kind of fused my telekinesis quirk and Uraraka's quirk. Aizawa managed to hide his surprise almost immediately, returning to his normal, passive expression. The rest of class again burst into a whispered frenzy, while Bakugo grunted, just about managing to restrain his temper. Sure, good work anyway. Aizawa nodded his head, eyes on Izuku. Keep this up, and there's hope for you as a hero yet. Izuku beamed, tears welling at the praise he so rarely received. Now, moving on to the next matter. Aizawa stared intently at the class. Sorry about the late notice, but today you have to do something very important. The whole class was tense, worried that Aizawa would spring another test on them like he had on the first day. You have to select class representatives. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief before bursting into yelling and shouting. This job is made for me. I'm the parfait representative, ICI. I want to be class rep, it's super manly. Kaminari and Sato announced their interest as well, raising their hands. Mineta began to yell a perverted comment about what he'd do as class representative. I'll be the leader, Mina interrupted Mineta, drowning him out. Izuku looked around at his classmates. In normal school, being the class representative was a lot of work for pretty much nothing. But at UA it was a symbol that you had the potential to be the leader of the next generation of heroes. Even Bakugo was yelling his desire for the role. Izuku steeled himself and raised his hand, as the noise only increased in volume. Silence, please. The shouts ceased at Ida's call, the class turning their heads to look at the tall, bespectacled boy. The role of class representative is one with a serious responsibility for leading others. It is not a job for someone to accept on a whim. It requires conviction. Ida had the full attention of the class. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. We should vote for our class representatives using democracy. An election. Don't you agree, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa was already cocooning himself in his garish yellow sleeping bag. Sure, just be sure to get it done quickly. Kaminari was the first in the class to speak up. Why did you suggest that? Siyu placed a finger to her cheek. We haven't known each other very long. Have we, Ida? Kirishima stood up. Won't everyone just vote for themselves then? It just means that whoever gets more than one vote will be a representative. Everyone turned to look at Izuku, making him shrink back slightly. That's just what I thought anyway. Ida chopped the air. I agree entirely. Midoriya, please help me distribute voting slips. Reaching into his jacket, Ida pulled out a number of small, blank cards. The entire class was taken aback by Ida's preparedness, wondering if he had been expecting this. They all quickly came to the conclusion that he probably had. Taking 10 of the slips, Izuku handed them out to his side of the classroom, from Shoji to Yaoyorozu. Returning to his seat, Izuku stared down at his own slip, debating who to vote for. On one hand, Ida was authoritative and organized. However, he lacked the ability to talk to people on the same level as them most of the time, coming off as high and mighty. On the other hand, Yaoyorozu was calm and level-headed, capable of seeing through Aizawa's logical ruse, but she lacked Ida's authority and presence. Making his decision, Izuku scribbled it down and handed it to Uraraka as she came round to collect them. At Aizawa's desk, Uraraka tallied up the votes and wrote them on the board, stepping away to reveal them. Izuku froze in shock. Midoriya 4 votes. Ida 2 votes. Shiro 2 votes. Bakugo 2 votes. Yaoyorozu 2 votes. Mineta 2 votes. Uraraka 2 votes. Aoyama 1 vote. Ashido 1 vote. Kaminari 1 vote. Kirishima 1 vote. Various sighs and shouts reached Izuku's ears as he continued to stare at the results. Sure, he had said he wanted the position, but he hadn't actually expected to get it. Whoa, Midoriya's class representative. Kaminari gave Izuku a thumbs up, clearly not that upset by missing out. Who voted for that fucking nerd? Izuku had to agree, it was a very good question. Uraraka looked away nervously. Ida chopped the air again. Midoriya has the most votes, however 6 of us are tied for second. Izuku jumped when he realized that Ida was looking to him, expecting for him to tell him what to do. All right, we should do the vote again, with just those who got 2 votes. Ida produced even more cards. Excellent idea, class representative. Izuku paled at the realization of just quite the responsibility he had taken on. A new card was placed on Izuku's desk by a beaming Uraraka. Wasting no time, Izuku wrote the same name as before. Calling on the positivity that Uraraka's quirk, now a part of Slingshot, emanated and the confidence of Bakugo's, Izuku stood and moved to collect the slips himself. Once the class had finished voting for the second time, Izuku quickly tallied up the votes before scribing them onto the board next to the last set of results. Yaoyorozu 5 votes. Ida 4 votes. Uraraka 3 votes. Shiro 3 votes. Bakugo 2 votes. Mineta 2 votes. Ida slumped in defeat. I lost. The class continued to react to the results, mostly congratulating Yaoyorozu, as well Bakugo yelling in disgust at losing out. Aizawa rose from his sleeping bag. This over now? Aizawa stretched. Izuku nodded, joined by Yaoyorozu at the front of the class. Fine, Midoriya is the class representative, and Yaoyorozu is the vice representative. A polite round of applause came from the rest of the class, with a few whoops and cheers added in by Kirishima and Kaminari. Izuku smiled, thanking them all for their support, but inside his head he was screaming in panic. Aizawa sighed. Now let's get on with some actual classes. Who's ready to make some noise? Present Mix yell rattled the windows as he entered the classroom. In English. Izuku stared down at his rice, trying to decipher the world's mysteries from a bowl of rice. Looking up, Izuku saw Yaoyorozu looking back at him from the opposite side of the table. You haven't eaten anything. Why yeah? Izuku poked his rice with his chopsticks. I'm more trying to decipher how I managed to end up the class representative. Yaoyorozu smiled. That's pretty simple. People trust you, and you're resourceful, both in the quirk tests and the battle trials yesterday. Uraraka nodded in agreement, opposite Ida, who was on Izuku's left. Your plan for the battle trial is why you got MVP, and the beating Bakugo bit as well. Uraraka smiled. I got MVP. Izuku's voice raised in pitch, displaying his surprise. Yeah. Uraraka gave Izuku a thumbs up. It was pretty close between you and Yaoyorozu. It was your refusal to give up that decided it in the end. Wow. Izuku was thoroughly taken aback. He totally expected that Yaoyorozu or Kirishima would have been MVP. Ida spoke up. Worry not. Your decisiveness and grit are what make you a good leader. It's why I voted for you. Izuku gaped. One of those votes was you. Ida nodded. Ida's right. Uraraka smiled. But didn't you want to be class representative too? You've got the glasses for it, and everything. Lowering his drink, Ida shook his head. Wanting a role and being the right choice for the role are not the same thing. I humbly believe I selected the most suitable for the role. Izuku's eyebrows raised. Humbly. Uraraka turned to look at Ida. The way you talk, are you a rich kid like Yaoyorozu? Ida sighed. I don't usually like people to know, but yes, I'm from a renowned hero family. Yaoyorozu caught Izuku's eye, mouthing at him while pointing at herself. Am I a rich kid? Izuku nodded. Idaten was founded by my grandfather, but my older brother is the hero in charge now. I am the second son. So your brother is the turbo hero, Ingenium, right? He employs 65 sidekicks at his office in Tokyo. He is. I forgot you were a hero fanboy, Midoriya. Ida continued, unaware of Izuku's protests. He leads people with an unwavering adherence to rule and regulation. He is the reason why I desire to become a hero. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Izuku continued to listen as Ida gave his speech. I'm not ready to lead yet. I realize that. You were the superior candidate, Midoriya. Ida finished with a small smile. Uraraka beamed. I haven't seen you smile before, Ida. I am known to smile, on occasion of course. Izuku stared at Ida with a smile of his own. So Ingenium is Ida's all might then. So, how does it feel, superior candidate? Yaoyorozu teased. You feeling up to the job now? I think so. Yeah, I'm going to do my best. Izuku held his hand out, clenched as a fist. Izuku dug into his rice as Uraraka and Ida continued their light-hearted argument. So, Ida's a shoe-in for the class committee, right? Yaoyorozu tilted her head in agreement. Right. A mischievous smile slipped onto Yaoyorozu's lips. That was a rousing speech he gave. Maybe he should be in charge of writing ours. Izuku shook his head and chuckled at the joke. I think you have to pay people to do that. I have the money. Feeling bold, Izuku replied. That you do, rich kid. Superior candidate. Yaoyorozu mimed, pushing glasses up the bridge of her nose. Izuku grimaced. Don't remind me. A tray was placed down next to Yaoyorozu, with Mikumo dropping into the empty seat. Good afternoon, Izuku, Yaoyorozu. Mikumo nervously greeted them. Izuku had introduced him to Yaoyorozu at the previous day's lunchtime, the black-haired girl producing the material Mikumo wanted there and then. This is Mikumo Akitani. Izuku introduced the boy to Uraraka and Ida, giving their names in the process. Whoa, are you Deki's brother? Uraraka stared at Izuku's near double. Izuku spluttered. Be brother? Mikumo frowned. You mean Izuku, right? Uraraka bobbed her head. Then no. Really? The resemblance is quite uncanny. Ida examined the dark-haired boy. Mikumo sighed. The invisible girl from your class said the same thing. You mean Hagakure? Offered Ida. Mikumo nodded. Here. Both Izuku and Mikumo jumped, turning their heads to see the invisible girl, in her UA uniform, sat on Izuku's right. Izuku started. Have you been here the whole time? Yeah. Hagakure gave some sort of hand gesture, the sleeve of her jacket rising. How did I miss that? Izuku sighed. Yaoyorozu gave a small giggle. You were staring at that rice for an awfully long time. I was. Uraraka, Ida, and Yaoyorozu all made motions or words of confirmation. Izuku sighed. He really hadn't been paying attention. How was your morning? Mikumo looked to Izuku. Weird. Izuku scratched his chin awkwardly. I was voted class representative. Well done. Anything interesting happen with you? Mikumo lit up. Why yeah, Hatsum and I finished the armor. Power Loader said if we get it safety checked this afternoon, we can trial it with some rescue simulations. Yaoyorozu spoke up. I'm impressed you managed to build it so fast. You were still designing it yesterday. Hatsum, she's a demon. When she gets going, she just doesn't stop. It's kinda scary. Mikumo paled slightly at the thought. But at least we weren't stuck on costume repair like 1F. Silence fell before a new conversation started up, allowing Mikumo to move into the background, idling watching Hagakure as she ate. Something in the back of Mikumo's mind told him there was something he wasn't seeing. "Your food," Mikumo exclaimed, making half the table jump in surprise at his sudden outburst. Hagakure blushed invisibly. "My food?" "Yeah." Mikumo's normal nervousness blotted out as his brain fired on all cylinders. "Your food. As soon as you put it in your mouth, it's invisible just like the rest of you." The rest of the table watched the interaction with interest. Mikumo reached down, rooting through his tool belt until he found a pencil, holding it out to Hagakure. "Here, put this in your hair." Hagakure slowly reached out for the pencil, taken aback by Mikumo's unusual and sudden request. "Okay." Hagakure slipped the pencil inside her ponytail, a section of it vanishing as she did. Mikumo beamed. This means that Hagakure's quirk is definitely a mutant class, or maybe transformation, but definitely not emitter. Her body must produce some sort of substance that renders her invisible. It's possible it could be extracted as a coding dash. "There's two of them." Mikumo was broken from his theorizing by Uraraka's shout. What?" Hagakure laughed. "You mutter just like Midoriya. It's uncanny. We're doomed." Mikumo frowned. "How does that mean we're dash?" "Doomed, I say. Doomed." The table, bar Ida, burst into laughter at Hagakure's exclamation. Mikumo went to recoil before he realized something. They weren't laughing at him. They were laughing with him. Even Izuku was joining in. Mikumo smiled, a warm feeling in his chest. The laughter went on for another 5 minutes. Every time it slowed down, Hagakure would proclaim their doom once again. In the end, even Ida managed to crack a smile. Uraraka was hit the worst, laughing and crying uncontrollably. Eventually, they calmed down, with Uraraka continuing to giggle every few seconds as they went back to their food and conversation. Mikumo felt Hagakure's attention on him. "So, what's with your interest in my quirk?" Glancing over to the others, Mikumo saw them in a deep conversation about the tensile strength of a scarf, bizarrely enough. Hagakure spoke again. "You're not interested in it for those reasons, are you?" Mikumo looked puzzled. "The amount of pigs I get asking if I'll show them what it's like for someone invisible to do that sort of stuff to them. You know what I mean." Hagakure made a gesture with her hand. Despite it being invisible, Mikumo immediately caught on to exactly what she meant. Mikumo's cheek lit aflame as he waved his hands in denial. "And no, nothing like that, at all." "Okay," Hagakure replied in a sing-song voice. "No, it's just that we had to analyze costume specifications in class this morning." Mikumo paused, the inability to see body language or expression throwing him off. "One of the ones I got was yours, and it just seemed really impractical." "I am mean. Any ice villain you would face would be a serious threat. You've got no physical protection, and to use your quirk fully you have to remove what little costume you do have." Mikumo got more confident as he went on, falling into analysis mode. "What do you suggest then?" Hagakure shrugged. Since your quirk is likely mutant class, I could dash." Mikumo looked around for something to write on, before seeing Hagakure's empty tray. "I'd be able to explain it better at the workshop. If that's okay for you, that is." Hagakure hummed, clearly thinking it through. "Sure, why not? I've got time." Mikumo smiled and nodded. Standing, the two of them left the table, carrying their trays with them. Well, they seemed to be getting on like a house on fire. Uraraka looked to where Mikumo and Hagakure were leaving the lunch hall. Izuku nodded, making a noise of agreement. Ida looked back and forth between Uraraka and Izuku. "A house on fire. What about Mr. Aizawa's scarf?" Uraraka giggled. "Ida, that was just a cover conversation so we could listen in on what Hagakure and Akatani were saying." Izuku nearly yelped in surprise, forcing himself not to react, finally making the connection that had been staring him in the face. Akatani, the same name that American Man had called his dad in that weird dream. Oh shit. Uraraka and Hagakure were right. Mikumo was his brother. Ida chopped the air. "Uraraka, That is very rude behavior, unfitting for heroes in training such as ourselves. Uraraka giggled. Ida, it's fine. It most certainly is not. Ida's voice conveyed his horror. Vice class representative. Surely you were not eavesdropping as well. Yaoyorozu smiled. Ida was aghast. Class representative? Midoriya? Jerked from his thoughts by his name, Izuku mentally caught up to the conversation, looking to Ida. Izuku shrugged guilty. I'm sorry, Ida. Ida began to chop the air with both arms at the same time, making Uraraka dissolve into fits of laughter. Deku. Izuku froze. Oi, Deku. Turning his head, Izuku was shocked to see Bakugo looking nervous. Since when did Katsuki Bakugo show any emotion other than rage? Can we talk? Izuku hesitated, before nodding his head, slipping away while Ida's outrage continued. Yaoyorozu watched the two boys leave, the sudden change in the tone of their interactions leaving her surprised. Snip. Hagakure lowered a lock of her invisible hair into Mikumo's open palm. Whoa! Mikumo exclaimed as the hair turned visible as soon as it stopped touching Hagakure's skin. Mikumo examined the hair. Does it turn invisible again if you touch it? Yup. That's great. That way if I extract the substance it can use it to coat something more durable, plus it would be visible when Hagakure isn't touching it. Mikumo placed the hair into a sample tray, inserting it into a machine on his workstation. Tapping away on his laptop, Mikumo began an analysis of Hagakure's hair. While he waited for it to carry out that task, Mikumo accessed the 3D skin taken for Hagakure's costume. I won't have enough here to do a full suit. Mikumo selected a generic sports bra and shorts. An aluminium steel alloy would allow the flexibility and strength needed, as a mesh weave, Kevlar padding on the inside for protection. Completing the initial design, Mikumo glanced over his shoulder. What do you think, Hagakure? She was gone. Mikumo frowned, moving over to where she'd stood, looking around. Spotting something, Mikumo crouched down, finding Hagakure's uniform hidden under a workstation. Without his keen eye, he would never have spotted it. A faint footstep reached Mikumo's ears, the slap of a bare foot. Hagakure. Standing, Mikumo set off, tailing Hagakure's, using the faint sound of her footsteps to track her. Bakugo watched as Izuku squirmed. The two of them stood in the corridor outside the lunch hall. Finally losing his patience, Izuku spoke. What is it you want, Bakugo? Bakugo didn't reply, gritting his teeth. If you're just going to waste my time, I'm not going to dash. I'm fucking sorry, okay? Bakugo's sudden bark caught Izuku off guard. What? Bakugo growled, balling his fists. I went too far yesterday. Izuku sighed, surprising Bakugo. For yesterday? Really? Yeah, what off it? Izuku just stared at him. Yesterday was nothing. I don't even care about yesterday, because that time I could fight back. But what about all the times I couldn't? When you punched me a couple of weeks ago, or all those times you and your cronies attacked me? Did you go too far then as well? Bakugo stayed silent. Are you sorry for those? Are you sorry for the time you cracked my tooth? Sprained my wrist? Are you? Izuku was angry, angrier than he had ever been in his life. Bakugo's stupid non-apology was just what broke the dam. His argument with All Might. The fact his father was a supervillain and also dead. That Mikumo was probably his brother. Izuku just couldn't handle it anymore. Bakugo grunted. TCH, whatever dash. Shut up. Izuku's shout silenced Bakugo. Just shut up and listen for once in your life. Izuku's rage ebbed away, thinking of Bakugo's defense of Mikumo on the train. Bakugo, all I ever wanted to be was your friend, but instead you tormented me, and I don't even know why. Pausing, Izuku looked Bakugo directly in the eye. If you want to apologize, then you're about 10 years too late for that. Izuku turned, walking away from Bakugo. Don't fucking walk away from me, DKU. Bakugo broke into a sprint, chasing after Izuku. Alarms suddenly blared. Within seconds, both Izuku and Bakugo were swallowed by a stampede, fleeing the lunch hall. Mikumo ignored the alarms, following Hagakure's footsteps, making sure to stay out of sight as he did. Peeking around the corner of a corridor, Mikumo caught sight of a door opening and closing by itself. Slowly moving to the door to the classroom one over, Mikumo slipped inside the empty room and made for the window. Pushing it open, Mikumo looked out to see the main gates to UA open, reporters flooding in. "You can do this. You've snuck out of the home plenty of times before." Mikumo glanced down. Maybe not from this height, though. Steeling himself, Mikumo climbed out, standing on a ledge as he shuffled over to the window of the classroom Hagakure had entered. "Good work, Hagakure." Mikumo peeked through the open window, careful to stay out of sight. Hagakure was holding a folder. In front of her was a pale, blue-haired man, his voice monotone. "I'm sure you parents will be glad to hear you made the right choice." The pale man scratched his neck, his dry skin flaking. "For their sakes." Drawing a pen, holding it with 4 digits, the pale man added the last. The pen crumbled to dust. "And yours as well." Mikumo's eyes widened in horror. Hagakure whimpered in fear. Hagakure whimpered in fear. Mikumo watched in horror as the pale man brushed his hand on his coat, the dust drifting to the floor, still looking supremely bored. "The folder." Hagakure shakily held it out, the pale man gripping it with one finger lifted away. "Good girl." The pale man slipped the folder into his coat. Hagakure spoke. "Why yes, Mr. Shigaraki." "Oh, and by the way, good job on picking the room to meet. Managed to avoid running into any of the ants on my way." Staring at the pale man, Hagakure clearly wasn't sure what to say. The pale man shrugged. "Kurogiri is always saying I should be more supportive of my allies, or whatever. Anyways, NPC, run along and do your next task." Hagakure nodded, her posture and expression showing she was uncomfortable. The pale man sighed. "What are you waiting for? A quest reward? Go." With that, Hagakure fled, heading in the opposite direction to the workshop. The pale man scratched his neck again, almost drawing blood. Mikumo resisted the urge to jump in and attack the pale man. Instead, he waited until the classroom was empty, once the pale man had left with the folder. Slipping inside the window, Mikumo collapsed onto all fours, his breathing fast and shallow. That man was threatening Hagakure and her parents, using her to get whatever was in that folder. Mikumo's fists tightened. He couldn't even go to the teachers. The pale man had made it clear he would kill Hagakure and her parents if things didn't go his way. Mikumo couldn't put them at risk. "You wanted to be a hero, didn't you?" Mikumo cried out, yelling at himself. "Save her. Save them all, even without a quirk." Mikumo slammed his fists down on the floor, resolute. "I'll be shatterproof." Izuku struggled through the crowd, as it crushed him from every side. Keeping his eyes focused on Bakugo, Izuku pushed his way towards the blonde boy inch by inch. If he could just reach Bakugo, he could use Slingshot to get them both above the crowd. Izuku felt a sudden tug, as one of his gloves was pulled from his hand. No, this couldn't be happening. The first 3 quirks came quickly, filling up his quirk space to the maximum. Then, Izuku got his answer on what happened to his quirk space once he passed his quirk limit. Izuku's 11th quirk burnt like fire in his veins, green sparks flickering around his body. 3 more quirks came, sending the pain to the stratosphere. His knees gave way. Izuku dropped to the floor, the stampede swallowing him. He felt a foot crush his hand, a sickening crunch telling him what had happened. Nearby, Bakugo pushed a student out the way. He couldn't use his quirk in a situation like this. Even he knew the collateral damage would be too high. Yet Bakugo forced himself onwards, towards Izuku's fallen form. Red flashed through Bakugo's view. "Oi, Metapod." Kirishima, currently using his quirk to stand his ground, Kaminari next to him, looked to Bakugo. "Bakugo." Dekadash. "What?" Kirishima couldn't hear him over the shouts of the crowd. Bakugo gritted his teeth, pointing to Izuku. "Midori is getting tramped. Use you shitty quirk." Kirishima nodded, pushing another student out the way. "On it." Pushing sideways through the crowd, Kirishima made his way to Izuku, before hardening his back, dropping down and using his body as a shield. Bakugo growled. "Hang on, you damn nerd." "Ow." Stop shoving, you dolt. Don't call me that. Fight me. I literally can't. Stop pushing, you two. I'm gonna fall. Tenya found himself slammed against the window, next to Yaoyorozu, in another hallway leading away from the lunchroom. Seeing her opportunity, Yaoyorozu grabbed the window frame, pulling herself onto the windowsill, out of the crush. Ida, look. Yaoyorozu pointed out the window. Tenya followed Yaoyorozu's finger, watching as reporters flooded the grounds, hounding anyone they found. We want All Might. Just one quote. We'll leave then. Shota sighed, resisting the urge to gag that particular reporter, the same one who'd insulted him earlier, with his scarf. No, if we give you one quote, you'll just ask for another. No, we won't. Hisashi leaned across to Shota, whispering into his ear. These reporters are technically trespassing. You could even say they were villains, you know. Shota shook his head. Then they'd just write a load of garbage to get back at us. Let's just wait for the police, unless they get violent. Hisashi smiled. Always the voice of reason, aren't cha? With you around, definitely. You wound me. Good. It's just reporters. Please, everyone calm down. Yaoyorozu sighed. Her voice was lost to the roar of the crowd. She needed someone with the voice of a foghorn. Ida, it has to be you. Tenya turned his head to look at Yaoyorozu. Me? Yaoyorozu nodded. Absolutely. Tenya nodded, feeling the weight of the great responsibility the vice-class representative had placed on his shoulders. What would my brother do? What would Midoriya do? Ida. Uraraka was struggling to push her way through to him. Uraraka, I have a plan. Huh? Tenya edged his way through the crowd, reaching out to Uraraka. Uraraka, please make me float. Uraraka's eyes widened, realizing what Tenya planned to do. Right. Tenya and Uraraka surged forwards, towards each other, their fingertips just brushing. There. Tenya floated into the air, above the panicking masses. I need somewhere I can easily be seen. The sign. Using his engines, Tenya pushed himself at the emergency exit sign, flipping wildly before painfully slamming into the wall. Everyone, everything is fine. Chopping the air with his arm, Tenya saw he had the crowd's attention. This is just the press. This is UA. We are supposed to be the representatives of this great institution. Act like it. There's nothing to panic about. A wave of murmurs passed through the crowd, back into the lunch hall, slowly calming the masses. Tenya pushed his glasses back up the bridge of his nose. Also, could someone please help me down? You rock. Emergency exit, Ida. Thank you, Ashido, but I would really appreciate a ladder. Izuku opened his eyes, finding himself standing in his quirk space, one for all glowing with green and blue light, while threatening red lightning surged all around him. Young Izuku. Turning, Izuku saw a woman wearing a dark navy, almost black, bodysuit and a red cape. Her hair reminded him of his mother's. It was like seeing someone you could only half remember. Who are you? What are you? The woman smiled, filling Izuku with the same warmth that All Mights did. I am a vestige, the consciousness of a previous holder of One for All, contained within the quirk itself. For now, you can call me Seven. Seven, that's not your real name, is it? No, it isn't. Seven paused. But circumstances require it. They also require another thing. Do not tell Toshi about this. Toshi. It's short for Toshinori. You call him All Might. Seven beamed. He was my student. Izuku was taken aback. You're All Might's mentor? Why wouldn't you want him to know about this? Seven sighed. A day is coming where a powerful villain will attack Toshi and his mind. If he knows of us vestiges, then so will that evil man. What about me? Won't he take it from me then? He will not harm you. Not seriously. After all, you are his greatest creation. All for one. Seven nodded. He's still alive? Verily, he's just existing. All he wants to do is hurt Toshi. Seven looked at Izuku. He wants to kill the man who nearly defeated him. None of us before Toshi managed to come as close as he did. So All for One hates him for that. He reminded him of his mortality. Izuku paled, feeling the weight of One for All growing heavier. And I'm guessing I can't tell All Might he's alive either? Yes, I'm sorry to burden you with this. 7 pulled Izuku into a surprisingly strong hug. All I wanted was to see you smile. Izuku sniffed, wiping away tears. No, I'll beat him. I'll save All Might. 7 broke away. I know you will. But first, you need to fix this mess. Izuku looked to Quirksmith, watching as red lightning shot from it. What's happening? 7 placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I went through this too, as did all holders who possessed a quirk of their own. Are you aware of what a quirk awakening is? It's when a person's feelings and desires reach a point where their quirk suddenly adapts or evolves to aid them. Izuku nodded. For a holder of one for all, this puts strain on the quirk, forcing it to increase in power at an abnormally fast rate. Normally, most people only ever undergo 1 or 2 awakenings. 7 looked to Quirksmith. However, when your quirk exceeds the number of quirks it can hold, it has the same effect as an awakening. So, the more quirks I copy, the faster 1 for all increases with power. 7 nodded. You must be cautious. If you continue to tax your quirk like this, 1 for all will become too much for your body to handle. Izuku shuddered as he remembered All Might's explanation of what would happen if he'd given him 1 for all before his body was ready for its power. What do I do? How do I stop it? 7 looked at Izuku. That is your journey alone. We will speak again soon. With that, 7 vanished. Izuku cried out as the pain he'd been feeling before he lost consciousness returned. Dropping to his knees, Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the pain as it reached a fever pitch. Izuku opened his eyes. What you doing down there, Izuku? 4-year-old Katsuki Bakugo hung upside down from the monkey bars by his knees. Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes. I fell, Kaken. Katsuki dropped to the ground, holding his hand out to Izuku. You shouldn't cry so much. You can't when we're both heroes. Allowing himself to be pulled up, Izuku hung his head. My quirk hasn't shown up yet like yours has. Katsuki lit sparks in his palms, little more than a light show. So which one of your parents do you think you'll get? Your dad's would be pretty cool. You could roast every villain in your path. Izuku shook his head. No, I want my mom's quirk. That way I can rescue everyone, like All Might. Katsuki pounded a fist into his opposite palm. Yeah, and I'll beat up the villains while you do that. We'll be an unstoppable hero team. Izuku nodded vigorously. Why yeah, what's your name going to be? Ground Zero. So cool. Katsuki grinned at the praise. What about you, Izuku? Izuku paused, thinking hard. He didn't want to say anything Katsuki was dumb, like Mighty Boy or All Might Jr. I've got it. I'll be Detroit. Katsuki laughed. You're such an All Might fanboy. So are you. Izuku shot back. I'm a fan, you're a nerd. Nerd? Questioned Izuku, tilting his head. Yeah, it means someone who knows loads about something. Katsuki explained. Then I'm happy to be an All Might nerd. Izuku beamed. We're gonna be great heroes. Course we are. Ground Zero and Detroit will be unstoppable. Still inside his quirk space, Izuku dropped to his knees, crying away. He'd forgotten that day, the day before his mom had taken him to that doctor. The day before Izuku Midoriya was declared quirkless. Useless. Worth less than everyone else around him. His and Bakugo's friendship hadn't suffered at first. The blonde boy had just declared that Izuku would be his sidekick, that he could use his quirk analysis to help him fight the villains. Those words were the first time Izuku felt like being quirkless wasn't the end of his dream. But those days came to an end, slowly at first. Bakugo grew distant, but not cruel at least. The final straw wasn't until Izuku's 7th birthday party. They had been playing Catch the Villain, but Bakugo had taken it too far. His equally emotionally explosive mom had taken him aside and said something to him, no doubt reprimanding him. After that, Bakugo had gone out of his way to avoid Izuku. He stopped coming over, and when Izuku tried going over to his house, the blonde boy did his best to ignore him. It didn't help that after that Bakugo stopped defending him from his classmates. He just sat and watched as they told him he couldn't be a hero. As they told him he was weak. Useless. Deku. It hurt, but even then things hadn't reached their eventual low. That started in their first year of middle school, when Tsubasa had gone missing. The winged boy had been the closest thing to an actual friend that Bakugo had had, the only one who could calm him down. Tsubasa had been one of the crueler ones after Izuku's diagnosis as quirkless. In fact, he had been the one to tell the entire class, his grandfather being the doctor who saw Izuku. But he didn't resent him. How could he? Around the same time Tsubasa's father suddenly left, marks began appearing on the winged boy's arms, followed by his usual vest swapping for long-sleeved t-shirts. Everyone had noticed, nobody had said anything. Not the other kids, and not the teachers. After all, Tsubasa's mother had been the head of the school board at the time, and his grandfather, the one who had told Izuku he was quirkless, was a well-respected doctor, pioneering quirk research. Once Tsubasa vanished, no one was around to hold Bakugo back, no one that Bakugo would listen to. The final straw was in Izuku's second year. Bakugo had gone after a sand villain on the way home from school one day, in the hopes of getting a recommendation for UA from it. Izuku had followed, deducing the true nature of the villain's quirk, before the pro-hero, Air Jet, had swooped in to save the day. Something Izuku had done that day had made Bakugo angry, and his anger had landed directly on Izuku. It started with Bakugo telling him to give up on his dream of being a hero, telling him he was worthless without a quirk, just like the rest of his classmates had done for almost a decade. Then the fights had started. At first the green-haired boy had tried to defend himself. And every time Izuku was the only one who got punished. Bakugo just walked away scot-free. The boy with the perfect quirk. The boy with the free pass. Izuku felt the anger bubble up again, remembering Bakugo's non-apology. The pain only got worse. That's what's fueling it. My anger. Izuku slammed his fists down on the non-existent floor of his quirk space. What if I want to be angry? I want to hate Bakugo. He made my life miserable for years, and he thinks he can just apologize for the battle trial and everything will be okay. Tears dropped from Izuku's face. Why? Why did no one stop him? Izuku sobbed. Was I just a good test dummy to see the growth of his quirk? Izuku saw them all. The teachers who punished Izuku when he spoke up, the guidance counselor that claimed he had made it all up for attention. Izuku wanted to hate Bakugo with all his heart. Truly and completely. But he couldn't. As soon as it had come, Izuku's anger faded. He couldn't hate Bakugo as much as he tried. How else was Bakugo going to turn out when the people whose job it was to show him how he was supposed to act behaved like that? Encouraging children to bully another just because they didn't have a quirk. Clenching his fists, Izuku reached a resolution. Katsuki Bakugo, I forgive you. From now on, I'll judge you by your present, not your past. The pain receded, the red lightning dying out. Izuku stumbled to his feet, reaching out to touch One for All. It's stronger. One for All, 105%. Much more, and it will be too much for my body to handle. Izuku collapsed. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Izuku groaned, feeling a hand repeatedly slap his cheek. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Izuku caught Bakugo's wrist, stopping him. Finally, you fucking nerd. Before Izuku could realize what was going on, he felt himself being pulled up. Kakakin. Bakugo grunted. Who else, nerd? Opening his eyes, Izuku saw he was stumbling along towards Recovery Girl's office, Bakugo supporting him. WY? You hate me. Izuku's throat felt like it was on fire, his voice croaky. I believe you. Bakugo paused. If this is what your shitty quirk does to you, I can see why you fucking hit it. Izuku gave a weak smile. Thank you, Kakin. No, I mean Katsuki. I mean if you want me to call you that dash. Call me whatever you want, nerd. Bakugo was apologizing, in his own weird way, not the forced attempt from earlier. This time he meant it. Together, the two boys hobbled down the corridor, Bakugo yelling every time Izuku nearly tripped him up. I am sorry, Katsuki. Are you trying to cripple me? No. When did you get so fucking heavy? Izuku squeaked. Kirishima watched the two go, grinning. I guess Bakugo isn't all that bad after all. Izuku listened carefully as Katsuki explained what had happened. the green-haired boy mentally translating his profanity-laden diatribe into normal, human speech. Kaken, I'm sorry I gave up on you. Mikumo stepped back into the workshop, his feet moving on autopilot towards his station. Hagakure's clothes were gone. Dropping into his seat, Mikumo stared at the costume design he had created for the invisible girl. A pop-up in the bottom corner of the screen announced that the invisibility substance had been extracted successfully. What do I do? Mikumo dropped his head into his hands. Mikumo, you can be a hero. Midoriya's words rang in his ears. Could he? Mikumo certainly didn't feel like a hero. No, I can't think like that. I have to be strong. Mikumo's fist slammed down on his bench, the sound echoing through the empty workshop. Finding his resolve, Mikumo closed the notification, returning to the costume design. Editing metal weave, Mikumo added a second layer underneath, made from a titanium steel alloy, as opposed to the outer layer's aluminum steel alloy. While it would be heavier than the outer layer, the titanium steel alloy would be more durable, capable of stopping even bullets. But it won't be anywhere near as flexible. Mikumo stared at the screen. Unless... Expanding the design, Mikumo altered the titanium steel layer to be a series of interlocking pieces, capable of sliding over each other. There, it will be a bit more restrictive than just one layer, but far more protective. Adding the invisibility solution to the design simulation, coating each strand of the aluminum steel and titanium steel layers with it, Mikumo saw he had some left spare. Enough for a weapon. It couldn't be anything large, but it would at least give Hagakure some offensive capability. Pulling up the gauntlet design that he had used for the entrance exam, Mikumo removed the arm section and grapple, leaving only the hand and wrist armor. Enlarging the size of the wrist armor, Mikumo shifted the miniaturized power source, normally stored in the arm, inside the wrist. Next, he added 8 small repulsors, altered to emit UV light, in a ring around the wrist cuff, angled back away from the hand. That will enhance Hagakure's punches. Mikumo turned his attention to the palm, adding a larger UV repulsor, this time as a weapon. Double-checking the design, Mikumo stared at it. Mikumo clenched his fists. I will save you. Hitting a button, a machine of the back wall sprang into life, coating a strand of titanium steel alloy in the invisibility solution. Hagakure watched as Mikumo busied himself creating the costume, his long, curly hair tied back, out of his eyes. I'm sorry, Mikumo, but you can't save me. I'm already too far gone. Izuku laid in the bed as Recovery Girl explained his injuries to All Might, in his true form. She had been less than pleased to see Izuku when he'd turned up with Bakugo, before sending the unharmed boy away. At least when he told her what had happened, she hadn't complained about Izuku having to see her again. Well, not too much. I've healed the cracked rib and his broken fingers. Recovery Girl paused, looking at All Might. But he'll have to recover overnight from the strain the quirk overload put on his body, so no quirk usage for at least 12 hours. Izuku sighed. Recovery Girl rounded on the teen, tapping his knee with her cane. You hear? 12 hours, 24 if you can manage it. Izuku nodded, not bothering to speak. He couldn't tell them the truth anyway. It made Izuku feel even worse that on his first day as class president, he'd ended up useless while Ida and Yaoyorozu had been forced to pick up his slack. If only his glove hadn't come off. But at least it made Izuku's decision easier. Izuku would quit as class president and make Yaoyorozu as his replacement, with Ida as the VP. The engine boy had already shown he could do the job. Whatever pessimistic thoughts you're having, stop it. Izuku looked up at Recovery Girl. What? Recovery Girl sighed. What happened today wasn't your fault. Izuku started. Of course it was, I should dash. All Might interrupted him. Could you have seen that it was only the press? Izuku looked down. No, I was on the wrong side of the building. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. It's tough, but as a hero you can't be everywhere at once, no matter as much as you want to be. Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes. I just felt so useless. I know, but this a burden of a hero, knowing you could have helped, if only you'd been in the right place. It never gets any easier, but we all feel it. Thanks. Izuku gave All Might a weak smile. I think. All Might smiled, before ruffling Izuku's hair. You're very welcome. Izuku leaned into the gesture, reminding All Might of a cat. A big, very green cat. All Might moved his hand back to Izuku's shoulder. I want to apologize for last night. You were right. Izuku hesitated, wondering if he should tell All Might that All for One was still alive, before remembering Seven's words. All for One is my father. All Might was taken aback at Izuku's acceptance of the notion, after his vehement denial the night before. And I'm not the only son he had. Izuku looked to All Might. Mikumo Akatani, he's a quirkless support student. He never knew his parents, and he looks just like me. It isn't hard to figure it out. All Might nodded. I see. He remembered the boy from the entrance exam. He'd almost managed to make it into the hero course with his inventions, falling short by only a few points. Toshinori had noticed the resemblance then, but brushed it off a cousin or another relative. But after Izuku's natural quirk had been discovered, All Might had realized then the likely connection between the dark-haired boy and his greatest foe. No doubt All for One had discarded him for being quirkless, instead focusing his efforts on Izuku. Not that he would tell the green-haired boy that, it would only make him feel guilty. Breaking himself from his thoughts, All Might looked to Izuku. So what quirks did you copy? Anything interesting? Izuku's eyes shined at the thought of discussing quirks with his idol. The green-haired boy nodded, realizing that Recovery Girl had left at some point. I copied 8 quirks: origami, seed breath, variable mist, weld, speed, wave motion, rock fist, and then hardening from Kirishima when he protected me. I haven't had a chance to test any of them since, you know. Recovery Girl would beat you up with that cane of hers. Pretty much. So what do they do? All Might's interest was piqued. Air. Well, you already know about hardening. You've seen Kirishima use it. Speed is a passive boost to my running speed and reactions. It's not a very large boost, though. Seed breath will allow me to fire seeds from my mouth that grow vines where they hit. Variable mist means I can emit mist made from various compounds from my mouth, but I need to know the chemical formula for it to work. All Might tapped his chin with his finger. That speed quirk, though minor, will be helpful, while the seed and mist ones will be great for capturing villains. Izuku nodded. Right? Wave motion allows for the conversion of vitality into energy that can be discharged as blast waves from the hands, kind of like Bakugo's quirk. Origami sounds really weird. It allows the holder to turn their hands into origami, but I'm not really sure how that works. Neither am I. All Might chuckled at the teen's confusion. The last two. Weld's really interesting. It can merge both inorganic and organic materials on an atomic level, so long as I'm touching them both. The only quirk I can't use is Rock Fist, since it's mutant class. All Might continued to think over the quirks Izuku had explained to him. Izuku spoke. The first 3 filled up the remaining quirk space inside Quirksmith. All Might didn't flinch, his eyes focused directly on Izuku. But the next 5 made something weird happen. I'll show you. All Might frowned. Show me. Izuku placed a hand on All Might's arm. All Might blinked, finding himself in what could only be Izuku's quirk space, in his muscle form. Looking around, the number 1 hero took in the sight of a black void filled with quirks of many colors. Tokusai once told me that I was the only person he'd met with a black void as their quirk space. All Might continued to examine his protégé's quirk space. Izuku nodded. Mine was a white void until you gave me one for all. That must be why. All Might nodded. It must. So what did you want to show me? Izuku pointed. This. Stepping closer to the center, Izuku indicated a large, green quirk. That's one for all, but that isn't the interesting part. This is. Izuku pointed to a red quirk next to one for all. Within it were 10 individual quirks. 4 more quirks resided outside the red quirk, each connected back to it by a strand of white light. The red quirk is Quirksmith. Before the quirk I copied today, they were contained within it. That's how I determined what my limit was. 10. Yeah, but the first 3 quirks filled it up. When the other 5 quirks joined them, Quirksmith was overstretched. That put the strain on my body. Until Quirksmith cracked, like an egg, and 5 Quirks leaked out into the outer Quirk space where One for All and Quirk Smith are. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. All Might paused. Where's the 5th? The Quirks that leaked out were the 5 oldest Quirks I have, Slingshot, since it's merged from zero gravity and attraction, as well as Heal, a denatured version of attraction, Quirk space, and explosion. All Might nodded along, only vaguely understanding what his successor was saying. Denatured? Oh, that's what happens when I try to alter a quirk too much. It just kind of falls apart into junk data. The denatured attraction just dispersed and joined the rest of the junk data in the void when it leaked out. All Might looked pensive. So you can alter One for All? Izuku shook his head. No, I can't alter compound quirks like One for All or Slingshot. I might be able to denature them. All Might's eyes widened in alarm. Izuku panicked. But I'm definitely not going to try that, of course. Thank goodness. All Might released a sigh of relief. Izuku smiled, before it suddenly faded. There's something else I need to tell you. Go ahead. One for All has gotten stronger. When Quirk Smith was overtaxed, it strained that quirk dash and made it stronger. Izuku looked to All Might before they both returned to the physical world. All Might took stock of his surroundings before speaking. My master told me that quirk strain would make One for All's stockpile grow rapidly, but I never paid it much mind since I was dash. He stopped, realizing what he'd been about to say. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. All Might made a decision. I never paid it much mind since I wasn't born with a quirk. You were quirkless? Sure. Izuku's cheeks flushed. Sorry. It's fine. Yes, before my master passed One for All on to me, I was quirkless. Is that why One for All doesn't hurt you when you use it? Because you didn't have a quirk? All Might shook his head. No, but One for All was much weaker then. Since I was the first truly quirkless holder of the power, I relied on it fully, while my predecessors used their own quirks as well. Since I received it, One for All's strength has roughly doubled. Whoa. Izuku looked at his hero, admiration shining in his eyes. All Might coughed nervously. Well, I have used it an awful lot, but considering your training both before and after receiving One for All, your body could withstand 115% without your limbs, well dash. Exploding off my body. Izuku offered. All Might nodded, before placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder, seeing the teen stifle a yawn. For now, let's not worry about One for All and all that. Just get some rest. You've been excused from your afternoon classes. Izuku nodded sleepily, making Ida the new class rep could wait till the next morning. We'll work on your new quirks tomorrow after school. How's that sound? Great. I look forward to it. Izuku was asleep, the strain from his quirk sending him out like a light. All Might smiled, true and genuine. This kid. This certainly wasn't natural. Nedzu regarded the crumbled remains of the UA barrier. Aizawa, Yamada, did you see the moment the reporters entered? Aizawa shook his head while Yamada crossed his arm in the shape of an X. We were on our way to the staff room when we heard the alarms. Aizawa shifted his scarf. Yeah, the reporters were already in by the time we made it here. Yamada added. Nedzu nodded. I see. Considering the fact all the cameras facing this spot failed at that same time, we can assume this was planned. Scratching his furry cheek, Nedzu stepped forward. But why they did it is the real question. Aizawa and Yamada looked to Nedzu. The person who instigated this, were they giving us a warning, or did they slip in, with the confusion as their cover? Nedzu looked up. The metal UA sign on the gate had half crumbled away. Or perhaps both. Calm down, Tamura. Tamura Shigaraki sighed, stopping his pacing and looked to the speaker behind the bar. The man was tall, his head and hands made of purple mist, dressed in a shirt and waistcoat. Sensei should have responded by now, Kurogyri. Kurogyri placed the glass he was wiping down on the bar. Tamura, you gave him the intel on the UA staff schedule and Hagakure's files on her fellow students only an hour ago. Kurogyri gave the pale man a piercing look. Master will analyze it and assign additional resources for tomorrow's operation when and as he sees fit. Tamura wasn't satisfied. He itched to scratch his neck, but he knew Kurogiri would just get upset about it. A screen on the wall flickered into life, showing a man in black, metal mask, covered in pipes. Tamura. A raspy voice came from the speaker. Sensei. Tamura took a seat. I have read the intel. The Hagakure girl did a good job. Not only did she hack the UA database, but apparently she copied the work of a fellow student, someone with a hobby for quirk analysis. Tamura rested an elbow on the bar. But you're not going to tell me what quirks the brats have, are you? Kurogiri shot Tamura a look. The pale man rolled his eyes. Originally, no, I wasn't. The raspy man paused. But the circumstances have changed. This class is strong, stronger than I've seen in a long time. Tamura's interest was piqued. As such, I will grant you additional intel and resources. You will be allotted 3 of the good doctor's Nomu, 2 Alpha series, and the Omega series I have already given you. Tamura smirked. The anti-symbol of peace. Yes, you will also have access to Project Geminati. The raspy man coughed, the others waiting while he recovered. Type 2, Type 3, and Type 11 are at your command. What about the brats? Tamura questioned. Images of 3 teenage boys appeared on the lower half of the raspy man's screen. These 3 students posed the majority of the danger in the class. Shoto Todoroki, Quirk, half-hot, half-cold, the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, he'll be well-trained. Katsuki Bakugo, Quirk, Explosion, he scored the highest in the entrance exam anyone has since All Might took it, with only villain points. And the last one? Kurogiri inquired. Izuku Midoriya, Quirk, Quirksmith. Tamura frowned. Quirksmith. The raspy man replied. When he physically touches someone, he permanently copies their quirk, so long as he hasn't already copied it. He can also manipulate and alter the quirks he copies. Kurogiri and Tamura stayed silent. Outside of All Might, this boy is the most dangerous target you will face tomorrow. The raspy man smiled. Tamura, I want you to recruit him to our side. Bring him home. Tamura spoke. And if I can't, kill him. Mikumo's body felt like it was moving in slow motion. His hand stretched out, reaching for Hagakure. The pale man laughed, a cold, cruel sound, his fingers wrapping around the invisible girl's face. No, Hagakure. The crumbling girl looked to Mikumo, her invisible skin falling away to reveal her very visible muscles. Why didn't you save me? Mikumo's arm surged forwards, his hand grasping empty air. Hagakure was dead. The pale man laughed again, turning to look at Mikumo. Pathetic. You actually thought a quirkless loser like you could save her? That you could be a hero? Mikumo dropped to his knees. I failed. The pale man reached out again, this time aiming for Mikumo. Akatani. Mikumo looked up at the pale man. The pale man gave a sinister smile. Akatani, wake up. Mikumo jerked awake, sitting up. Looking around, Mikumo saw he was on the floor of the development studio. The stool he had been using before he fell asleep was on its side next to him. Finally, I thought I was going to have to go and get present Mike so he could wake you up. Mr. Maijima. Mikumo started, before looking up at his workbench. No, I fell asleep, I didn't finish it. Mikumo reached out, desperately trying to pull himself up. Power Loader hooked a hand under Mikumo's arm, helping him to stand. It's fine, kid. Mikumo paled. The half-completed costume for Hagakure was gone. Where is it? Mikumo looked to Power Loader, before his eyes flicked over to where Dusty hung on the wall. Power Loader chuckled. Calm down. Hatsum saw it, and the plans when she came in this morning, she finished. In fact, she's running the safety checks, at my insistence, in the testing studio right now. Mikumo breathed a sigh of relief, standing his stool up and sitting down on it. I'm so used to doing things by myself it's still weird to think I have a partner to work alongside. Pulling up a stool of his own, Power Loader looked at his student. I take it you were here all night. Mikumo nodded, not saying a word. Power Loader sighed. Is there anything you want to tell me? Mikumo shook his head. It doesn't have to be me, Akatani. If you'd be more comfortable talking to another teacher, or maybe a student, Hatsum or Midoriya, for example. Then it can be arranged. Mikumo looked up. I'm fine. Power Loader placed one of his large hands on the teen's shoulder. We both know that isn't true. Mikumo clasped his hands together. I could tell him, couldn't I? About that man, what he's making Hagakure do. Mr. Majima would help, right? Mikumo gave a small nod, looking Power Loader directly in the eyes. There is something I need to tell you. It's about Dash. I'm finished. Hatsum burst into the development studio, wheeling a mannequin in front of herself, the costume for Hagakure displayed on it. Power Loader sighed. Damn, Hatsum, could you have picked a worse time to burst in? Mikumo jumped to his feet, taking in the sight of Hagakure's completed costume. Thank you for finishing it, Hatsum. Mikumo bowed to the pink-haired girl. Hatsum gave a smug smile. I know, I'm just that great. Besides, what are partners for? Despite the stress he felt crushing down on his chest, Mikumo returned Hatsum's smile. Power Loader patted Mikumo's shoulder. You still have an hour before homeroom starts. How about you go and get some breakfast from the food hall? Maybe a shower too. Mikumo nodded, still smiling. Don't worry, Mr. Majima. I'll tell you soon. I trust you. Oi, nerd. Izuku sighed, stopping his progress towards the Class 1A homeroom. Turning to face Bakugo, Izuku watched as his former friend slouched up to him. The green-haired boy had hoped that after yesterday things were going to be at least a little better between them. Bakugo looked directly at Izuku. Those stupid quirks you got yesterday, you'd better fucking learn how to use them for the sport festival. Izuku frowned. Was Kaken acknowledging him? If I'm going to surpass All Might as the #1 hero, I need a strong-ass rival to fight along the way. Bakugo paused. I'd rather it was you than daddy issues. Daddy issues? Questioned Izuku. The half-and-half bastard. Bakugo saw no recognition in Izuku's eyes. You know, Captain Canada, Candy Cane, where's Wally? I see hot dash. You mean Todoroki? Bakugo grunted in affirmation. How could you possibly know he has daddy issues? Bakugo shrugged. He's the son of Endeavor who never uses his fire powers. What else is it going to be? Izuku smiled. You know, sometimes all your yelling and shouting makes me forget just how perceptive you are. Bakugo exploded. What do you mean, yelling and shouting, you fucking nerd? Izuku slowly raised his eyebrows. Bakugo shrugged, realizing Izuku's point. TCH. Whatever, just make sure you're nice and strong, so I look all that more impressive when I beat you. With that, Bakugo pushed past Izuku, stomping down the corridor and towards the classroom. Izuku shook his head slowly, still smiling. Bakugo, neither of us can change our pasts, but we can have a better future. You said that out loud, you fucking nerd. Izuku jumped, before racing off after Bakugo, the two entering the classroom seconds apart. Deki. He lives. Midori looking good. Izuku beamed, before nodding his head. Thank you. I could never have imagined this. They actually care. Thank you, All Might. Ida walked over to Izuku, his face as serious as ever. Midoriya, I am most glad to see you well. All right, thank you. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I am sorry it was so useless dash. Ida interrupted him. Midoriya, we all have our weaknesses. Mine is carbonated drinks. They make my engine stall. Yours are crowds. Izuku sighed. But I think crowds are going to be more of an issue as a pro hero than soda. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Ida chopped his arm, angling his fingers at Izuku. Suppose someone were to offer you a carbonated drink as thanks for saving them? You could say no? Preposterous. By refusing their generous offer, you would be insulting them. Izuku nodded along. If he tried to argue this, it could go on all day. Sure, it would have been fine if my glove hadn't gotten snagged and pulled off. Ida looked down to Izuku's hands. Both were covered by gloves. One his normal black, the other sparkly white, covered in sequins. Izuku shrugged awkwardly. It's from an old Halloween costume. It's all I had. Fear not. Ida reached into his blazer, producing Izuku's other black glove. Hagakure found it after the incident yesterday. She passed it to me for safekeeping. Izuku accepted the glove, swapping it into the place of the white sequin glove. Thank you, Ida. The engine teen nodded. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to inform Tokoyami about the proper usage of a desk. Sure. Turning his body slightly, Izuku bowed to the invisible girl. Thank you, Hagakure. Hagakure laughed and struck a pose. You're welcome, Green Akatani. Taken aback by Hagakure's nickname, Izuku barely noticed the tap on his shoulder. Shacho. Izuku turned to see Yaoyorozu. Shacho. Right, I'm class president, aren't I? Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow. Did you sustain a head injury yesterday? No. I mean, probably. I can't really remember, so maybe? Yaoyorozu hid a laugh before handing Izuku a piece of paper. We were supposed to select class officers yesterday, after lunch. However, since you were injured, we decided to hold off until this morning. Izuku nodded, reading the list. Yaoyorozu spoke again. I enlisted Ida's help to draft a proposed list. We started by picking from those who made it to the second round of voting. Uraraka as treasurer and Ishido as events manager look like good choices. Same for Shiro as historian. But discipline officer and sergeant-at-arms. Yaoyorozu made an expression of displeasure. Bakugo and Mineta were the last two who made it to the second round we hadn't found a role for. We were kind of stuck with them. Izuku frowned. Bakugo should be sergeant-at-arms, not discipline officer. He may have gone too far in the battle trials, but that was a one-off. Normally, he's all about safe training. Yaoyorozu nodded. I'll take your word for it. You have known him a lot longer, but Mineta as discipline officer sounds dangerous. He'd probably implement some disgusting rule like skirts have to be 30 centimeters above the knee. I see what you mean, but why didn't you choose Ida? Izuku turned his head to look at Yaoyorozu. He's the only one from the second vote that didn't get a position. Ida insisted since he was involved in creating this list, him getting a position would be self-interest. Yaoyorozu paused. So Ida as discipline officer, and Mineta doesn't get a role? Izuku gathered his confidence, seeing his out. No, I'll be the discipline officer. Yaoyorozu frowned. You can't be. You're already the class representative. I'm going to nominate you to replace me as class representative and Ida as your vice representative. I'll take the discipline officer role. Izuku paused. You can assign someone else to that role other than me later if you and Ida want. Midoriya, you can't. Yaoyorozu placed a hand on the green-haired boy's arm. The class put its trust in you as class president, not me. Izuku shook his head. I can't represent the class's trust if I don't trust myself. Midoriya dash. I voted for you, Yaoyorozu, in both rounds of the vote. Words abandoned Yaoyorozu, leaving her in shock. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu. The two teens looked round to see Aizawa in the doorway, the rest of the class moving to their seats. Aizawa walked over to his desk. The class president and vice president will now be assigning the class officers. Just have it done in 5 minutes. All right. Of course, Mr. Aizawa. Izuku and Yaoyorozu moved to the front of the classroom, standing in front of the blackboard. Swallowing his nerves and leaning on the confidence of Bakugo's quirk, Izuku stepped forward. We'd like to announce the class officers, but before that there's something I wanted to say. Izuku looked at the faces of his classmates, staring back at him. Ida proved yesterday he has what it takes to be a leader, a real leader, not just one given the position. That's why I want to announce To announce that Ida will be joining myself as a joint vice president. Yaoyorozu stepped forward. He will have the responsibilities of both the discipline officer and leadership of the class should Midoriya and I be unavailable, with the backing of the class, of course. The class cheered, especially Ishido and the others who had seen Ida's calming of the crowd the day before. Yeah, I'm all for emergency exit, Ida. Ida looked taken aback, his mouth moving but no words coming out. Finally finding his voice, Ida stood. I accept. I aim to fulfill the duties of my office to the best of ability. No, even better than that. Yaoyorozu nodded, holding the class officers' list out to Ida as he marched up to join them. If you would be so kind, please announce the officers of Class 1A, Ida. Izuku watched on with shock, his head slowly turning to look at a rather smug Yaoyorozu. Do you enjoy my suffering? Izuku questioned, quiet enough that only Yaoyorozu could hear. You were wrong. The class put their trust in you because you are a natural-born leader under all that nervousness. You showed that in the battle trials. Yaoyorozu gently bumped Izuku with her shoulder. Besides, I trust you. Why else would I have voted for you yesterday? Izuku started in shock. You voted for me? Yaoyorozu smiled. You just need a bit more confidence, that's all. Izuku returned her smile. Thank you, Yaoyorozu. Please, if we're going to be working together like this, call me Momo. Then call me Izuku. Deal. Aizawa sighed and rolled his eyes from his place on the floor, cocooned in his garish yellow sleeping bag. Ida chopped the air. The selections of the class representative and vice class representative are final. But I think Moi would make a perfect fashion officer. Aoyama struck a pose. The position of fashion officer does not exist. Ida aimed his hand at the blonde boy. Besides, what kind of job would that be? Aoyama flicked his hair. I would ensure that everyone's costumes were in the height of fashion, like mine. Ashido laughed. Like you? I saw that red visor of yours. Talk about clashing colors. Clashing colors? Have you seen your costume, mademoiselle? It is made of clashing colors. It's supposed to look like that. Ida placed his thumb under his chin, finger bent over, pressed against the front, deep in thought. Perhaps the position of fashion officer is more viable than I first thought. Ashido and Aoyama's argument continued to rage on, Kaminari cheering them both on. Enough. Aizawa stood, folding his sleeping bag away. Your 5 minutes are up. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Ida, return to your seats. The three teens followed the instruction, Ida bowing to Aizawa as he did. Now, let's get on with today's announcements. Izuku knocked on the door. Come in. Sliding the door open, Izuku stepped into Recovery Girl's office. Recovery Girl, Mr. Aizawa said I was to come here for a checkup during lunch. Yes. Recovery Girl turned her chair to face Izuku. Take a seat. Izuku sat down opposite Recovery Girl. So, how do you feel? Air. Okay, I guess. I was really tired last night, but I've been fine today. Good. Open up. Recovery Girl placed a thermometer in Izuku's mouth. Quirk exhaustion is a serious deal, even for people with multiple quirks like you. Izuku nodded, unable to speak. A little high, but nothing to really be concerned about. Recovery Girl made a note on her computer before removing the thermometer from Izuku's mouth. Do you know how quirk exhaustion affects people like me, with multiple quirks? Izuku queried nervously. Well, I've not treated many people with multiple quirks like yourself, but from what I've seen, each quirk has a separate limit for quirk exhaustion. Recovery Girl paused. However, what you did yesterday was overtax Quirksmith, the parent quirk of all the others you have copied, as well as One for All. It's why I told you not to use any of your quirks overnight. Izuku nodded, taking in Recovery Girl's words, storing them for writing in his notebook later. Recovery Girl stood. However, for now, you have a clean bill of health. Just don't end up back here anytime soon. Right, I'll try that. Now run along. Do whatever it is you kids do these days. Izuku bowed, thanking the nurse before leaving. Walking down the corridor, Izuku made his way back to the 1A classroom. The class had been told to meet there at 12:50 p.m. for more hero training, but Aizawa had given them no further details. Slipping into the classroom, Izuku made to his desk with seconds to spare, Kirishima and Kaminari racing in after him. Aizawa stepped through the doorway, moving to his podium as he had during homeroom that morning. Looking out at the class already sitting in their seats, Aizawa nodded. 2 seconds, better. The class released a collective sigh of relief. For today's basic hero training, there has been a change of plans. Aizawa paused. As I'm sure you are all aware, UA suffered a security breach yesterday. Murmurs came from the class. Therefore, I will be joining today's basic training. It will be led by All Might and one other. Aizawa raised a hand, silencing the class. Additionally, 2 students from the support department will be joining us today to test a new piece of equipment they've built. Please enter. Izuku looked to the door as Mikumo and a pink-haired girl walked in, both dressed in their gym uniforms, the latter wheeling a case almost as long as she was tall. The pink-haired girl's eyes scanned all the students before she spoke. I'm May Hatsum. I look forward to testing my babies with you. Mikumo jumped forwards. He was holding a smaller case, with the number 16 stenciled onto the side. She means her inventions. I'm Mikumo Akitani, by the way. The class stared at the support duo before Ishido spoke up. Cool. Are you Midori's brother or something? Izuku suppressed the urge to wince. Sato shrugged. Nah. He said his last name is Akitani. Must be Midoriya's cousin or something. Mikumo shook his head. We're not related, to the best of my knowledge. The class slowly turned to look at Izuku, who started when he realized he had their full attention. Well dash. Zero spoke up. Mr. Aizawa, what are we doing today exactly? Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Today we'll be preparing you for disaster situations, from floods to forest fires. Aizawa drew a white card, holding it out to class. Rescue was marked on it in bold, in a green-blue color gradient. It's rescue training. I'll be right at home in a flood, Karo. Kaminari groaned. Rescue training? Sounds like another hard day. Kirishima banged him on the head. Oi, this what being a hero is all about. I wasn't done. Aizawa didn't raise his voice, but everyone listened. Drawing a remote, Aizawa pressed a button, the costume racks rolling out of the wall. It's up to you whether you wear your costumes. Some of them will be ill-suited to this sort of activity. Aizawa paused. A review of the costumes was held after the battle trials on Monday. Some of you will find your costumes have been altered. Izuku hardened his resolve. Rescue training. This will help me on my way to the great hero I want to be. The great hero I know I can be. The training facility is somewhat remote, so we'll be going by bus. Aizawa tucked the remote back into his clothes. That's all, get ready. Meet at side entrance B. With that, Aizawa left. The students moved to grab their cases. Mine's not here. Hagakure tilted her head, a blue bow in her see-through hair. Hagakure. The invisible girl turned around to see Mikumo, holding out the case he'd carried into the classroom. While Hatsum and I finished the costume upgrade, Power Loader signed off on it this morning. Hagakure took the case. Cool, thanks Mikumo. The invisible girl bounced up to Mikumo, hugging him. The black-haired boy blushed madly. Why you're we welcome, Hagakure. Hagakure broke away from Mikumo, striking a pose. I'd better go get changed, no peeking. Mikumo's cheeks somehow got redder. Wouldn't. I would never dash. Hagakure laughed. I was joking. I'm invisible, remember? Oh, all right. Mikumo rubbed the back of his neck. It would be super gross to do something like that anyway. Why you'd have to be depraved to do that? On the other side of the classroom, Mineta sneezed. Hagakure giggled. See you at the bus. Mikumo nodded, smiling as Hagakure joined the other students, heading for the changing rooms. Izuku and Momo stood a short distance away from the bus, watching as Ida organized the class. Well, he's certainly taking his role very seriously. Momo glanced over at Izuku. Izuku smiled. Ida takes everything seriously. True. Momo paused. I thought your costume was repaired. I saw Bakugo return it to you yesterday, with his usual personality. Izuku self-consciously brushed the shoulder of his gym uniform. Yeah, he did. But it's not strong enough to handle my quirks. Momo nodded. I see. A support company that works with UA is making me a new costume from scratch. But I did buy a new one of these. Izuku tapped his mouthguard. I took your advice. I had a zipper added to my costume. Boo. Quiet, Mineta. And line up. Ida chopped his arm, forcing Zero to duck. Izuku looked away from the rest of the class, back to Momo. I saw, and that you got your shorts. Momo nodded. Black shorts appeared from below her belt, made from the same material as the rest of her costume, white lines running down the outsides of her thighs. I did. Apparently the support company broke costume regulations, so the support department made them instead. Izuku bobbed his head, smiling at Momo. Can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. Momo looked uncertain. It's fine, go ahead. Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku frowned. I guess, All Might really. All Might. Yeah, the first memory I have of him is a clip from that disaster, the one where he saved over 100 people. Izuku paused. I've watched that video thousands of times. I still have it saved on my phone. Something about the way he just climbs over that bus, holding all those people, smiling and laughing. I guess I wanted to help people like that. Momo smiled. I thought so. Izuku's head span around. What do you mean? You want to be a hero to help people, to save them. Momo looked over at the green-haired boy. No ulterior motive. You're not looking for money or fame, are you? Well, not really, but don't you? Momo sighed. I didn't really get a choice. My family has been heroes almost as long as there have been heroes, or quirks themselves. Todoroki is the same. Look at Bakugo. He wants to be the #1 hero just to prove he's the strongest. Oh, I see. I'm sorry if I insulted you. Momo shook her head. Don't worry. You didn't. I guess I just wish I could be more like you. You want to be a hero purely to help others. For me, it's more of an obligation, a burden, a legacy to continue. Izuku reached his hand out. Yaoyorozu, Momo, being a hero dash. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, it's time to get on the bus. Izuku sighed. Of all the times for Ida to interrupt. We're coming. Momo adjusted her costume, readying herself. Well, we'd better get going. All right. Izuku and Momo took their places in Ida's perfectly organized queue as the bus doors opened, Aizawa leaning out of them. It's time to go. Everybody file in. Remain in numerical order. Ida indicated for the class to enter the bus. Ida sagged his seat, his head in his hands. All that, just for nothing. How was I to know it would be this kind of bus? Ashido patted the navy-haired boy on the shoulder. There. Izuku gave Ida what he hoped was an encouraging smile. It's okay, Ida. You couldn't have known. Tsuyu tapped Izuku on the shoulder. I'm generally pretty straightforward, so I just say my mind, Midoriya. Oh, okay, what is it, Azui? Call me Tsuyu. The frog-like girl paused. That strength quirk of yours, did you copy it from All Might? It resembles his quirk. What? Really? I guess I never noticed how similar they are dash. Kirishima interrupted. Nah, can't be. All Might's quirk doesn't injure him, so there's at least one difference. Tsuyu tilted her head before nodding. I guess you're right. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he raised his head. Todoroki was looking at him. No, Todoroki was watching him, examining him. Kirishima spoke again. Man, what I wouldn't give for a strength-enhancing quirk like that. You could do a lot of cool stuff with it. The students listened to Kirishima intently, watching as he raised his arm and activated his quirk. My hardening, it means I'm good in a fight, but it's not very flashy. Izuku copied Kirishima's motion, calling on his copy of hardening. The quirk only affected up to his wrist, instead of his whole forearm, like Kirishima. I think it's pretty cool. Izuku leaned forward to look at the red-haired teen. It's more than strong enough for you to go pro, especially with a bit more training. Izuku called on the power of one for all, except manifesting in the hardening quirk instead of his actual body. The hardening effect massively increased. His entire arm and most of his chest took on the signature crenulated texture. Wow, that's way more than I can do. How did you manage to do that? The connection between the two quirks snapped, allowing the hardening effect to return to normal. The power amplifier quirk I copied. It allows me to supercharge the effect of other quirks I've copied. Izuku shuffled nervously, realizing he had half the bus attention. I can only do it for a few seconds at most. It's pretty draining. So cool. Uraraka beamed at Izuku from where she sat next to Momo. Aoyama struck a pose. Pro heroes have to grab attention. My quirk is the perfect combination of flashy and strong. Ashido frowned. I thought it made your stomach explode if you use it for more than a second. Aoyama slumped. Now if you want to talk strong and flashy, Todoroki and Bakugo are where it's at. So you placed a finger to her bottom lip. He'll never be popular. He's too unhinged. Bakugo growled. I'm fucking sat right here. You know that, don't you, you damn frog face? Huh. Tsuyu tilted her head, puzzled at Bakugo's muted, for him, reaction. Kaminari laughed. Man, We've only known Bakugo for like 3 days, and it's already clear he has the personality of a flaming trash can seeped in sewage. This broke what little composure Bakugo had left. Fucking say that again, you Pikachu-looking motherfucker. Momo shook her head. This conversation, so vulgar. Uraraka nudged the dark-haired girl, laughing. Come on, this is fun. I didn't think Bakugo's mouth could get any fouler. Kaminari didn't look very bothered by the explosive teen's outburst. Hey, Kaminari. Kaminari looked over to Jiro. Yo. What's with the ear gear? Jiro pointed to the large white earpiece on the right side of Kaminari's head. It's a communication device. Actually, it's basically just a phone. Kaminari pulled a slip of paper out of his jacket. It's got a phone number and everything. A phone number? Jiro questioned. Just why? Kaminari grinned. It's so I can give it to all the cute girls I save. Wow, just wow? Kaminari, you have reached a new low. Kaminari held the paper out to Jiro. Go on, you know you want to take it. One of Jiro's ear jacks poked Kaminari's wrist, hitting a nerve and making him drop the paper. Hey, what was that for? Izuku leaned down, picking up the slip of paper. The class turned to look at the green-haired boy. Izuku flushed red. And no, it's not like that. I just thought it might be handy to have it. Sorry, Kaminari, why you're not my type? Kaminari raised an eyebrow. Because I'm a guy? Izuku shook his head. Because you're loud. I'm loud. Kaminari looked around the bus at a sea of nodding heads. Uraraka piped up. So what is your type, Deki? Rubbing the back of his neck, Izuku desperately looked for a way out of the conversation, short of jumping out the window. Well, dash. Is it the silent, broody type like Todoroki? Uraraka bounced in her seat. Or someone calm and confident like Yamamoto? Izuku and Momo blushed the same shade of red. Todoroki continued to stare out the window, ignoring the other students entirely. Ida perked up, seeing their destination out the window. We have arrived. Everybody, please prepare yourself to disembark. Shut the fuck up, Four Eyes. Bakugo, please act in a manner befitting of the institution you attend. Ida chopped his hand rapidly. Yeah, get him, Ida. Uraraka cheered loudly. Class 1A looked around themselves as they entered the massive building, gathered together on a raised platform. Below them, they could see an array of areas, ranging from flood to ruins. Whoa, it's like Universal Studios Japan, Kirishima exclaimed, pumping his fist. Conflagration zone, flood zone, landslide zone. Every accident and incident you can expect to encounter as a pro hero. I built this place myself. A person in a large astronaut costume appeared from the stairs, joining Aizawa and the class on the raised platform. The unforeseen simulation joint. Uraraka jumped up and down in excitement. It's the Space Hero 13. They're my absolute favorite. They're super cool. They do their best work in rescue scenarios. Izuku was slightly taken aback that, for once, he wasn't the biggest hero nerd in the room. Look, Uraraka is going full Midoriya. Ashido pointed to the brown-haired girl, who was rapidly bobbing her head. Aizawa moved to join his fellow hero, lowering his voice so only they could hear. Where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. 13 shifted awkwardly, before holding up 3 gloved fingers. About that, Aizawa. Izuku's eyes honed in on 13's gesture, noticing that it matched All Might's 3-hour limit as well as the current absence of the number 1 hero. Aizawa sighed, resisting the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose. Let me guess, he used up all his time on his way to UA this morning, right? Pretty much. 13 said. He's in the staff room. He said he's going to try and join us for a few minutes at the end. Aizawa sighed. Fine, whatever. This exercise was originally planned for just 2 of us to run it. Let's just get started. 13 nodded, raising their voice so the class could hear. But first I would like to say something. The gathered heroes in training watched as the space hero raised a single finger. I just have one thing to say. 13 paused. Well, actually it's more like 2 things. Or 3 maybe. 4, 5. Izuku frowned. That's a lot of things to say. Anyway, as I'm sure you're all aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. Like its namesake, Anything that is sucked into it is torn apart by the gravitational forces. Mikumo tilted his head. That's not really how black holes work. Excited murmurs rippled through the class, before a look from Aizawa silenced them. Izuku spoke. You've used your quirk to save people in loads of different disasters. That I have. However, my quirk could also be easily used to kill. I'm sure many of you here are the same. The atmosphere in the class grew apprehensive, unsure of where 13 was going with their speech. In our society, the use of our quirks is heavily monitored and restricted. It may seem stable, but all it takes is one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. I read your quirk descriptions. Bakugo, for example, could injure civilians with his explosions if he didn't check his surroundings. Todoroki could easily freeze or burn someone to death. And Midoriya, your quirk has the most danger. You could easily copy, accidental or otherwise, a truly uncontrollable power. Mikumo watched as 13 spoke. It was a strange sensation. His entire life, Mikumo had desperately wished for a quirk, anything, no matter how useless. Just for once, just for a few seconds, Mikumo was almost glad he didn't have a quirk, that he wasn't a walking time bomb. Almost. 13 spoke again. In Aizawa's physical fitness test, you got to see the hidden potential of your quirks. In All Might's battle trials, you got to see the danger your quirk can pose to others. 13 struck a pose. Today, this class will give you a new perspective. Today, you will learn how to save lives using your quirks. Mikumo looked away from the space hero, down towards the water fountain in the center of the facility. I hope you leave today with the understanding that your quirks are meant to help people. 13 bowed. That is all. Thank you very much for listening. The class clapped politely, Uraraka somewhat more enthusiastically than her peers. Mikumo's eyes widened as he watched a purple mist begin to swirl at the base of the fountain, down in the main plaza. Aizawa turned to follow Mikumo's line of sight, observing as the mist grew in size. Huddle up and don't move, Aizawa ordered, holding an arm out. 13, protect the students. The mist continued to grow larger and larger. Mikumo couldn't take his eyes off it. Figures emerged from the mist, more and more coming, flooding in with each second that passed. Kirishima raised a hand to block the light as he looked at the figures. Whoa, are those battle robots like the entrance exam? Aizawa unraveled his scarf, moving it to a fighting stance. Stay back, those are real villains. Mikumo reached into his pockets, pulling out a collapsible visor. Unfolding it, Mikumo put it in place, a silver metal unit on each temple, a blue plexiglass visor connecting them. Activating the zoom function, Mikumo honed in on the center of the mist, a pair of yellow eyes appearing in it. Just 13, and erase her head then? The mist spoke. That staff schedule I received the other day said All Might should be here. So the break-in yesterday, that was you. Aizawa raised his goggles into place. Scum. The mist spoke again. We've come all this way, brought so many playmates, and All Might, the pathetic symbol of peace, isn't here? Mikumo froze in fear. He knew that voice, the same one that had haunted his dreams. The pale man. Tamura Shigaraki appeared from the portal, his face and body covered in severed hands. I wonder. Shigaraki grinned maniacally. Will killing some kids bring him here? Mikumo was frozen in fear, unable to look away from Shigaraki. 3 more figures appeared from the portal, all of them as tall and muscular as All Might, but more akin to monsters than men, with beaks and exposed brains. The first of the trio was the shortest, its off-white skin covered with bark-like armor. The other white monster lumbered next to it, its hands replaced with meter-long claws. The final monster had pitch-black skin, red scars covering its shoulders and arms. It was the tallest of the 3, its beaker longer, dressed in tan trousers, with skull-shaped knee pads. Villains here? Kirishima questioned. But this UA, there can't be villains. Momo looked to 13. Doesn't the USJ have some kind of intruder sensors? 13 nodded. It does. They must be jamming them somehow. Are they just here? Or have more of these villains appeared in the rest of the campus as well? Todoroki wondered aloud, before glancing at Momo. One of their quirks must be the one jamming the alarms. A wave of villains began to spread out from the fountain, the majority heading towards the raised platform where the students and the two pro-heroes were. Todoroki spoke again. These villains aren't stupid. This place is far from the main campus, at a time where only a few people are here. This is a well-coordinated operation. This isn't just some wild attack. They must have some kind of objective. 13. Begin evacuating the students. Aizawa moved to the top of the stairs. One of the villains must have the electric-type quirk that's blocking communications. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. G got it. Hatsum, Akatani. Mikumo was jerked out of his paralysis, allowing him to deactivate the zoom on his visor. See if you can make his work. Aizawa reached into his jacket and drew his phone. Mikumo caught the device. Mr. Aizawa dash. If you get through, call Principal Nedzu. Aizawa prepared to launch himself down the stairs. Sensei, Izuku called out. You can't fight them all alone. Your quirk can't affect them all. Izuku thought back to his hero notes. Notebook 5, page 27. Eraserhead's fighting style is characterized by erasing the opponent's quirk and rapid binding using his capture scarf. Aizawa sighed. You really are a hero nerd, aren't you, problem child? Remember this, a hero cannot afford to be a one-trick pony. 13. Take care of them. Wrapping each end of his scarf to both the handrails of the stairs, Aizawa pulled, flying into the air, towards the approaching villains. At the bottom of the stairs, 3 villains lined up. Shooting squad, form up, yelled a man with a helmet-like mask and gun barrels for fingertips. You're not my fucking boss, finger guns. A woman with gray dreadlocks glared at the back of the man's head. The intel Shigaraki gave us said it was supposed to be 13 and All Might. Who's this loser? The third member of the shooting squad, a large, muscular man with white horns and a strange gas mask, stepped forward. I think I've seen him before, Medusa. Dunno what his quirk is, though. Finger Guns aimed his hands at Aizawa, grinning. I don't give a damn about his quirk, Lighthorn. He's gonna be a dead loser, soon. Fire. Medusa raised her palms, plasma gathering as her dreadlocks began to float. Next to her, Lighthorn clenched his fist as the 2 barrels and the mouthpiece of his gas mask began to glow. Aizawa's eyes glowed red beneath his goggles, his hair floating around his face. Finger Gun's barrels clicked uselessly, Medusa's hair fell limp. The light from Lighthorn's gas mask barrels faded away. Wow, my quirk's not working. Finger Guns looked down at his hands. The 2 ends of Aizawa's capture scarf shot out, one wrapping up Medusa and Finger Guns, the other binding the far heavier Lighthorn. The 3 villains were lifted into the air, the scarf twisting in on itself and slamming their heads together. Aizawa landed in the middle of the other villains, the shooting squad falling to the ground unconscious. What the hell was that? You idiot, that's Eraserhead, said a villain with bandages wrapped around his head. He can erase the quirks of anyone he looks at. A villain with 4 arms and rock-like complexion tilted his masked head. Erase, you say, Azubaz? Aizawa looked to the 4-armed villain. Stonehenge, don't try it, Azubaz warned. Stonehenge ignored the call of his fellow villain, charging at Aizawa. Let's see if that trick works against us with a mutant-class quirk. Aizawa glared at Stonehenge. No, it doesn't. It only works against emitter or transformation types, or active parts of a mutant-type quirk. The capture scarf lashed out, wrapping up Stonehenge and lifting him into the air. However, statistically, mutant quirks tend to focus on close quarters. Aizawa pivoted on one foot, pulling on his scarf to slam Stonehenge into 2 other villains, one with gorilla arms and the other with a snail head and metal claws for hands. Which is why I have countermeasures for you and your quirk. Aizawa recalled his scarf, staring down the circle of villains that surrounded him, weighing up his options. Shigaraki watched the fight from a distance, scratching at his neck. His hand-to-hand combat is impressive, with those goggles of his making it hard to see whose quirk he's canceling. No wonder he's tearing through the fodder like this. One of the villains, with prehensile hair, gasped as her quirk vanished, before a kick from Eraserhead sent her flying. I hate pro heroes, Ordinary people don't stand a chance against them. Shigaraki glared at Aizawa. Aizawa's scarf shot out, wrapping up a worm-like villain, yanking him towards the hero and punching him in the chest. A villain, covered in teal-colored bone mold armor, charged at Aizawa, forcing him to use his scarf to pull himself out of the way. You can call me Calcium. The villain's voice was muffled under his bone mold helmet. I don't care. Aizawa launched a kick at Calcium. The villain blocked Aizawa's leg with his armored forearm, forcing the hero backwards. You'll regret disrespecting me, hero. Calcium grew spikes on his armored hands and forearms. Aizawa's eyes flashed red under his goggles, the bone mold armor falling away from Calcium. The trap was sprung. A blue, one-eyed villain with large horns charged at Aizawa's back. In one fluid motion, Aizawa sent his scarf out to bind the Cyclops, adding to his momentum with a pull and stepping to the side, allowing him to crash into Calcium. Izuku watched as his homeroom teacher launched himself back into the fray, the rest of his class racing towards the exit. Eraserhead is good, but I can already see him slowing down, just slightly. He can't go on forever. He's unsuited to one versus many fights, no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeve. Midoriya. Izuku's foot lifted off the ground. He wasn't thinking, he was just moving. Class representative. Ida's shout broke Izuku's focus, making him look at the taller boy. The class needs you. I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa. Izuku sighed, before nodding. You're right, let's go. Ida and Izuku turned, running after their classmates, the former using his engines, the latter tapping into his new speed quirk. They quickly caught up, Izuku trailing a few seconds behind Ida, both of them slowing to jog alongside Uraraka and Shiro. Further up, Mikumo looked across to Hatsum, her pink dreadlocks bouncing with every footfall. We need to deploy, Mikumo called. Hatsum glanced at her partner, the large case still on her back. All right, this is the ultimate field test for our baby. Hatsum, we're running away from the villains, not fighting them. Mikumo fell back, lining up behind the pink-haired girl. Authorization code, Alpha 1986, Configuration A, in motion deployment. A light on the case flashed, before a panel opened up. Two metal devices shot out of the case, hitting the ground in front of Mikumo and opening up, allowing him to slip his feet into them as he ran. The metal panels wrapped around the boy's lower legs, forming a set of boots with repulsor soles. His footsteps now heavy and metallic, Mikumo pushed himself forwards, placing both hands inside the case. Like his prototype gauntlets, titanium alloy plates arranged themselves around his forearms, creating his gauntlets. Finally, a chest plate shot out of the case, hitting Mikumo's chest and securing itself, panels sliding together to form light back armor. The whole process took less than 15 seconds. A soft, mechanical voice spoke in Mikumo's ear. SHDR system online. Model Alpha I ready for use. We're going to have to drop the deployment speed for the chest plate. Mikumo winced. That's going to hurt in the morning. Wimp, Hatsum replied. Mikumo rolled his eyes. Just a beacon of support, aren't you? Yep. Suddenly, purple mist appeared in front of the doors, blocking their exit. The yellow eyes glowing from within the mist. Greetings, I am Kurogyri. We are the League of Villains, and I'm afraid we can't allow you to leave. The class came to a screeching halt. 13 prepared to use their quirk. Forgive our audacity, but dash. Shut the fuck up, misty fucker. Bakugo launched himself at Kurogyri, forcing 13 to stop their quirk. Bakugo, stop. A massive explosion engulfed Kurogyri, blocking him from the view of the class. The dust began to clear. Bakugo was standing, breathing heavy, glaring at Kurogyri. Impressive, just a student, and you actually got close to hurting me. Kurogyri reformed. I guess that's to be expected from the best of the best. Bakugo growled. You're not going to get a chance to kill All Might. I'll take you fuckers down myself. 13 called out. Bakugo, get back. Kurogyri laughed, before swelling in size. Begone, hero brats. The purple mist engulfed the students, swallowing them up. Writhe in torment, until you breathe your last. The number you have called cannot be reached at the moment. Please try again later. Toshinori sighed, lowering the phone from his ear. That was the fourth time he'd tried to call Aizawa, as well as the 3 attempts he'd made at contacting 13. They may have had good reasons, but my actions this morning were foolish. Toshinori sighed. I put hero work ahead of my teaching, but maybe I can show up at the end. Toshinori trailed off. No, that does it. Toshinori stood, his body swelling as he assumed his muscular form. Hold on. The door to the staff room opened. Am I a mouse? A bear? A dog? Who knows? All you need to know is I'm the principal. Nedzu. Turning his head, Toshinori took in the sight of Nedzu, as well as a tall, green and yellow-haired man standing behind him. Toshinori barely managed to stop himself from vomiting blood as he suddenly deflated in shock. MRI. The tall man pushed his glasses up his nose, his eyes glinting dangerously. Hello, Toshinori. Toshinori gulped. Momo hit the ground hard, followed by the sound of 2 more bodies landing next to her. Pushing herself up, Momo looked to see she was with Jiro and Kaminari. They had been warped to the mountain zone, judging by their surroundings. Kaminari stood. We're still in the USJ, aren't we? Momo nodded, helping Jiro to her feet. Are you okay, Jiro? Momo asked. Jiro nodded. I'm fine. I just landed a bit funny, that's all. Can you fight? Jiro placed her foot down, testing it. Yeah, I can, but I could do with a weapon. Momo held out her arm, the hilt of a sword appearing from her wrist. Thanks. Jiro pulled on the hilt, drawing the sword from Momo before testing its weight. Can I get one of those? Kaminari gave a thumbs up. Can't you just shock any villains? Jiro questioned, as she tested the weight of the sword. Kaminari raised an eyebrow. Weren't you paying attention during the battle trial? I can charge my body up with electricity, but if I discharge it, I can't control it, like Todoroki's ice. Kaminari, use this. Momo's skin lit up, a katana protruding from her shoulder, which she then held out to Kaminari. A katana? Kaminari wondered as he took the blade. Momo smiled. Like you said, your quirk only allows you to charge your body with electricity, not discharge in a targeted manner. Kaminari nodded in agreement. That's why you used my Neta spheres to conduct your electricity into Jiro and Ida. That weapon, its hilt is partially metal, connected to the rest of the blade. Kaminari realized what Momo was saying, grinning as he did. Awesome, nice idea, Vice Rep. There they are. The 3 heroes in training turned to see a crowd of villains coming for them, 35 by Momo's quick count. Momo held out her hand, creating a staff, gripping it tightly as she steeled herself, getting ready to fight. They're just 3 kids, we can fucking take them. One of the villains said, his lips entirely made of metal, holding a spiked club in one hand, a knife in the other. The villain charged directly at Momo, prompting more to swamp Jiro and Kaminari. Ducking a swing of the spiked club, Momo spun her staff around, bringing it down on the villain's wrist. The villain dropped the club, recoiling. Shit, you fucking be dash. Momo smacked the villain in the face with the end of her staff before he could finish his sentence, before kicking him in the chest, sending him flying back. Nosp. Another villain, a long, wide buster sword strapped to his back, moved to help Nosp up. I'm fine, Halls. Nosp pressed his hand to Hall's shoulder, his hand glowing red. Nosp pressed his metal lips together, forming a thin slot. The slot word, before a life-size 2D version of Hall's was printed from it, holding a similarly 2D copy of his sword. Nosp grinned as both Halls and Paper Halls advanced on Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu flicked her wrist, creating 2 kunai, both of them rocketed at Paper Halls. The photocopy knocked one kunai away with his sword, the other ripping through his shoulder, leaving a tear. Hall swung his sword at Yaoyorozu. The teen dodged to one side, Hall's weapon cracking the ground, the force augmented by his strength quirk. Yaoyorozu recovered herself, before jamming a taser she'd created into the villain's neck, taking him out of the fight. Paper Halls launched himself at Yaoyorozu, who quickly ducked to one side and swung her staff, crumpling his sword. Tossing the ruined weapon away, Paper Hall swung a fist at Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu didn't move, the punch hitting her shoulder, leaving a long, shallow paper cut. Nasp laughed. That was a mistake, girlie. Yaoyorozu smiled. No, it wasn't. Fire engulfed Paper Hall's arm, a lighter in Yaoyorozu's hand. The photocopy stumbled away. The photocopy was swallowed by the flames. Nasp glared at the dark-haired girl. No matter, I can make him again. Another Paper Halls was created, stalking towards Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu's thigh began to glow before a large flamethrower was created from it. Grabbing the flamethrower, Yaoyorozu raised it and fired, burning Paper Halls to a crisp. No, no, no. Nasp created another photocopy. Yaoyorozu burned it. No. Photocopy after photocopy was created, burning up in seconds as Yaoyorozu slowly approached Nasp. Stepping over the ashes of another photocopy, Yaoyorozu slammed the side of the flamethrower into Nasp's temple, knocking him out. Dropping the spent weapon, Yaoyorozu turned to take stock of the battlefield, only for a brown-haired villain to charge at her, hands raised. Dust fired from the villain's palm, enveloping Yaoyorozu and leaving her unable to see her surroundings. Suddenly, the dust began to explode like firecrackers, leaving Yaoyorozu disorientated. A fist struck the teen across the jaw, sending her sprawling. The villain loomed out of the dust, holding his palm out, ready to fire again. A wave of sound blasted the dust away, slamming into the villain and exploding. The ear jacks disconnected from Jiro's amplifier boots as she held a hand out to Yaoyorozu. Need a hand. Yaoyorozu allowed Jiro to pull her up. Thanks for the save. A villain with pale green skin rocketed towards Jiro's back, propelled by a mini cyclone in the palm of each hand. Before the villain could reach his target, 5 long, steel spikes shot out of Yaoyorozu's palm, pinning the villain to the rock wall. Jiro smiled. Thanks, Yamamoto. That one is catching on, isn't it? You can blame Ishido and Uraraka for that. Jiro fired another sound wave at another villain, with the body of an iguana, slamming him into the rock wall. The two heroes in training split apart, Momo launching herself at a large villain, wearing clothes of dark red fur, while Jiro engaged a villain wearing a gray trench coat. Jiro ducked the swing of Trenchcoat's sickle, firing a pulse from her left boot, knocking the weapon from the villain's hand. A pink-skinned villain dived in, slicing his knife towards Jiro. The purple-haired girl disconnected one of her jacks and wrapped it around the pink villain's wrist, squeezing tight and forcing him to drop the weapon. The pink villain grabbed Jiro's wrist, holding her in place, leering at her. Sickle, get her now. Trenchcoat had retrieved his sickle, swinging it at Jiro. Kaminari was suddenly in the way, blocking the sickle with his katana. Looks like somebody's in for the shock of lifetime. Indiscriminate shock, 100,000 volts. Both Kaminari and the katana lit up with electricity, through the sickle and into Trenchcoat. That was a terrible one-liner. Jiro sighed as she slammed a fist into the pink villain's temple, knocking him out. Kaminari shrugged. I thought it was pretty good. It has sucked. Trenchcoat gasped, before collapsing. A toad-like villain jumped at Kaminari, from all fours, his strong legs giving him the momentum to slam into the electric teen, the katana falling from his grip. I'm gonna enjoy this. The toad villain's tongue shot out, wrapping around Kaminari's neck, choking him. Kaminari grinned, making the villain nervous. Do you know what happens to a toad when it's electrocuted? The toad villain frowned. The same thing that happens to everything else. Kaminari lit up with electricity, shocking the villain and forcing him to release him. Pushing the unconscious villain of him, Kaminari retrieved his katana and stood. I've always wanted to use that line. A red-haired villain suddenly swung a fist at Kaminari, sending him stumbling back. Readying himself, Kaminari raised his katana and charged it, as well as himself, with electricity. Burn, kid. The villain grinned. Scorch. The second the O sound left the villain's lips, a cone of fire burst from his mouth. Kaminari raised his arm to protect himself, the heat singeing his costume. As the fire burnt out, Kaminari yelped and dropped the katana, glancing down to see it was a puddle of molten metal on the ground. Fucking burn. Yo, you brat. Dodging another burst of fire, Kaminari came face to face with a massive villain, twice his height, wearing a silver helmet, bearing down on him. Kaminari screamed, before ducking a swing of Silver Helmet's huge fist, turning on his heels and running towards Jiro and Momo. Have you seen this guy? I seriously think I just saw the river Styx. Jiro blocked the sword of the iguana villain with her own, before kicking him away, while Momo batted away a villain's arm, in the form of a large spike, with her staff. The blue-skinned man stabbed his other 3 arms at Momo, forcing her to take a step back to avoid being impaled. Kaminari rejoined Jiro and Momo. These guys are crazy. Worry about that later. Jiro replied, the 3 teens regrouping as the villains did the same. Right now we need to figure out how to get away from these villains. We can't win. They're just toying with us. Kaminari turned to look at Momo. A villain melted my sword. Could you make me one again? Jiro spoke before Momo could react. You're the electric guy, right? Just get up close and shock them with your quirk. Kaminari shook his head, starting to panic. I can't discharge with any sort of aim. I'd fry you too as well. It's like Todoroki's quirk. And I can't even call for help thanks to whichever one of these villains is jamming communications. Right now, you two just can't rely on me. Jiro rolled her eyes. Stop whining. You should have asked for something to aim your quirk with when you asked for your costume. Silver Helmet charged again, forcing Kaminari to jump back. Kaminari, charge up your body. Jiro planted a foot in the small of Kaminari's back and pushed. Yelling in fear, Kaminari flooded his body with electricity just as he stumbled into the large villain, lighting both him and the flame villain next to him up with yellow energy. Kaminari turned his head to look at Jiro. Look, it's working. I'm strong. You two can count on me. Jiro sighed. You are way too happy-go-lucky. Stop messing around, kid. A villain with a yellow jumpsuit and white visor charged at Jiro, his right arm a long, black cable. At its end was a number of rocks, fused together into a single boulder. With an overarm swing, the stone villain brought the boulder down towards Jiro. Without even blinking, Jiro plugged both her jacks into her boots, firing a continuous blast that obliterated the boulder back into its individual parts and fired them back at the stone villain. What the oof? The stones smashed into the villain's gut, dropping him to the ground. You say your quirk is strong. A deep voice caught Kaminari's attention, turning his head to see a tall, thin villain wearing metal gauntlets. Then why don't you try using it on me? The villain flexed his thin arms. That's Yoei Armstrong, the stretch-arm villain. Don't run in fear yet. You're facing the technique that's been passed down in my family for generations. The villain released a mighty yell as his arm stretched, his metal-covered fist weakly hitting Kaminari in the face. Yoei Armstrong yelled out in pain as his body was filled with electricity, unable to pull his hand away. A villain in a gray boar mask jumped over the mass of his electrified comrades, a knife in each hand. Momo flicked her arm, a capture net firing from it and wrapping up the boar villain, his loss of momentum dropping him into Kaminari's electrification effect. Both of you should be taking this more seriously. Momo returned her staff to a two-handed grip. Sorry, I thought it was a good idea at the time, Jiro said, her tone almost bashful. At the same time, Kaminari's quirk gave out, the yellow energy dissipating, the 4 villains caught in its effect crumpling to the ground, their bodies smoking. Jiro activated her quirk again, her boots firing the amplified sound of her heartbeat at the villains, the sound waves crashing over 5 villains. They screamed, covering their ears. A villain with a white mask and long, black hair jumped down from the cliff above Jiro, a tomahawk in each of his hands. Jiro dodged, freeing the villains from her sound waves. Before the villain could swing again, Momo delivered a double-footed kick to his chest, slamming him back against the rock wall. Momo landed. It's done. Jiro looked to her classmate. What's done? This. A large, white blanket burst from Momo's back, tearing a hole in her costume as it unfolded and landed on top of herself and Jiro. Larger creations take more time, Momo explained, before peeking out of the blanket. Kaminari, This blanket is an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick. Kaminari grinned, giving the dark-haired girl a double thumbs up. I see. Electricity sparked through Kaminari. In that case, I can go all out. Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. Yellow energy burst from Kaminari's body, jumping from villain to villain in less time than it took to blink. After 10 long seconds, the lightning ceased, leaving every villain smoking and shocked. One by one, the villains collapsed, until only Kaminari was standing. Momo raised the blanket to look out, seeing they had won. We should join the others as quickly as we can. I fear they could be in grave danger. Yamamoto, your costume. Jiro pointed to the dark-haired girl. Momo examined her outfit. The back had ripped open, but thanks to the added support of the zipper, it had stayed together. Replacing it would have cost a portion of her lipid stores she didn't really have to spare. It's fine, Jiro. Momo smiled, before throwing the blanket aside. Kaminari, are you okay? The teen in question had moved, his hands still giving thumbs up, his expression vacant. He must have overloaded himself or something. Jiro offered an explanation. Hello? Hello? Kaminari, can you hear me? Jiro frowned. Is that Dash? Izuku. Momo reached out, taking the communication device from Kaminari's ear, placing it on her own. Momo, it's great to hear your voice. The dark-haired girl blushed slightly. Likewise, Shacho, are you uninjured? I'm fine. I'm with Tsu, and Mineta in the flood zone. They're fine as well. Jiro's lips pressed into a thin line. I actually could do with a favor, Fukushacho. The purple-haired girl rolled her eyes. God, you two are such a couple. What? No, I mean Dash. ACCQPLE? Jiro grinned. She could actually picture Izuku's blush, idly wondering if his cheeks might actually set on fire. The two teens eventually recovered from the heart attacks Jiro had given them. Momo spoke, unable to stop her blush. What was it you wanted, Midoriya? Right? Yaoyorozu. I need the chemical formula and structure for Disperse Red 9. Disperse Red 9? Why, yeah, it's a dye. Momo frowned, before taking the dictionary from her belt, opening it, and flicking through. Here it is. Disperse Red 9. Chemical name 1-methylaminoanthraquinone. Chemical formula C15H11 number 2. Thanks, Momo. You are welcome, Izuku. We've taken out the villains in our area. We'll come to you. Okay, see you soon. That you shall. Momo lowered the communication device as the line went dead. Drop that, or your friend fries. Momo and Jiro turned around to see a tall, muscular villain in a white skull mask holding a still dazed Kaminari in the air with one hand, electricity sparking in the other. Hands up, and no using your quirks. Both Momo and Jiro hesitated. The villain's hand sparked again. Do it, or else your friend dies. Kaminari's distant expression suddenly became very worried. He got us. We completely let our guard down. Jiro said, an ambush after we thought we got them all. I should have seen this coming. The two teens followed the instruction, raising their hands, the communication device still in one of Momo's hands. I told you to drop that, the villain warned. Momo let the device fall to the ground. Now kick it to me. The dark-haired girl did just that, the communication device coming to a halt at the villain's feet. An armored boot slammed down on the transceiver, turning it to scrap. Good. We can't have you calling your boyfriend again. Momo resisted the urge to reply. The villain spoke again. I don't want to kill an electric type like me, but I guess I'll have to. Electric type, you must be the one jamming communications. Right you are, Ponytail. The electric villain began to walk towards the two heroes in training. Jiro glanced down before speaking. You and Kaminari are a couple of born winners then, aren't you? Huh. The villain stopped in his tracks. Momo looked across, worried at what the other girl might say next, before spotting an ear jack creeping down Jiro's back. Well, even if you weren't a hero, there's plenty of industries that would be clamoring for you. You'd be in high demand. It's just a thought I had. Jiro paused. I was just wondering, why would someone with a quirk like yours would become a villain? The The villain's hand sparked again. Stop that, or I fry the kid. Jiro froze. Did you think I wouldn't notice? The ear jack returned to its normal position. If you don't resist, I'll let this kid live. The villain began to walk towards them again. If you do, I'll fry him, and then you. Momo steeled herself. Do it. The villain stopped mid-step. What? Do it. Momo ignored the look of betrayal in her classmate's eyes. Fry him. Fine, but his blood is on your hands. The villain pressed his hand to Kaminari's chest, flooding the blonde teen's body with electricity. Fry, kid. After a few seconds, the attack ended. Kaminari's clothes looked a little singed, but his dazed expression was gone, his body crackling with lightning. Kaminari, use your quirk. Momo snatched up the discarded insulation sheet and pulled over her and Jiro. Right? Have a taste of your own medicine, Skullface. Indiscriminate discharge, 800,000 volts. Electricity burst from Kaminari's body, making the villain spasm and drop him. The villain grunted as the attack ended, before keeling over backwards. Whoa, Yaoyorozu. How did you know his quirk wouldn't kill me? Kaminari asked as Momo and Jiro climbed out from under the sheet. Momo smiled. You must have some kind of immunity to electricity since you charge your entire body. It was clear he didn't have any immunity since he assumed you didn't as well. Nice idea, Yaoyorozu. Kaminari smiled and gave her a thumbs up. A massive burst of wind blew through the area. The scattered, unconscious villains suddenly piled up not far from the three teens. We're saved, Kaminari exclaimed, throwing his arm up into the air. That was totally All Might. Momo and Jiro breathed a sigh of relief. 13 called out. Bakugo, get back. Tenya watched as Kurogiri laughed, the villain's misty body swelling in size. Begone, hero brats. The purple mist engulfed the students, blinding them. Tenya made his decision, looking to his side, seeing where Midoriya stood. Class representative, the class needs you. Lurching forwards, Tenya activated his engines, slamming into Midoriya and Sato and sending them flying, clear of the villain's mist. Writhe in torment until you breathe your last. Tenya was falling. Flaming buildings surrounded him, the oppressive heat making him sweat. Igniting his engines, Ida bent his legs and boosted into one of the buildings, sliding down it to land on the ruined street below. The conflagration zone. That villain must have warped us all to different parts of the USJ to make us easier to defeat. Seems that way. Ojiro landed on a lamppost, his tail cushioning him. Ojiro, I am glad to see you safe. Tenya nodded to his classmate. What about me? Hatsum skidded to a halt on the road, the large case still on her back, wearing chest armor with 2 grapples and carrying a very pale Aoyama in her arms, bridal style. Aoyama dropped out of Hatsum's arms onto all fours, his breathing shallow. I thought I was going to die. Aoyama looked up at Tenya, his eyes wide and haunted. Hatsum laughed. Oh, calm down, Frenchie, it was only a few backflips. 16. Aoyama weakly pushed himself to his feet. It was 16 backflips. Ojiro jumped down from the lamppost. We have company. The 4 teens looked around themselves. 6 villains were approaching from one side, 7 from the other. Ojiro, you take that direction. Tenya pointed to the 6 villains on one side. I will take the other. Aoyama, protect Hatsum. Ojiro nodded in agreement, using his tail to launch himself at the nearest villain, a blue-haired woman with fists covered in needles. Hatsum laughed, dropping her case to the ground, a gauntlet similar to Mikumo's on each arm. There's no chance I'm sitting on the sidelines when I can use this as an opportunity to test my babies. Firing off her grapples, Hatsum shot into the air, flipping as she did, before pulling on the side of a building, punching a 15-foot-tall villain in his face. Tenya processed the change of situation before looking at Aoyama. The plan has changed, help Ojiro instead. Oi! Aoyama struck a shaky pose. Charging up his engines, Tenya burst into motion, heading for the same gigantic villain as Hatsum, before delivering a kick to the inside of the villain's knee, shattering it. With an almighty crash, the villain slammed down on the ground, on top of 2 other villains, holding his knee as he screamed in pain. Another villain, an older man with green skin, came for Toya, flicking his arm and releasing a stream of green acid at the hero in training. Raising his arm to intercept the acid, Toya jumped into the air and fired his left engine. Toya span, allowing him to deliver an engine-powered kick to the green acid villain across the temple, dropping him immediately. Toya landed, unclipping his acid-covered gauntlet and letting it fall to the ground, slowly melting. He readied himself to engage the next villain, a woman with hair of fire, when Hatsum suddenly grabbed one of his arms. "Your quirk is super interesting. I wonder, maybe arm booster to increase maneuverability?" Hatsum examined Tinya's arm. Toya pulled it free in a single chopping motion. "Hatsum, I do believe this is not the time for such a conversation." A villain sprinted at Hatsum's back. Toya ignited his engines in response, ready to defend her. Before Toya could act, Hatsum raised her right arm, the cuff of the gauntlet rotating to reveal a blue-tipped nozzle on the top of the wrist. Hatsum smiled. "Do you mind testing this out for me?" Blue liquid shot out of the nozzle, splashing onto the ground. "I call it anti-friction fluid, AFF for short. Enjoy." The villain's eyes widened comically as he completely lost traction with the ground, sliding off and smashing into the lamppost. Hatsum fired one of her grapples, hitting her case and pulling it, sliding across the tarmac and coming to a halt at her feet. Kicking it open, Hatsum retrieved a single metal glove, the same silver color as the rest of the SHDR gear. "Here, try this out. This is the SHDR liquid arm, model Alpha I." Hatsum pushed Tinya's left arm, bare from the acid villain's attack, into the glove. The glove lit up, unfolding and armoring almost up to his elbow. "Thank you, Hatsum." Toya nodded. "Is this safe?" Hatsum shrugged. "Probably. Watch this." Grabbing the cuff, Hatsum rotated it, revealing a nozzle similar to her own gauntlet, this one with a red tip. "Make a fist and aim at a villain. Press the button on the outside of the middle finger with your thumb to fire." Toya paused, before slowly nodding and raising his fist at the fire hair villain, firing the gauntlet. Extinguisher foam fired from the nozzle, covering the flame hair villain and killing the fire. Rotate the cuff clockwise, 2 notches. Hatsum fired off a grapple and disconnected it, wrapping up a villain, securing him tightly. "I will, Hatsum." Toya followed the pink-haired girl's instruction, the extinguisher nozzle retracting, replaced by one with a white tip. "Fire." White foam shot from the nozzle, covering the flame villain up to her neck, before it expanded and hardened, encasing her entirely. That's the immobilization foam, useful for capturing villains and rescuing civilians. Hatsum dodged a villain's energy-covered fist by firing one of her grapples, pulling herself away. Landing, Hatsum turned as the villain fired black energy from his bare feet, blasting him towards the pink-haired girl. "Hatsum, watch out." Toya wasn't fast enough. There was no way he could reach her in time. Hatsum raised her left arm, the panels retracting to allow a large, diamond-shaped shield, in the same metal as the gauntlet, to unfold. The villain's fist hit the shield, reflecting his own energy back on himself. Dropping the shield, Hatsum switched to the immobilization foam on her right arm and fired it at the energy villain, point-blank range. His body was covered in rapidly hardening foam. The villain gave a muffled yell before pitching backwards, unable to stop himself as he slowly rolled away. Taking care to make sure each of the 7 villains were defeated, Toya turned to aid Ojiro, finding the boy fighting 3 villains at once in hand-to-hand combat. Aoyama nowhere to be found. Before Toya could move to help Ojiro, the ground shook. And then it shook again. "The Nomu. Oh, let's get out of here." One of the villains fighting Ojiro pointed behind the teens, before all 3 bolted in the opposite direction, each dragging a comrade. Toya turned. The white monster with claws lumbered towards them, the ground shaking with every step, its eyes wild, like an animal. "Ojiro, the villains." Toya leapt into act, firing his engines, scooping up the energy and flame villain, one on each shoulder. On it. Ojiro sprang forward with a flick of his tail, quickly collecting the bound and acid villains, leaving only the 15-foot villain and the two trapped under him. Dropping the energy and flame villains at Hatsume's feet, Tenya fired his engines to launch himself back into the fray. The clawed Nomu stopped as it reached the massive villain, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. The two villains who had been squashed under the massive villain desperately filled their lungs before scrambling to their feet and running down the street as fast as they could. Bringing his clawed hand back, light glinting off the metal, before plunging them into the massive villain's stomach. With a bored grunt, the clawed Nomu dropped the injured villain, who shrank down to a normal size as he fell. Tenya caught the villain before he could hit the ground, firing his engines and returning to his classmates. "Lay him down," Hatsume said, her tone suddenly authoritative. Tenya did as he was told, watching as the clawed Nomu slowly lumbered towards them. Hatsume rotated her cuff, switching to a green-tipped nozzle, spraying a viscous liquid on the villain's wound. This will stabilize him, but he'll need serious medical treatment and fast. Aoyama came running out of one of the buildings. "Run for your lives." Ojiro grabbed Aoyama's cape, holding him back. "Aoyama, look after Hatsume. Ida, let's go." Tenya nodded, standing. "We have to stop this monster here. If we let it go, it could kill our fellow students, as well as the villains." "Right." Ojiro joined Tenya. Hatsume and Aoyama took shelter in a building, the former dragging the injured with her. "You have a plan, Vice Rep?" Tenya clenched a fist. "What would Tensei do?" "Ojiro, use the lamppost. Attack its head as a distraction." Ojiro nodded, using his tail to fly into the air and spring off the side of the lamppost, spinning in the air. Charging up his engine, Tenya pushed them past anything he'd ever dared to try before. Engine boost. Tenya's armored legs slammed into the clawed Nomu's gut. His attack was turned back against him, sending him flying away, Ojiro alongside him, both of them crashing into the ground. Ojiro grunted. "It must have some kind of impact reflection quirk. The claws must just be grafted onto its hands, not its quirk." The navy-haired teen looked up, watching the injuries to the Nomu's gut and cheek healed at a rapid pace. "It's healing. It has 2 quirks, at least." Tenya started to push himself back up when a massive hand grabbed him around the waist and lifted. "Eat up." Ojiro forced himself to his feet, slamming his tail into the ground, shooting him towards the Nomu with a kick. The clawed Nomu lashed out, grabbing Ojiro's leg and tightening its grip. Ojiro's leg snapped, the blonde teen crying out in pain as the Nomu continued to squeeze harder. Grabbing blindly at the cuff of his SHDR gauntlet, Tenya rotated it, looking for the immobilization foam. Ojiro's screams amplified. Tenya threw caution to the wind, raising his gauntlet and firing. A stream of water shot from the ice-blue nozzle, suddenly freezing and impaling the Nomu in its exposed brain. Roaring in pain, the Nomu dropped both Tenya and Ojiro, scrabbling to pull the ice spike from its brain. Tenya fired his engines, kicking off the Nomu's chest, catching Ojiro and landing on the road. Hatsume. The pink-haired girl took Ojiro into her own arms, surprising Tenya with her strength and the ease she carried the blonde boy. "Aida, we need to run." Ojiro grunted as Hatsume set him down. Tenya shook his head. "No, we have to stop it. Others will die if we don't." "What would Midoriya do? What would Tensei do?" "I know what to do." Tenya's glasses glinted under the harsh light and flames. "Hatsume, do you have any more gauntlets?" Hatsume nodded. "Just one, the match to the shield arm I have." Tenya moved over to Hatsume's equipment case, opening it, taking the last shield arm, unclipping his right arm guard. Tenya replaced it with the shield gauntlet, undeployed. "I hope you have a plan," Hatsume commented. Tenya pushed his glasses up his nose. "I do. Follow my instructions, please." Hatsume examined Tenya for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. "Aoyama." Tenya looked at the shaking teen. "I need your help. You want to be a hero, don't you?" Something inside Aoyama hardened. "I'll help you, Mon Ami." "Good." Tenya watched as the clawed Nomu pulled the ice spike from its brain with a roar, regaining its agency, its exposed brain matter quickly healing. "Hatsume, stand next to the lamppost." Get ready to launch me with your shield. Aoyama, you go further back. Get ready to fire. Tenya charged up his engines, his exhaust ports flickering blue inside the orange flames. Maximum turbo boost. Racing towards Hatsum, Tenya watched as she lowered her shield, allowing him to plant a boot on it, the pink-haired girl launching him into the air. Igniting his engines, Tenya shot out of the way of the clawed Nomu's fist. Deploying the shield in his arm, Tenya angled it towards Aoyama. Aoyama, fire your laser at me. The sparkly blue laser hit Tenya's shield, reflecting and hitting the Nomu in the face, stunning it. Firing his engines, Tenya clenched his left fist and slammed it into the Nomu's exposed brain, his arm sinking almost up to his elbow. Pressing his thumb to the fire button, Tenya discharged immobilization foam directly into the Nomu's brain, encasing the Nomu's head, sealing the gauntlet in place. Monster, this is your finish line. Tenya released his arm from the gauntlet, planting his feet on the Nomu's chest and kicking away. Landing on the ground, Tenya looked up, watching as the Nomu fell backwards, hitting the road with a massive crash, cracking the tarmac. Nice work, Ida. Hatsum approached Tenya, giving him a thumbs up. You'll make a great hero. Thank you, Hatsum. Aoyama stepped forwards. Is it dead? No, Hatsum said. That monster can heal itself. At an accelerated rate, Ida sealed the gauntlet into its brain so it cannot heal itself. Tenya nodded. We should tend to Ojiro and the injured villain, then head towards the main interdash. A blast of wind shot through the conflagration zone, extinguishing the fires, leaving behind a pile of villains, a mixture of those the teens had defeated and those that had run away from the Nomu. Tenya turned to watch as the wind tore away from them. All Might, he's here. Landslide zone. Shoto stared at the 8 villains, frozen in a circle around him, an apathetic look on his face. How pathetic. Shoto's tone was dull. You all lost to a student in his first week in an instant. None of the villains spoke, quietly shivering. So none of you are willing to talk? Shoto stepped forward. So the plan was divide and conquer? Still no response. Shoto started walking down the landslide, through the middle of the frozen villains. I hate to say, but you guys are just a bunch of idiots with quirks they don't know how to use properly. This key kid, he froze us all immediately. The second WE warped here. A villain with gray skin spoke. Finally, they're talking. Is he really just a kid? A pink-skinned villain bemoaned, trying and failing to move. He's like a pro hero already. A beast-like villain moaned pitifully. At first I thought that Pale Man had gathered his elite to kill All Might. Shoto said, but looking at you sorry lot makes it clear that's not the case. Another villain charged out from behind a crop of ice-covered rocks, a green band of skin across the eyes the only unusual aspect to him, a large knife clutched in one hand. Hey, fuck you, kid. Shoto turned his head, before slamming his foot down and encasing the villain with a stripe of green across his eyes in ice. Without looking away, Shoto dodged a metal staff thrust at his head from behind, grabbing it with his right hand, freezing both it and its wielder, a hawk-like man, solid. Shoto sighed. You're just a ragtag bunch of thugs. Thickening the ice covering the hawk villain to protect him from shattering, Shoto pulled the staff free, letting the villain fall to the ground, rocking gently. From what I saw, there were only 6 or 7 truly dangerous villains in that plaza. Shoto looked up. Therefore, the next step I must take is simple. Turning back towards the green-striped villain, Shoto raised his right arm, his hand hovering over the villain's face. At this rate your cells will slowly wither and die. Shoto paused. I want to be a pro hero, so I don't really want to do something so cruel, so tell me. Icy air floated from Shoto's palm. On what basis do you think you can kill All Might? The green-striped villain shivered. From the ice or fear, Shoto didn't know. He didn't particularly care either. It's AAMO monster dash. Die, brat. Shoto turned his head. A blonde-haired villain was charging at him, fist drawn back. A villain that Shoto had already frozen. Shoto stamped his right foot, creating an ice barrier between himself and the villain. The villain smashed thought it with ease, but found only empty air. Where did he go? The villain looked around himself, seeing no trace of Shoto. You have a strength-based quirk. A freezing hand suddenly touched the villain's back. Don't worry, I can counter that. Layer after layer of ice covered the villain, encasing him entirely in thick sheets of ice. Shoto lowered his arm. He could have sworn the amount of ice he'd used on the villain earlier had been enough to immobilize him. And yet he had somehow broken free, allowing him to attack Shoto. Are you not going to use your fire, Shochan? Shoto stilled, the breath catching in his throat. Toya. Turning, Shoto was face to face with a doppelganger of his brother, his hair white instead of its natural red. His brother who had died 11 years ago. Standing in front of him, whole and healthy, casually dressed in jeans and a white turtleneck. You can't be here. Shoto shook his head. Toya had to be the result of some villain's quirk. He was unburned, still the same age he was when he died, 18, just months from graduating from UA High. You're not real, you're dead. Shoto paused. His voice had lost its usual dullness. I saw you die. Toya's eyes hardened. You didn't see me die. You saw our father try and murder me. Murder you. Toya rolled up the sleeves of his turtleneck, revealing extensive burn scars. The flames that burnt me weren't my own. They belonged to Endeavor. Shoto shook his head. I saw it. I saw it. The flames were blue. They were yours. I couldn't save you. My ice wasn't strong enough. My quirk had only just manifested. Toya returned his sleeves to their normal position and looked around at the frozen villains. It certainly is now. Last time I saw you all you could make were ice cubes. I'm sorry I tried dashed. Don't be. Toya interrupted. Endeavor tried to kill me, but in the end he lit the path to my salvation. Salvation? The paramedics that took me to the hospital. Toya lit blue flames in the palm of his hand. I arrested on the way, declared dead on arrival. They couldn't save me. Toya extinguished the flames. But he could. Toya nodded. Mr. Tachibana, he used his power to bring me back, placed me in a stasis. It's taken all this time to heal my body. His power. Shoto took a half step towards his brother. You mean his quirk? Toya rolled his blue eyes. Power and quirk are not the same thing. Power can be so much more. It can be property, influence, authority. The white-haired boy paused. Domination. Shoto raised an eyebrow. So this Tachibana is a villain. Toya shrugged. I guess that's one interpretation. What's the other interpretation? Mr. Tachibana was my savior. He granted me new power. Toya looked his brother directly in the eyes. The government says Endeavor is a hero. We both know that isn't true. How many more heroes are given a free pass to hurt their families just because of their jobs? Relighting the blue flames in his palm, Toya took a step back. I'll use Tachibana's power to burn this corrupt hero society down. Toya slammed the palm of flames down on the ground, an intense wave of heat washing over the area, melting all of Shoto's ice. Don't fight me, Shoto. Toya walked towards his younger brother. These thugs won't hurt you. I'll make sure of that. You can join me. We'll stop Endeavor together. The 10 villains Shoto had frozen earlier were free, advancing towards the teen. Shoto paused, his right hand slowly covering with ice. How many innocent people will die? For revenge. Don't you want revenge? Toya looked angry now. Revenge for what he's taken from you, what he's done to you. It doesn't take a genius to figure out where you got that burn from. Shoto breathing quickened. You don't know, do you? Toya stopped in his tracks. Don't know what? Reaching up to touch the scar over his left eye, Shoto replied. Endeavor didn't give me this scar. Our mother did. Toya's face flushed red. Don't you dare lie about this. You're covering for that monster. He's made you say this. She used boiling water from the kettle. Shoto paused. She scalded that side of my face because it looked like his face, Endeavor's. The only reason I didn't lose my sight in that eye is because the water had cooled slightly. Toya didn't speak. He couldn't. She was arrested. She got 10 years in a mental facility. I haven't seen her since then. Shoto stopped speaking, staring at Toya. He was crying. You're not fake. Shoto realized. This isn't just an illusion. Toya didn't hear him. Oi, Juchigata. A villain with a fish head poked Toya's shoulder. You there, blue boy? You're just trying to trick me, Toya said, his arms lighting on fire, his clothes resisting the flames. Endeavor gave you that scar, I know it, and he framed Mom for it. I'll make you admit it. Igniting his palms in a similar manner to Bakugo, Toya blasted himself towards his brother as the 10 villains closed in on Shoto as well. Before any of them could react, a blast of wind blew through the landslide zone, slamming into each of the villains, as well as Toya. Shoto took a step back. All Might, he's here. Fucking hell. One of the villains stumbled back to his feet before looking around. Haha. All Might must have, though he'd knocked me out. Reaching out to touch Toya, his skin glowing, waking the white-haired boy. Shoto charged forwards. The villain was healing the others, undoing All Might's work. A column of blue fire forced Shoto off target. He brought up an ice wall to protect himself from immolation. Landing beyond the villains, Shoto turned to see the healing villain was restoring a fourth villain. Slamming his right foot down, Shoto sent a wave of ice at the healing villain. Blue fire melted it before it could even get halfway. That won't work, Shochan. Toya's eyes flicked, his expression furious. That was just the distraction. A block of ice sailed through the air, appearing from the steam cloud of the ice wall's destruction, hitting the healing villain in the forehead, knocking him out cold. Endeavor trained you well. Toya set his left arm ablaze. But he trained me just as well, better even. I don't want to hurt you, Shochan, but what I have to do is bigger than both you and me. A wave of blue fire shot at Shoto, forcing him to dodge, creating an ice slide to skate around Toya, slamming his hand into the chest of the gray-skinned villain, refreezing him immediately. Another ice slide. Shoto came to a halt a short distance away. Before he fully negated his velocity, Shoto watched as Toya melted the gray-skinned villain free. Shoto sighed. This is going to be a problem. He would need to alter his fighting style. He needed to get close to Toya and knock him out physically. Otherwise, he'd just keep freeing the other villains. Using an ice column, Shoto launched himself at his brother faster than the white-haired teen could react, driving a fist into his gut. Toya sighed, grabbing Shoto's wrist as he straightened up before slamming his palm into his brother's chest. Shoto was flung back, hitting the ground and rolling, slamming his hand down to create an ice slide to carry himself away. Not bad. You'll make a powerful hero. Toya sighed. Once I've torn this corrupt system down, it'll be up to you rebuild it better than before. Shoto didn't reply. But there is something in the way. Toya paused. You need to use all of your quirk, not just your ice. I'll never use his fire. Shoto encased his right arm in ice, dropping into a fighting stance. It's your power, Shoto. Use it. That fire will never be my power. All I see is him every time I use it. Toya sighed again. If you want to be a great hero, you can't just handicap yourself. Slice, show him the errors of his argument. One of the villains nodded, holding his hands together and pulling them apart, forming a blade of condensed air. Slice burst into motion, moving at unnatural speed towards Shoto. Slamming his right foot down on the ground, Shoto created a wall of ice in between, using his right hand to form a blade of ice, readying himself to fight Slice. The air blade cut through the ice wall like a hot knife through butter, the top half sliding away to reveal empty space. Hearing a noise behind him, Shoto twisted around, bringing his ice blade up to block Slice. Slice smiled. That won't work on me. The air blade cut through the ice without resistance, carrying on and slicing through Shoto's arm. He felt no pain. Shoto blinked, staring down at the stump where his left arm had been. Just below the elbow, the end was covered in smooth and clear skin, not a drop of blood to be seen. My arm. His arm was on the ground, yet he could still feel it, even the sensation of his palm touching the ground. Shoto commanded his left hand to form a fist. The arm on the ground clenched its hand into a fist. Slice shrugged, a smug look on his face. My quirk, it allows me to cut things with a blade I form myself, without harming them. Don't worry, Your arm will be back to normal in an hour or so. You won't always be able to use your eyes, Shoto. Toya nodded to Slice, the villain walking back towards his ally. Consider this a lesson. You three, attack him. The three remaining villains charged into action, racing at Shoto. Shoto stared down at his detached arm, a plan forming in his mind. Forcing me to fight with just fire. Shoto picked up his detached arm with his other arm. You really have turned into our father. Toya physically recoiled. Shoto had his opening. Throwing his detached arm down on the ground, Shoto activated his quirk, ice forming from where his palm made contact, engulfing the three villains entirely. Using an ice column under his right foot, Shoto launched himself at Slice and Toya. Landing, more ice bloomed from under his foot, encasing both of the villains. Shoto slammed his elbow into his brother's temple with his momentum before Toya could melt the ice. You brat! Slice formed an air blade in one hand, breaking it through the ice as he did. Before he could free himself, Shoto lashed out with a back fist, sending Slice to join Toya in unconsciousness. Shuddering, Shoto looked down to see his right arm had returned to its normal position. Even the sleeve of his costume was repaired and whole. Taking stock of the situation, Shoto made sure each of the villains, including his brother, were restrained or unconscious. With one last look at his brother, Shoto turned and set off for the main plaza, the last place he had seen those three monsters. Reaching the edge of the landslide zone, Shoto turned, running towards the main plaza. A sudden blast of air shot up from the center of the USJ, smashing a massive hole in the roof and blowing Shoto clean off his feet. Using another ice slide to negate his momentum, Shoto glided to a halt, staring up at the sky, the USJ's newest skylight. What was that? Shoto wondered. One of the monsters from before slammed down not far from Shoto, out cold, the bark covering its body broken and shattered, revealing the pale skin below. A booming voice echoed through the USJ, rattling the remaining glass in the facility. It's fine now, because I am here. 13 called out. Bakugo, get back. Mikumo activated the UV mode of his visor, searching for the ring of UV lights on Hagakure's glove. There was every chance the pale man would dispose of her now he'd gotten what he wanted, breaking into USJ. Hirojiri laughed, before swelling in size. There. Begone, hero brats. Mikumo surged forwards, reaching out for Hagakure. The purple mist engulfed the students, swallowing them up. Writhe in torment until you breathe your last. The ground vanished out from underneath Mikumo. Wind and rain whipped around Mikumo as he fell towards the ground. Activating his repulsor saws, Mikumo slowed himself, hitting the surface of the road hard enough to crack it. Mikumo looked around himself, the rain obscuring his vision. Hagakure, are you here? No reply. Hagakure. She isn't here. Mikumo turned, activating the enhanced sight of his visor to see through the torrential rain. A man in his 20s stood in the middle of the road, his long, white hair tied back. Mr. Aizawa? The man snorted. Not exactly, my name is Sangata. How do you look like him? Sangata shrugged. Would you believe me if I said Eraserhead started very early? Mikumo stared at Sangata, nonplussed. Sangata rolled his neck. Yeah, didn't think you would. You're with those villains, aren't you? Mikumo questioned, watching the man warily. The pale man. You mean the brat, Shigaraki? Sangata shrugged again. Pretty much, father said I should. Father? Sangata's eyes narrowed, examining Mikumo. Our father, you know, all for one. All for one. Mikumo replied, confused. My father. Yeah, all for one's love child. One of the ones he didn't grow in a vat, lucky brat. Sangata paused. I guess your mother never told you your father was the greatest supervillain the world has ever seen then, Izuku? Mikumo started. Izuku. Surprised I know your name. Izuku Midoriya? Sangata smiled, the warmth never reaching his eyes. I know a lot more as well, like the fact you were bullied as a child for being thought quirkless. The dark-haired boy flinched, being reminded of his own childhood. Sucks, doesn't it? Sangata continued. I know how it feels. I was quirkless too, the only one in my batch, the only one of the perfect clones of all for one to fail to manifest his quirk, or a variation thereof. Mikumo let him talk, giving more time for help to hopefully arrive. Cloning is illegal, has been for over a century. Mikumo commented. And you think someone like All for One cares about the law? Mikumo frowned. Good point. Sangata smiled. I've got plenty more where they came from. So where was I again? This guy is pretty airheaded for a maniacal villain. Sangata pulled a set of cue cards out of a pocket, flipping through them. Oh yeah, I remember now. I was created quirkless, but All for One recognized potential in me. In my mind, he gave me a quirk, made me strong. Reiteration, the ability to copy the quirk of anyone I can see, until I blink again. Raising an eyebrow, Mikumo watched Sangata recite the pre-prepared speech, the casual disinterest clearly written on his face. It's a quirk similar to yours, but yours is so much more. The ability to copy the quirks of those you touch. You could copy All for One's quirk. You said it before, who the hell is All for One? And why would I care about his quirk? Sangata rolled his eyes at the interruption. All for One, you know, the merchant of quirks? The first demon? That's just an urban legend. And Mikumo didn't believe in legends. An urban legend that can give and take quirks at will. A quirk you can have as well. All you need to do is to copy it. You could be a god. Join us, Midoriya. Mikumo sighed. I'm not Midoriya. Sangata looked taken aback. What do you mean, you're not Midoriya? You look just like the picture, except the hair dye. Class 1A is going to find this hilarious. Mikumo groaned. I'm not Midoriya. We just look similar. Sangata rolled his eyes. Damn it, Hirojiri. So, considering your appearance, you must be another of father's bastards, right? Never met my parents. So, yeah, you are one of them. Sangata tucked the cue cards back into his pocket. That's okay. That's okay. I'm sure father would like to have another of his children rejoin him. Mikumo's eyes darkened. He isn't my father, and I'll never join him or you. I am going to be a hero. Sangata sighed. Fine. Another failure. Remember, at least make it interesting while I kill you. Mikumo charged up the repulsors of his gauntlets, ready to fight. Sangata's eyes glowed red, his white hair floating around his head. Why can't I copy your quirk? Mikumo smiled. Simple, because I don't have one. Sangata looked put out. Pity. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of crazy quirk you might have got from our father. Igniting his repulsor saws, Mikumo launched a kick at Sangata, but found it passed through empty air. Tilting his head, Mikumo watched as Sangata threw a punch at the back of his head. Firing the repulsor in the palm of his right hand, Mikumo twisted out of the way, flipping into the air and using a grapple to move out of Sangata's range. That suit won't save you, Sangata said, looking to where Mikumo stood. I may not have a quirk I can copy. That doesn't mean father didn't design this body to be stronger and faster than a normal person. Sangata burst towards Mikumo at a near-inhuman speed, his fist outstretched. That's where you're wrong. Aspect, activate Excel mode. Of course, Pilot Yamikumo. May I recommend 15% power? Do it. Suddenly, Mikumo was a blur, bouncing from wall to wall with his repulsor saws, his speed dwarfing Sangata's. This suit isn't a crutch because I don't have a quirk. Mikumo delivered a kick to Sangata's chest, slamming him against a wall. This suit is my quirk. I am shatterproof. Shatterproof's speed increased, reduced to little more than a blur of orange, the lights from the repulsors forming it. 2 punches hit Sangata in quick succession, driving him to the ground. I'll never give up again. A final kick slammed into Sangata's crossed arms, twin cracks sounding before the villain was flung back the length of the road, tumbling over and over. Coming to a halt, Sangata weakly struggled to climb to his feet, his arms hanging limply by his sides. In a swish of air, Mikumo was holding Sangata in the air with one hand, his other formed in a fist. Aspect, initialize capture scenario 009. Affirmative, Pilot Yamikumo. Driving his free fist into Sangata's chest, part of the gauntlet attached itself to the villain as he was slammed against the wall behind. Unfolding, the device spewed cable in every direction, snaking around Sangata's body and securing themselves to the wall. This won't hold me, Quirkless. Mikumo frowned. No, it won't, but this will. Electricity surged through the cables, originating from the device on the villain's chest. Sangata cried out in pain and shock before lapsing into unconsciousness. Silence fell, broken only by Mikumo's heavy breathing. Mikumo poked Sangata in the cheek, confirming he was out for the count. Oh, thank heavens. Releasing a sigh, Mikumo collapsed to his knees. Using Excel mode had taken a serious toll on his stamina. The computerized voice spoke again. Pilot Yamikumo, the internal monitoring systems are showing an elevated heart rate and breathing beyond what was expected. It appears Excel mode requires some refinement. Mikumo nodded before realizing his mistake. Why, yeah, it does. Run an analysis on the data once your connection to the main server is restored. The unit in the suit doesn't have the processing power for it. Of course, would you like me to guide you to where the tracker in Miss Hagakure's gauntlet is indicating? Yeah. Mikumo took a deep breath before forcing himself back to his feet. That pale man could be on the hunt to dispose of her. Following Aspect's instructions, Mikumo trudged through the simulated wind and rain. Aspect had been his first invention. He'd known he wouldn't be able to handle all the complex processes a system like SDHR would have manually. She was fairly rudimentary, capable of running the suit and simple pattern recognition, but Mikumo still considered the AI his greatest creation. Although she had developed the habit of calling him that nickname all by herself. Ungrateful bitch. Mikumo tensed. He knew that tone of voice he had heard whenever his old foster parents talked about or to him. A slap echoed. Mikumo peered around the corner of a building, finding an empty street. I am sorry. Something in Mikumo's chest clenched. That was Hagakure. You've been very bad, Toru. This voice was masculine, as opposed to the previous one which had been feminine. Be better, I promise. The woman spoke again. We are very disappointed in you, Toru. First you cut part of your hair, which you know you're not allowed to do, for stupid costume, and now you refuse to join us. You owe us this. The man this time. You belong to us, Toru. You will do as we say. Mikumo's stomach sank as he made the realization, remembering the interaction between Hagakure and the pale man the day before. Hagakure was holding a folder. In front of her was a pale, blue-haired man, his voice monotone. I'm sure you parents will be glad to hear you made the right choice. The pale man scratched his neck, his dry skin flaking. For their sake. That man hadn't been threatening to hurt Hagakure's parents if she hadn't gotten that folder. He had been threatening that Hagakure's parents would hurt her if she hadn't gotten that folder. Hagakure's parents were villains, and they were forcing her to become one as well, against her will. I'm sorry, Mikumo. Without a quirk you just can't be a hero. Maybe you should think about policing instead? Heroes can't be quirkless, you idiot. Why don't just become a stupid villain, Akatani? Everyone knows that's all quirkless losers are good for. So heroes can look good when they take you down in one hit. Mikumo's feet moved before he could think, Aspect activating the visor's thermal mode as he launched himself at Hagakure's father, the invisible man's hand coming down for another strike. Hagakure closed her eyes, bracing herself for the coming slap. It never came. You fucking brat. Opening her eyes, Hagakure took in the sight of Mikumo standing in front of her, his armor reflecting a simulated lightning bolt, fist outstretched. I'm sorry, Hagakure. I should have got here sooner. Mikumo looked back, shooting her a small smile. What hell do you think you're doing, you stupid kid? Hagakure could see the translucent outline of her father, an outline that only others with invisibility quirks could see. He was visibly vibrating with anger. This is a family matter. Mikumo's face hardened, suddenly looking a lot older than 15. You're not going to touch her. In fact, you're never going to touch her again. Hagakure's mother spoke. Toru, I order you to get away from that boy. Hagakure looked down. I don't want to. Don't want to. Hagakure's father roared. We are your parents. You will do as we say. Mikumo spoke before Hagakure could. You know, I can't remember what my parents were like. I don't know what having parents is like. Igniting his sauls, Mikumo rocketed forwards. But I know this isn't it. A punch nailed Hagakure's father in the chest, an invisible look of shock on his equally invisible face. You can see us? Hagakure's father wheezed, bent over, trying to suck the air back into his lungs. Mikumo smirked, tapping his visor. Thermal vision. Not bad for a quirkless kid, right? Quirkless, Hagakure's mother repeated. Well then, it won't be hard to beat a useless child, even if he can see us. Quirkless, not useless, Mikumo said, his tone resolute. There's a big difference. Hagakure's parents didn't reply. Do you know what the difference is? Mikumo paused. The difference is, I'm going to beat you without a quirk. Hagakure watched in disbelief. Until now she'd assumed Mikumo had some kind of intelligence or technopathy quirk. And more than that, I will be a hero, and a quirkless hero at that. Hagakure's mother launched herself at Mikumo, only to find her arm gripped in the teen's hand. Mikumo pivoted and sent her flying with a throw, slamming her back down on the unforgiving concrete. Her invisibility failed, revealing a brown-haired woman in her late 30s, dressed in a form-fitting red jumpsuit. Yoko, Hagakure's father charged at Mikumo, only to find empty air. Turning, Mikumo met Hagakure's father in a brutal melee, a series of punches and kicks thrown with increasing speed. Yoko Hagakure coughed as she rolled over, her back a mass of pain, looking to her daughter. Help your father. Dear, he cares about you in his own way. She coughed again. All we do it for you. A world without heroes, a world we can use our quirks freely. Isn't that what you want? Hagakure curled in on herself. I want to be a hero. Her mother smiled. You can be our hero, okay? Hagakure shakily got to her feet as her mother did the same. Yoko Hagakure smiled as she took Hagakure's hand. We can be together, a family Toru, happy and free. Pausing, Hagakure shook as her mother brushed away her tears with her thumb before reactivating her invisibility. You're my light, Toru. I'll be so proud of you. Hagakure nodded, fresh tears replacing those that had been wiped away. Toshiaki Hagakure grunted in pain as he was knocked away, hitting the ground hard enough to force the air out of his lungs. Mikumo turned, seeing Hagakure and her mother ready to fight him. Hagakure, you don't have to do this. Mikumo pleaded, taking a step forward. I have to. Hagakure shouted, unable to stop her tears. What other choice do I have? You have a choice, right here, right now. Mikumo said, a choice between what is expected of you and of what you know it is right to do. Idealistic brat. Hagakure's father grasped one of Mikumo's feet from where he lay. Toru now. Hagakure paused, before shakily nodding. Light refraction. Hagakure's body suddenly flashed brightly, blinding Mikumo. Stumbling back, Mikumo tripped, one of his legs still held in place. As he hit the ground, Mikumo heard a smashing sound, dreading what it meant. Opening his eyes, Mikumo blinked rapidly as his sight slowly came back. His visor was smashed, blue plexiglass scattered on the road surface, one fragment buried below Mikumo's left eye. Hagakure and her parents were gone. Without his visor, he couldn't see them. A set of hands grabbed his arms, holding them behind his back with surprising strength. Excellent work, darling. Mikumo tilted his head at the sound of Toshiaki Hagakure's voice, the direction making it clear he wasn't the one restraining him. I knew that super move was ready. You need to stop doubting yourself so much, dear. That was Hagakure's mother, the voice coming from behind him. So she was the one holding his arms in place then. The sound of a knife being unsheathed reached Mikumo's ears, watching as a knife seemed to appear from thin air. Toru, it seems only fitting you should do the honors. The knife was held out, another invisible hand took it, this one shaking. Your first kill to mark the start of your new life, your awakening. Mikumo took a deep breath before looking to where he now knew Hagakure was standing. You don't need to do this. This isn't you. Hagakure's hand shook more violently, taken aback by the way Mikumo was somehow able to look her in the eyes without being able to see her. How? How could you possibly know that? Hagakure's voice was shaky. You've only known me a day? Mikumo chuckled, without any mirth. I grew up in a series of foster homes and orphanages, a quirkless freak everyone wished would just go away. Even the ones who pretended to be nice were just doing it to hurt me. So, I learned to read people pretty quickly. It didn't take me long to work out what kind of person you are. Mikumo gave a small smile. You have a good heart. You care about people. I saw that yesterday. You made sure to pick a classroom out of the way, so that pale guy wouldn't decide to dust anyone he came across on the way. The knife was shaking even more now. Hagakure was barely even holding it. Mikumo's smile widened. That's why I know, Hagakure. I know you can be a hero. The knife clattered to the ground. Mikumo felt something brush past his shoulder before his arms were suddenly free, followed by the sound of two bodies hitting the road. Toru, you ungrateful bitch. Hagakure's father went to charge at his daughter, only to be stopped by Mikumo grabbing his leg, tripping him. Yoko Hagakure's hand went to slap her daughter. It never came. Hagakure's grip tightened around her mother's wrist. I won't be controlled by you two again. How dare you speak to me that way? I'm your dash. Toru struck her mother with the back of her hand. You're nothing to me. Not anymore. Yoko Hagakure recoiled. All my life you controlled me. You only allowed me to try out for UA to be a mole, a traitor. Toru activated the repulsors in her glove, punching her mother hard enough to send her flying backwards. From now on, I'll make my own path. Nearby, Mikumo stood in the middle of the road, slowly looking around himself. He'd lost track of Hagakure's father, and now the invisible man was stalking him. Give up, Quirkless. Toshiaki Hagakure taunted. I'll make your death painless. Will I lie? It will be very painful, but that's besides the point. Mikumo didn't reply. A punch suddenly struck him in the face, driving the plexiglass fragment deeper into his skin and sending him stumbling. Pathetic. Without that fancy eyewear of yours, you really are useless. Mikumo could hear the sneer in the man's voice. Worthless. I'll kill you for twisting my daughter's mind. Actually, you know, I torture you first, then have her kill you. Then she can never be a hero. Mikumo's fists clenched before another punch came, this one to his gut. The invisible man was playing with him. Arrogant, believing his invisibility made him invulnerable. And still you won't give up. Toshiaki Hagakure kicked the boy in the shin. How can you fight what you can't see? Another blow struck Mikumo across the face. Hagakure's father laughed. Your eyes can deceive you. A fist buried itself in Mikumo's gut, just below his chest plate. How can you fight what you can't see? Your eyes can deceive you. Mikumo's demeanor suddenly changed, his posture relaxing, his eyes closing. Hagakure's father snorted. Idiot. Launching a punch at the dark-haired boy's face, Toshiaki Hagakure cried out in shock as Mikumo knocked his arm to the side and delivered an open palm strike to his chest, his eyes still closed. How the hell? Hagakure's father slowly regained his balance, retreating away from the armored boy. Mikumo smirked. All my life I've had people out for me, to punish me for daring to be quirkless. I guess I got pretty good at hearing threats before I could see them. The invisible man changed his angle of attack, sending a kick at Mikumo's back. Before it could land, Mikumo twisted it and caught it, holding it in place. You've hurt Hagakure, forced her to undermine her dream. Mikumo charged up his repulsors before bringing his gauntlet-covered fist down. Toshiaki Hagakure's leg snapped, making the man yell out in pain. Aspect: Capture Scenario 007. Understood, Pilot Yamikumo. The grapple fired from the side of the chest armor, wrapping around the invisible man and restraining him. You'll never hurt her again. Mikumo stood tall over the captured villain. We'll see about that. Toshiaki drawled. You may have won the battle, but you've already lost the war. All Might will die, Hero Society will fall, I will stand in its ash dash. Mikumo silenced the villain with a punch to the face, leaving him unconscious. Turning, Mikumo prepared to go to help Hagakure. Ayakatani. Mikumo turned. Hagakure was wearing the boots and gloves of her normal costume again. Hi, are you okay? Hagakure's hands gathered into fists. How can you be so nice to me? I hurt you. Mikumo took a step forward, a soothing smile on his face. It's okay. It's not. It can't be. I'm a villain. All of this is my fault. Hagakure's arms dropped to her sides. I didn't want to get hurt again, so I did what my parents and Shigaraki told me to do. Mikumo took Hagakure's hand. She pulled away. You're not a villain. A villain doesn't care about others like you do. Mikumo nodded reassuringly. If this is your fault, then we'll set it right, together. Mikumo held out an armored hand. Looking up, Hagakure hesitated, before slowly taking the hand offered to her. We'll face this together, okay? Mikumo smiled. You didn't have a choice before. That pale man would just have killed you if you'd refused to give him that folder, but right now, we'll stop them. Hagakure nodded, finding her resolve. Then let's go. Together. Setting off together, Mikumo and Hagakure quickly encountered their first crowd of villains. They looked like they'd been beaten once already. The two teens made short work of them. The only one of villains, with a very minor shock absorption quirk, had posed any threat at all, forcing Mikumo to briefly use 5% Excel to overpower his resistance. The main plaza is this way. Mikumo boosted his strength and slammed into the main doors of the downpour zone, breaking them open. Stop right there. Mikumo turned. Hagakure was being restrained by an equally invisible person. Sangata, you escaped. Mikumo looked to the empty air behind Hagakure's gloves and boots. I told you that you couldn't hold me. Sangata sneered. Until now I was just doing as father asked, but you've royally pissed me off. The knife at Hagakure's throat tightened, threatening to cut. But I am feeling a little generous. Sangata faded back into view. He had blinked. Give me the suit and all your plans, and I'll let little Toru live. Can't say I'll do the same for you. Why do you want the suit? Simple. You proved today I'm pretty much useless when fighting a Quirkless. With your suit, I could level the playing field. Hagakure called out. Don't give it to him. We all have a choice, right, Akatani? Mikumo hesitated, his eyes drifting behind Sangata and Hagakure for a few seconds. Sangata drew a few drops of blood. I'll kill her. No, you won't. Hagakure fired her palm repulsor, tearing the glove covering it to shreds, directly in Sangata's groin area. Sangata doubled over, dropping the knife and releasing Hagakure. Taste my spirit of vengeance, foul villain. Tokoyami dropped from a building, dark shadow slamming into Sangata and pinning him to the ground. Are you okay, Hagakure? Mikumo queried, approaching the invisible girl as Tokoyami and Koda restrained the quirk-copying villain. Hagakure nodded, regaining her usual cheer and giving Mikumo a thumbs up. Yeah, I'm a-okay. Mikumo placed a hand on her transparent shoulder. It's okay to not be okay. You know that, right? Hagakure paused, before speaking quietly, so only Mikumo could hear. You're right. I'm not okay, but right now, I just have to be. With a small smile, Mikumo replied. Okay then. Then let's be okay for now. Hagakure matched his expression before turning to her classmates. Thanks for the help, Tokoyami Koda. You are most welcome, Hagakure. Both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow bobbed their heads in acknowledgement. Koda mumbled a response, too quiet for Mikumo to hear. We should return to the entrance. It is the logical place to meet. Tokoyami looked to his fellow teens, Dark Shadow picking up the unconscious Sangata. Mikumo nodded. Let's dash. A blast of wind suddenly tore through the area, forcing Mikumo to fire both his grapples into the ground and grab Hagakure's wrist to stop themselves from being blown away. Koda crouched down, his bulk and frame allowing him to weather the blast, while Dark Shadow dropped Sangata to secure both Tokoyami and itself to one of the zone's main doors. What was that? Hagakure questioned as the wind died down, landing on her feet. Mikumo released his tethers. The wind had taken Sangata's motionless form with it. I think that was Dash. It's fine now, because I am here. All might. 10 minutes earlier. Toshinori cleared his throat awkwardly. I didn't realize you would be coming today, Mirai. No point waiting around. Nightai adjusted his glasses. Toshinori noted his former partner was noticeably more muscular than he was the last time they had been face to face. Then again, Nightai wasn't his sidekick anymore. As a pro hero is his own right, he couldn't rely on the strength of others. You look well. Toshinori offered a genial smile. You look like crap. Still straight to the point, aren't you, Mirai? Nedzu patted Night-Eye on the knee. There's no point wasting time with niceties at times like this. Night-Eye looked to Toshinori. I want to do this and leave as quickly as possible. Toshinori sighed. Mirai dash. Don't, Toshinori. Night-Eye interrupted. If we get into that argument, we'll be here all day, and I'm not willing to spend any more time with a man throwing his life away for any longer than I have to. Nedzu dropped from the sofa. I'll leave you two to talk. Toshinori shot Nedzu a pleading look, hoping he would stay. Nedzu left. An uncomfortable silence fell over the two men. Mirai, I understand you are upset I didn't pass one for all on to young Togata. Upset? Absolutely not. Night-Eye paused. Disappointed? Very. Toshinori sighed. Mirai dash. I recommended Mirio as your successor, a student I had been training for nearly a year at that time. Toshinori sighed. Mirai dash. Instead, you chose a random, quirkless boy with no physical training, off the street, without ever even bothering to meet Mirio. Mirai. Toshinori's tone was clipped. You said back then I should find a successor who embodies the same ideals as I do. I didn't choose Izuku Midoriya because I thought he could be like me. Toshinori paused. I chose him because I know he can be better than me. Besides, Izuku is far from quirkless. Something that was only discovered after you had already passed one for all onto the boy. Night-Eye sighed. That isn't the point. Whether Izuku had a quirk or not is irrespective of why I chose him. His parentage is the point. Night-Eye steeped his fingers, the annoyance clear on his face. How did you manage to just so pick the son of All for One as your successor? I'll admit, I dismissed the idea of Izuku being the son of that man, despite the resemblance, for one reason. All for One would kill any quirkless child of his. But he isn't quirkless. Night-Eye looked at Toshinori over the top of his glasses. And now that is known, All for One will be coming for his son, to have him join him. Izuku would never become a villain. That's something I'm sure of. Just because he's the son of a villain doesn't mean he's destined to become one himself. All for One is a villain. He's the villain, the first demon. That doesn't matter. Izuku has the heart of a hero. Well then, lead the way. I'll see if that's true. After all, that's why you asked me to come. Toshinori stood, collecting his suit jacket. This way then. Toshinori and Mirai set off side by side, heading for the USJ. Just for a second, Toshinori could believe that they were All Might and Sir Night-Eye, partners in crime fighting. But times change. What has been done could not be undone. Fuck off and die. Katsuki released an explosion directly to a fish-headed villain's chest at point-blank range. The fish-headed villain slammed back against the wall of the damaged building, driving the air out of her lungs, spewing pink mist from her mouth. Katsuki coughed, trying to clear the mist away with his hand. Katsuki. Turning, Katsuki saw Uraraka walking through the mist towards him. Katsuki growled, falling into a fighting stance. What's wrong, Katsuki? Propelling himself forwards, Katsuki delivered a double-footed kick to Uraraka's chest before she could react. Uraraka was thrown back, tumbling over and over until she came to a halt. Ugh, I guess you saw right through it. A haze passed over Uraraka, revealing the fish-headed villain in her place. A large concrete pillar swung through the mist, clearing it and slamming into the fish-headed villain, crushing her against the wall. Home run. Uraraka removed the pillar, its weight canceled by her quirk, allowing the fish-headed villain to slump to the floor, out cold. How did you know it wasn't me, Kaken? Uraraka looked to Bakugo, tilting her head, the pillar resting on her shoulder. Katsuki rolled his eyes. TCH, you've picked up that stupid, fucking nickname from the nerd. What do you mean, Kaken? One of Katsuki's eyes twitched. Exactly that. You should be paying more attention, kid. A barrage of rubble, covered in silver energy, fired at Katsuki's back. Throwing his arm behind himself, Katsuki released a large explosion, blasting the rubble back at the telekinetic villain with increased speed. A blur blew past Katsuki, the air pressure forcing him to take a step back to regain his balance. The rubble smashed into the far wall, the space the telekinetic villain had been occupying now empty. Katsuki looked at the fallen rubble in confusion. A body slammed into Katsuki's side, sending him flying through the air, forcing him to use his explosions to stabilize himself and land. Looking around himself, Katsuki tried to see where the attack had come from, only seeing Uraraka fighting a villain with some kind of high-pressure air breath. Was that the villain that had attacked him? With Katsuki's eyes still on the breath villain, he felt the air behind him beginning to stir. Firing an explosion from his left palm, Katsuki flipped into the air, dodging the blur, watching it as it suddenly slowed down, revealing an orange-haired villain, a man in his late 40s, slightly out of shape. Landing, Katsuki released a series of explosions, carrying himself into the air over Uraraka. Round face, use your quirk on me. Uraraka dodged a blast of air, turning to look at Katsuki above her, before nodding and slapping her hand on Katsuki's bare shoulder as he flew by. With his gravity gone, Katsuki's travel speed with his quirk increased massively, kicking off the wall and at the blur villain, delivering a kick to the man's chest. The orange-haired man stumbled back before blurring away, coming to a halt at the other side of the room, next to the telekinetic villain. Using his quirk to force his weightless body to land, Katsuki watched as the telekinetic villain fired more rubble at him. Igniting explosions in his palms, Katsuki rocketed forwards with immense speed, twisting and turning to dodge the rubble attack, slamming his shoulder into the telekinetic villain's stomach. The villain wheezed and dropped to his knees, gasping desperately for air. Wrapping his hand around the villain's face, Katsuki fired a small explosion, slamming the telekinetic villain's head into the wall, taking him out of the fight. Turning to facing the blur villain, Katsuki watched as the man cursed and yelled, urging his quirk to work. So, your quirk has a recharge time. Great, I can use that. Katsuki grinned, becoming a blur of explosions and rage. The air whistled around Katsuki as he kicked the orange-haired villain in the face, before twisting and delivering an explosion-powered open palm strike to the chest. Groaning, the orange-haired villain flopped to the floor, trying and failing to move. Growling, Katsuki looked around for his next fight, quickly catching sight of 3 more villains entering the room, one with red hair, one holding a chainsaw, and the last dressed in what looked like a bargain store ninja costume. Nearby, Uraraka held her concrete pillar in front of her, shielding herself from another blast of wind from the villain's mouth. As the wind died down, Uraraka pivoted on one foot, spinning and slamming the concrete pillar into the villain's side, sending him to join his comrades in unconsciousness. 3 more villains took his place, one nondescript, clean-shaven with short, brown hair, another with a visor over the top half of his face, and the last with some kind of gold, metal helmet as a mutation. The visor villain looked to Uraraka, firing twin energy beams from his eyes, forcing her to use her concrete pillar as a shield. Damn, Uraraka sighed. The end of the pillar had shattered, the pieces floating in the air. But I can use this. Using her now much shorter pillar, Uraraka slammed it into the floating rubble, knocking it at the 3 villains, releasing her hold on it the moment before impact. The counterattack didn't faze them. The brown-haired villain, who had grown 3 wooden claws from between his knuckles, slashed through the rubble, while the visor villain blasted any that came close. Finally, the helmeted villain headbutted away any concrete that got into his range. You'll have to try harder than that, girlie. The visor villain sneered at the brown-haired girl. How about this? Uraraka threw the remaining half of her pillar at the visor villain. At the same, she discreetly grabbed a lump of concrete from the ground and negated its gravity before hurling it after the pillar. The visor villain fired his energy beams, blasting the pillar apart, the shattered pieces floating in the air. The lump of concrete shot through the suspended rubble, disturbing it. Release. Uraraka placed the finger pads of both her hands against each other. At the last second, the rubble projectile's gravity returned, slamming into the villain's face, smashing his visor into fragments of plastic and glass, breaking his nose in the process. Seeing Uraraka's release of her quirk, Katsuki shifted his body as his gravity returned, using it to deliver a downwards kick to the red-haired villain. Landing, Katsuki turned to face the chainsaw guy and the knockoff ninja, the red-haired villain collapsing against the wall, small locks of purple flame and smoke escaping his mouth. Katsuki sneered at the fallen villain. "Stay down there," puffed the magic dragon. The red-haired villain coughed. "What the fuck are you talking about, Dash?" Katsuki released another explosion, weaker than normal, directly in the red-haired villain's face. A shout made Katsuki turn, bringing up his left gauntlet to block a swing of the villain's chainsaw. The blades chewed through the metal alloy, stopping just before it hit flesh. No way out of this one. The chainsaw villain smirked, his eyes burning with rage and disgust as he used his free hand to clamp down on Katsuki's right arm. An acrid smell had filled the air, the sweat collection tank had been ruptured, liquid dripping from where the chainsaw pierced the gauntlet. The knockoff ninja charged at the restrained Katsuki, twin blades drawn. Katsuki grinned. Still not good enough. Swinging his free right arm, Katsuki fired an explosion into the chainsaw villain's gut, forcing him to release his grip on Katsuki's arm and his own chainsaw. Unclasping his left gauntlet, the chainsaw still lodged in it, Katsuki span on the spot. The force of the rotation sent the gauntlet flying off his arm at the two villains. Steadying himself, Katsuki pulled back the handle of his remaining gauntlet and removed the pin. A massive fireball issued from the gauntlet, engulfing both the villains and the damaged gauntlet. The ruptured tank of the gauntlet flying through the air ignited, turning the gauntlet into a grenade, shrapnel peppering the two villains before the chainsaw exploded as well. Katsuki stood, watching carefully as the smoke began to clear. The unconscious form of the knockoff ninja was revealed first, followed by the twisted remains of Bakugo's brace and the villain's chainsaw. The now chainsawless villain still stood, shrapnel dug into his skin on his left side. He didn't look deterred. If anything, Katsuki noted, he looked angrier. A man after his own heart then. Reaching down, the villain picked up the melted remains of Bakugo's gauntlet, a red glow surrounding it, before it transformed into an exact copy of the villain's destroyed chainsaw. "So that's your quirk then?" Katsuki sneered at the villain. "I've seen better." Katsuki and villain charged at each other, the former dropping to his knees to dodge under the swing of the latter's chainsaw. Uraraka released a shout as she fired concrete chunk after concrete chunk at the wooden claw and gold-helmeted villains. The helmet villain dodged and weaved, smashing any blocks of concrete he couldn't avoid with his protected head. Next to him, the wooden-clawed villain hacked and slashed at the projectiles, but Uraraka could see his claws beginning to wear and splinter. "I'm too slow. I need to send them faster." Uraraka paused. "That's it." Uraraka made her plan and enacted it. Picking up concrete chunks, Uraraka removed the gravity of each one until she had around 40 concrete blocks floating in the air. Touching the fingertips of both hands to a nearby pillar, Uraraka canceled the weight of as much of it as possible. Taking a step back, Uraraka shoulder-charged the pillar, its canceled gravity meaning it tore free easily, small fragments of rubble floating in the air around the areas of breakage. Turning, Uraraka charged towards the villains, the pillar held over her shoulder, ready to swing it. Improvised super move, home run comet. Swinging the pillar at the smashed rubble she'd suspended in the air before, Uraraka watched as 40 concrete projectiles shot at the helmet and wooden-clawed villains, holding her finger pads together to release her quirk at the last second. Neither of the villains could withstand the force of the assault. The wooden claws trying to protect the villain's body snapped and failed, leaving him defenseless against the rubble. The helmeted villain hadn't fared any better. His golden helmet had a crack running down it, his body covered in red marks where the concrete projectiles had impacted. "Die!" Uraraka turned to see Katsuki deliver an explosion to the chainsaw villain's chest, slamming him back against the far wall, unconscious. "Is this fucking all of them?" Katsuki wheeled around, looking for more villains to fight, his breathing slowly returning to normal. They're so goddamn weak. That's okay, Kaken. Uraraka shot Katsuku a peace sign. That just means we can go help the others even faster, right? Everyone else is probably still in the USJ if we are. TCH, you can go if you want. Katsuki cracked his knuckles. I'm gunning for that warp gate bastard. Uraraka shook her head. You can't. It's 'cause you charged at that guy that 13 couldn't use their quirk on him to suck him up. Katsuki growled, grinding his teeth together. 13's was pretty much useless in that situation. Their quirk's slow to start up, and the warp clown would have just opened a portal up to reflect the attack back on them. What? Uraraka exclaimed. 13's quirk is super strong, they dash. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Stop being such a 13 stan. They're a rescue hero, so they're unaccustomed to combat. Plus, they've never had to improve their quirk reaction time. You got all that for analyzing 13? Uraraka questioned. No. Well, I figured out some of it myself. Katsuki paused. The rest I got from listening to the nerd's analysis of 13's quirk. I thought you hated Deki. Katsuki sighed, muttering under his breath. So did I. Uraraka leaned forward. What was that? Nothing. Katsuki answered quickly. Anyway, I'm going at the warp gate. He's these clowns' escape strategy. I cut it off. They're up shit fucking creek, and there ain't no paddle in sight. All this chit-chat has left you open. Katsuki turned, wrapping his hand around the chameleon villain's head and firing off an explosion, dazing the villain, his camouflage fading away. His reaction time, so fast, moaned the chameleon villain, his head gently smoking. Tossing the villain aside, Katsuki looked to Uraraka. Besides, if this is the kind of shit tier they're sending after us, everyone else will be pretty much fine. Uraraka tilted her head. You know, you're kinda cute when you're not shouting. I didn't realize you could be so calm and rational. Katsuki wheeled around, his eyes flaming. What? The gravity girl's cheeks set aflame, realizing she had said that particular thought aloud. I guess dash. I am not cute, Katsuki snapped. And I'm always calm and rational, pink cheeks. Uraraka's embarrassment faded, before being replaced by laughter. Don't fucking laugh at me. This only made Uraraka giggle even harder, her hand shakily pointing at Katsuki. You looked so funny when you said you're not cute. It was even cuter than before. Katsuki sucked air in through his nostrils, turning to leave. Fine. I'm done. Go help those extras if you want to. Wait. Uraraka waved her hands in front of herself. Taking out the villain's getaway is a pretty good idea. I'll come with you. TCH, whatever. Katsuki set off out of the building, Uraraka falling in step beside him. A silence fell over the two heroes in training. So what's the deal with you and Deki? Uraraka looked to Katsuki as the two went down the stairs to the ground floor of the building. None of your fucking business is what it is. Katsuki snapped in reply. He said you used to be friends, before you got your quirks. Katsuki replied, before I got my quirk. Huh. Uraraka placed a finger on her chin. What about Deki? He said he used to think his quirk was just strength. Katsuki snorted. Then he fucking lied to you. The nerd's been hiding that broken-ass quirk since he got it. He's still lying about part of it now. Uraraka frowned, displaying clear confusion as they walked out into the street. He was hiding his quirk? Maybe he was just worried people would be scared of it. If you've got half a brain, you should be scared of the nerd's quirk. Katsuki paused. We're lucky he's such a all-might fanboy. With a quirk like his, if he wanted to, he could rule this fucking country. Hell, he probably could without it as well. What? Katsuki rolled his eyes. Deku's, the nerd's, quirk can take other Q dash. A golden cord of energy wrapped around Katsuki's neck, cutting off his sentence and lifting him into the air. Kaken. Uraraka lurched forwards, reaching out with her hand towards the golden cord. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Uraraka paused. A tall woman with snow-white hair walked out from behind the corner of the building, the other end of the golden cord in one of her hands. Unless you want to be sent into your worst memories. The woman smiled, but her eyes remained cold. Uraraka turned and raced at the woman, pressing the finger pads of one hand to the opposite upper arm, canceling her own gravity. Activating the springs in her heels, Uraraka soared into the air, flying at the woman. Release. Her gravity restored, Uraraka dropped towards the white-haired woman. Flicking her free hand, another golden cord materialized, shooting out and wrapping around Uraraka's waist, trapping her hands and holding her in the air. Too slow, little girl. The woman sneered, watching as the brown-haired girl struggled to free herself, all in vain. Die. Katsuki released an explosion, his palm wrapped around a section of the golden cord, around a foot before it reached his neck. A cloud of gray smoke obscured Katsuki, before dissipating to reveal he was still trapped, the cord having tightened around his neck, choking him slightly. Fucking bitch. Katsuki wheezed, his face slowly turning red. You've got some fire in you, haven't you, cutie? Don't call me that, you hag. Katsuki exploded, swinging and kicking with all his might. It didn't work. Let me go and I'll beat the shit out of you. So Techi, there's definitely some high-quality trauma in that lovely head of yours. The woman smiled, before looking at Uraraka. But I'll start with the plain one first. Uraraka looked mildly offended. Like you can talk, that old woman hair is the only notable thing about you. Katsuki roared, his eyes alight. That, and your thing for tying up teenagers. The golden cord around Katsuki's neck extended, snaking up and across his mouth, gagging him. Shush, shush, you'll get your turn next. The woman laughed. Now where was I? Oh yeah, introduction. You may have heard of me. My father named me Nagata, but the media much preferred Lady Trauma. Uraraka frowned. Who? One of Nagata's eyes twitched. I'm a supervillain, emphasis on the super. The blonde-haired boy burst out laughing, slightly muffled by his gag. Nagata's eye twitched again, mentally commanding the cord to cease gagging Katsuki. Katsuki slowly stopped laughing. Fuck, you're old. You little shit dash. Lady Trauma is a fucking relic. She vanished like 30 years ago. No recorded death, no recorded capture. Just gone. Poof. Katsuki grinned, his eyes darkening. So either you're some pretender, a copycat, or you're looking pretty good for a granny. Nagata sucked air in through her nose, making her cord silence Katsuki once again. Yet it did nothing to diminish his smug smile, aggravating her further. My quirk allows me to force those caught by my cord to relieve their greatest trauma, regardless of whether they were on the receiving end or the delivering end. Nagata's eyes hardened. I won't lie, this is going to be fun. For me, of course. For you, not so much. Nagata closed her eyes. A pulse of light traveled down one of the cords, to Uraraka, the brown-haired girl's eyes rolling back into her head as her body glowed faintly gold. A bit of trauma. Your parents are poor. Who fucking who? What else? No, 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 God, no. Nagata opened her eyes, looking at Uraraka. You are so boring, you know that, right? Nagata flicked her wrist, the cord around Uraraka tightening and restraining her feet before gagging her. Sit tight while I deal with your friend. The cord disconnected, dropping Uraraka to the ground, unable to move or speak. Now, smart mouth, let's see what tasty trauma you've got hiding in there. A pulse shot down the cord to Katsuki, his eyes constantly twitching while the air around his body lit up with blinding golden light. Images and memories flew through Katsuki's mind faster than he could recognize them, a pounding in his head worsening with every second the mental assault continued. Oh wow, I've struck gold. Nagata smiled. No, I found the whole damn mine. Another pulse shot down the cord, before Katsuki suddenly found himself in a white void, unrestrained and free. What the fuck? Hello, Katsuki Bakugo. Nagata flickered into sight in front of the explosive teen. Or do you prefer Kaken? Or Ground Zero? Or maybe Lord Explosion Murder? Katsuki ground his teeth and lurched forwards, swinging his arm, explosions dancing on his palm. Stumbling, Katsuki passed through Nagata harmlessly, almost falling, thrown off balance by the lack of expected resistance. Nice try, but I'm in control here. Nagata smirked. So I'll be taking that away. The explosion in Katsuki's palm cut off. No, no, no. Katsuki raged, trying to get his quirk to work. In this place, your mind, I rule it now, and I say you don't have a quirk. Nagata held up her hand, releasing an explosion from it. In fact, I have your quirk. Give it back, you bitch. Katsuki charged at Nagata again. And again he passed straight through her. That's not very nice, is it now, Kakin? A growl slipped from Katsuki's lips, but he stopped himself from attacking her again. It was useless anyway. Nagata giggled, the very sound disturbing Katsuki. In fact, I'm doing you a favor. I'm letting you see from little Deku's point of view. All those times you mocked him, putting him down, told him he was useless, you're just the same now. That nerd was never quirkless. You knew, and yet you never told anyone, not even poor little Izuku. All he wanted to be was your friend, he idolized you. Katsuki didn't reply. You made sure everyone saw how much you hated him, but that was all a lie, wasn't it? Still no response. Nagata smiled. A pretense, a front, to hide just how much you envied him. You were jealous of Izuku Midoriya. In fact, you still are. Shut the hell up, granny hair. Now, I'm helping you here, aren't I? Maybe I should charge. Nagata snapped her fingers, the same couch from Hound Dog's office appearing. You can lie on it if you really want. Fuck. You. So childish, never mind. The couch vanished with a wave of the white-haired villain's hand. Now, which memory should we start with? How about this one? Katsuki blinked. He was at Deku's 7th birthday party. What the dash? Katsuki Bakugo, how dare you do that? Mitsuki Bakugo stalked towards her 7-year-old son. Katsuki frowned, turning to look at a young boy, his lower arms and scalp covered in small rocks, wiping away tears. Right, the nerd's 7th birthday party, the one where he'd knocked Rockhair over with his quirk and made the little shit cry. Or, at least, pretend to cry. Rockhair had always been a little shit. So that meant this was. Oh crap. Mitsuki grabbed Katsuki by the wrist, her grip tight, dragging her son away to the edge of the party, out of hearing range of any of the other guests. You're not even sorry, are you? Mitsuki glowered at her young son. So what if I'm not, old hag? Katsuki felt the words leaving his mouth without even thinking them. It was the same thing he'd said back then. Smack. Mitsuki backhanded her son. Katsuki failed to hold back tears, feeling them run down the stinging red handprint on his left cheek. And Mom, I'm sorry dash. Smack. Another handprint joined the last, this one on his right cheek, making a matching pair. Don't you dare speak back to me like that, you little shit. Mitsuki hissed, before muttering to herself. This is why I said we should have sent you a no-quirk school. You're such a fucking brat with everyone telling you how great your stupid fucking quirk is. Katsuki still heard. Katsuki cried harder. Look at Izuku. Turning his head, Katsuki watched the nerd running to Inko, who scooped him up into a hug. Why can't you be well-behaved? Like him, Mitsuki sighed. Instead you go around hitting other kids and swearing all the fucking time. Mom dash. You don't deserve that quirk of yours, a perfect hero quirk. All I see when I look at you is a villain in waiting. Katsuki's tears intensified. Izuku has the heart of a hero, the mind too, and he doesn't even have a quirk. Mitsuki paused. He deserves that quirk of yours, not you. Katsuki was practically howling now, his face covered in a mixture of tears and snot. Now, you're going to stay here and watch everyone else having fun until I decide you can rejoin the other kids. Mitsuki started to walk away. Oh, and start thinking about how you're going to apologize to the poor boy you knocked over. Katsuki was left alone, trying and failing to stop the great, heaving sobs that racked his body. He hated her. He hated the old hag. When he was the #1 hero, he'd lock her up with all the villains. In Tartarus. He hated them all. He hated the smug grin Rockhair was shooting him. Most of all, he hated Izuku Midoriya, the weak little boy with no quirk, who always got back up. Except that was a lie, the nerd had a quirk. Katsuki remembered that day at the playground, where the two had pledged to be a hero duo. Izuku beamed. We're gonna be great heroes. Course we are, Ground Zero in Detroit will be unstoppable. The green-haired boy opened his mouth, breathing red flames. That's almost as cool as my quirk. Katsuki pointed a thumb at his chest. Wait, watch this. Izuku reached out with one hand, wrapping it around Katsuki's forearm. Izuku held up his other hand, explosions dancing in his palm. That was the day Izuku Midoriya stole his quirk. The nerd had cried about it at first, telling him he'd used the wrong quirk by accident, before returning the quirk after a few minutes of trying and failing. Katsuki had run off as soon as he got it back, almost smacking into the nerd's old man in his hurry. After that day, the nerd pretended it had never happened, feigning no memory of it when Katsuki had asked. At first, it hadn't bothered Katsuki all that much. He could understand why the nerd might want to hide a quirk like that, the stigma that came with a quirk like that. And the little shit had gone and got himself diagnosed as quirkless. He was taunting Katsuki. I could take your quirk anytime I wanted to, and there's nothing you could do to stop me. Katsuki's eyes flicked to Izuku again, watching the 7-year-old boy smile from his mother's arms, while she talked to Katsuki's old hag. The nerd suddenly pointed at Katsuki, before climbing down and running over to the blonde-haired boy. Come on, Kakin. The nerd beamed, bouncing up and down with nervous energy. It's my birthday. I told your mom I wouldn't be able to enjoy it with you here, so you're free. TCH, get lost, Deku. Katsuki snapped. Why would I want anything to do with someone as worthless as you, not even showing a damn quirk? The nerd's face fell, before tearing up as he ran away, back to his mother. Katsuki watched the green-haired boy tackle Inko's leg, holding on tight. That wasn't very nice, was it? Looking up, Katsuki saw the nerd's father standing next to him, a frightening intensity in his eyes. It still scares you even now? When Aizawa took away your quirk. Katsuki froze. I'm sorry, I should have taken that quirk away from him. My mistake. Hisashi Midoriya smiled, placing a reassuring hand on the blonde-haired boy's shoulder. I also should have erased that memory back then. It's taken such a long time to get another chance. I'm sorry you had to remember that, Katsuki. For a child that young, well, it isn't a pleasant experience. Hisashi's hand glowed red for a few seconds, before it faded away. Katsuki Bakugo forgot all about Izuku taking his quirk that day at the playground. But feelings still lingered. The distrust, the fear, the hatred. And most of all, the jealousy. Katsuki forgot, but the feelings lived on. It almost worked. If only Hisashi hadn't overlooked the fact that Katsuki might have written down the events of that day at the playground. A writing that 7-year Katsuki found just over a week later, along with a warning that his memories had been changed. That, Katsuki never forgot. Katsuki gasped, sucking in air. He was back in his properly aged body, on his knees, in the white void again. Fascinating. You fear little Aizawa, don't you? Nagata smiled. You fear that one day he'll take your quirk, just like he did back then. That memory, the nerd's father altered it. Katsuki's breathing began to slow as he calmed. Not really. That quirk he used altered your perception of that memory. His quirk was fire breath. Katsuki looked up. He didn't have some kind of mindfuck quirk. Nagata laughed. Where do you think little Aizawa copied that quirk he used to take yours? Katsuki's eyes widened. A quirk that took quirks, the power of an urban legend. An urban legend that was Izuku Midoriya's father. It's true. Katsuki looked up. Nagata was gone. In her place stood the nerd. You can't trick me like that, you old hag. The nerd quirked an eyebrow. I'm not an illusion, Kakin. Don't call me that. The nerd laughed. I'm a figment of your unconscious, you know that, right? I'm saying what you think the real Midoriya would say, and a little bit of what you want him to say. Fuck off, Deku. Midoriya sighed, a chair materializing next to him, before he sat on it. I scare you, don't I? But you envy me even more. Katsuki didn't reply. Not because of my quirk, though. Midoriya looked to Katsuki. You're jealous of me because you're scared I'll be a better hero than you. What am I if I fail as a hero? Katsuki looked down. I have the perfect hero quirk, and I feel like a failure. I don't feel like a hero. Midoriya said nothing, allowing Katsuki to continue. Ever since my quirk appeared, all everyone told me was that I was destined to be a hero, except them. Katsuki paused. The hag and my old man. After my quirk manifested, they changed. They built these expectations I could never reach. They still do now. All I ever wanted was their praise, for them to be proud of me. All they ever did was compare me to the nerd, to you. How you never gave up, even without a quirk. That you had the heart of a hero, and I had the heart of a villain. I hated you for it. I thought that if I made you give up on being a hero, my parents would be proud of me instead. I think I knew at the time that would never work. My parents will never be proud of me. But admitting that to myself would have been giving up. Katsuki's shoulders sagged, his eyes losing their fire. You don't get to give up now. Midoriya's burnt with Katsuki's lost fire. Midoriya jumped to his feet, his chair toppling over with a bang. You're Katsuki fucking Bakugo. Get up and fight. Katsuki looked up. Midoriya was gone. Nagata was back. Impressive. Nagata cooed. Your subconscious actually managed to fight back for a moment then. Very uncommon for someone as damaged as you. I wonder, how did you do it? Katsuki grinned, the fire reigniting in his eyes. I'm Katsuki fucking Bakugo, that's how. Surging to his feet, Katsuki threw his hands back and fired twin explosions, accelerating his body at Nagata, feet first. Really? Nagata rolled her eyes as the double-footed kick rocketed towards her. I control your mind now. You can't hurt Dash. Up yours. Katsuki's kick landed, sending Nagata flying. Rolling over, Katsuki used the momentum to get back on his feet, in a combat stance. This is my mind. I'm in control. Katsuki growled. You can't fucking keep me down, you 2-bit, forgotten relic. I'm gonna be a hero, and you're certainly not going to stop me. Katsuki fired more explosions, shooting himself at Nagata again. Nagata looked panicked, before snapping her fingers. Katsuki blinked. He was back in the real world, his neck once again wrapped by the golden cord, his mouth gagged. That mind of yours, it's a hellscape. Nagata glared at the blonde-haired boy. Katsuki snorted, biting down on the cord, tearing through it. You get used to it after a while. Glancing over at Uraraka, Katsuki watched her worming her way out of the golden cord Nagata had bound her with. I need to keep this relic's attention by round FaceTime. Reaching out, Katsuki grabbed the cord, wrapping it around his hand and beginning to pull. Let go of that. Nagata looked worried. Make me. Katsuki ignited his left palm, jumping into the air, overshooting Nagata, using the trailing cord to wrap around the woman's ankles, binding them. Uraraka burst in from the side, placing her hand on first Nagata and then Katsuki. You fucked up. You underestimated me. You underestimated us both. Katsuki watched as Nagata tried and failed to free herself. And now, you're going to feel the consequences. Uraraka grabbed hold of Katsuki's waist and pushed, sending him into the air. Improvised super move. Katsuki ignited one of his palms, the other holding the other end of the golden cord. G-force tornado. Katsuki spun in the air, round and round, spinning Nagata as well, pulled by the cord attached to her ankles, the speed increasing with every rotation. Now, release. Aiming his palm, Katsuki swung his arm, cord gripped in his hand, sending Nagata flying. The cord twisted around the horizontal top bar of a lamppost as Katsuki landed on the street, Nagata suspended by the cord, upside down. Fuck you, you brat. Nagata flicked her wrist, aiming another cord at Katsuki. Her shot went wide, her aim disrupted by her dizziness, or it would have, if Katsuki hadn't moved the end of the original cord into its path. The second cord wrapped around the first, pulsing with the golden glow of Nagata's quirk. You reap what you sow. Katsuki tied the two cords together and then to the next lamppost over. Nagata twitched and convulsed as she hung from the lamppost, trapped in her own worst memories, unable to shut off her own quirk. Yeah, enjoy that. Katsuki rolled his eyes. She can't hear you. She's trapped. Uraraka nodded her head. Then, let's go get that warpy guy? Fine. Katsuki set off for the main plaza. Come on, Uraraka. Uraraka beamed, before running after Katsuki. What's the plan? I'll distract him. Katsuki replied as they left the ruins zone, heading straight on. You get close and use your quirk on him. Send him into the fucking stratosphere, like you did with the ball and Goggles' test. Right. Uraraka nodded her head before pointing. Look, it's Deki. Izuku stood in the main plaza, looking worse for wear, his gym outfit ripped and torn, smeared with blood. The white monster, covered in bark-like armor, towered over him, while the navy-black monster stood beside the pale man. Shit, the nerd's going to get squished. Katsuki accelerated, sprinting at full speed. Izuku said something Katsuki couldn't hear before his left arm began to glow every color of the rainbow. Detroit Smash. Izuku punched the monster, a massive tornado of wind shooting upwards from the point of contact, the force of it knocking everyone, even Katsuki and Uraraka, off their feet. The wind tore through the facility, ripping part of the USJ's roof away, shattering every last pane of glass. The white monster, its bark armor cracked and exploded, soared out of the cloud, landing somewhere in the landslide zone. I didn't know Deki had that kind of power. Uraraka pushed herself to her feet as the wind and dust began to clear. Katsuki brushed himself off. He didn't. He must have taken, no, copied it. Uraraka's eyes widened. Oh crap. Katsuki looked up, and his stomach turned. The nerd stood tall, his left arm still raised from the punch. At least what was left of it. Everything from just above the elbow had been blown clean off. The blood and bone covered the nerd's front and the ground around him. And yet, he was still smiling. I was horrible to you. I made your life hell, and you never once gave up. In truth, Izuku Midoriya, you were my hero. You still are. 13 called out. Bakugo, get back. Kirojiri laughed, before swelling in size. Begone, hero brats. The purple mist engulfed the students, swallowing them up. Izuku raised his arm, ready to flick his finger, with all of One for All's power behind it. Before he could, something slammed into Izuku's back, sending him crashing into Sato, both of them rolling clear of the villain's mist. Writhe in torment, until you breathe your last. Izuku pushed himself onto his knees. He looked up to see most of the class was gone. Only Sato, Kirishima, Shiro, Ashido, Shoji, and himself remained. 13 stood in front of them, separating the hero students from Kirojiri with their body. His hand brushed something. Izuku reached out, picking it up. It was Aizawa's phone. The screen was cracked. Mikumo must have dropped it when the portal swallowed him up. Pressing the power button, the screen lit up, confirming it still worked. Izuku started at Aizawa's lock screen, an image of the dark-haired man and present Mike, both in civilian clothes. A white cat sat on the former's shoulder. Aizawa looked happy, they both did. So this is the world Aizawa fights to protect. His world. Midoriya. Turning the screen off, Izuku looked up, seeing Sato towering over him. All right. Izuku accepted Sato's outstretched hand, standing. Shoji, the others, are they still in the USJ? Are they safe? Shoji's arms stretched out, ears forming on the end of each. They're all still in the facility, but scattered. Shoji retracted his arms. They're fighting. Izuku nodded. Good. Our first priority should be to regroup. They've split us up to weaken us. We'll have to take this guy out first, Sato said. Otherwise he'll just warp us apart again. Shiro sighed. Physical attacks won't work on him. He'll just warp himself away before they can reach him. Then we need a plan. Izuku mused. No. Izuku's head shot up, seeing 13 looking back over their shoulder at him. Class representative. 13 raised their arm, the finger caps of their gloves popping open. Your job, you need to pick someone here to run back to the school. You won't have long. I'm not sure how effective my quirk will be on him. But dash. This is our best bet. Whoever is blocking communication is well hidden, too well hidden. If we don't get reinforcements, soon we'll all be squashed like a bug with a flick of his finger. 13 activated their quirk, purple energy starting to swirl. Now? It has to be now. Looking at each of his classmates still on the platform, Izuku made his decision. Zero, you're the runner. Sato, you get the door. You two need to blow past him. Izuku opened his hand, activating explosion. It's on the rest of us to run interference. Ashido, aim for his collar. Shoji, use your quirk to maintain 306-degree vision. Tell us where this guy goes when he warps. And Kirishima. Kirishima turned his head to Izuku. You're the tank. Kirishima grinned, hardening his arms and upper body, flashing the green-haired boy a wink, a conspiratorial grin on his face. Kirojiri chuckled. What kind of fools discuss strategy in front of the enemy? Izuku stepped forwards, standing alongside 13. Ones who aren't discussing the real plan. What dash? Raising his arm, Izuku pressed his middle finger and thumb against each other, glowing with red energy, as he called on the confidence that came with Bakugo's quirk. I can't afford to sacrifice my arm right now. Even if we get past this guy, there might be more. Imagine the egg not exploding. Delaware smash. A gust of wind and massive shockwave shot from Izuku's finger, tearing through Kirojiri, blowing the mist away from his body. Izuku held his broken finger with his other hand. It didn't work, I still broke it. I can think about that later now. Zero. Sato. Go now. Zero shot strand after strand of his tape, pulling himself towards the door, while Sato used his sugar-enhanced strength to lengthen his strides. Kirojiri began to reform. You cannot be allowed to escape. Zero made it to the door first, trying and failing to open it. I could really use your strength right now, Sato. Hurry. Sato accelerated, burning through his sugar stores faster, increasing his strength, reaching Zero faster. Kirojiri swooped down, soaring towards Zero and Sato. 13 activated their quirk, aimed at the mist-covered man. You can't stop us. Izuku's eyes widened as Black Hole began to pull at Kirojiri's mist. Sensei, don't use your quirk on him. He's going to dash. A portal opened up between 13 and Kirojiri, connected to one behind the space-themed hero's back. 13 screamed as the back of their costume was ripped apart, followed by their skin. In all the times Izuku had been put down, discarded, told to kill himself for being quirkless, he had never got mad. He had just let it wash over him. But now, Izuku was angry. He could hear the blood pounding in his veins. Here, this villain was killing a hero that dedicated themselves to rescuing people in need. Why? Because they were in his way, because they were trying to protect children. Izuku released a howl of rage. Activating Slingshot, Izuku pulled on the remains of 13's costume, pulling both it and its wearer out of Black Hole's area of effect. Sato, get that door open now. Izuku glared at Kirojiri as the purple cloud dove at him. Izuku made his selection, opening his mouth and calling on one of his newest quirks. A hail of tiny seeds shot from the green-haired boy's mouth, most of them passing through the mist harmlessly, the rest bouncing off the villain's metal collar. That told Izuku everything he needed to know. Closing his mouth, Izuku switched to Slingshot again and applied a strand of its power to Kirojiri's collar. Planting his feet, Izuku added the rest of strands to the collar and began to spin. Kirojiri was spinning too, the speed increasing with every rotation. Faster, I need to be faster. Izuku gritted his teeth. His passive speed quirk was already boosting his velocity, but he needed more. I have to go beyond, like All Might did with the sludge villain. I have to break my limits. Inside his quirk space, the speed quirk lit up as Izuku supercharged it with One for All's energy. He would only have a few seconds before speed reached quirk exhaustion, overtaxed by One for All's power. Izuku's velocity increased, practically becoming a blur as he reached his new top speed. He wouldn't be able to hold it long. Speed was dangerously close to depleted already. Release. Izuku let go of both Slingshot and One for All, watching as Kirojiri was thrown the full diameter of the USJ. Whoa! Kirishima exclaimed, watching the villain's trajectory. Rushing over to the prone form of 13, Izuku dropped down to his knees, resisting the urge to vomit at the sight of the hero's injuries. C-Class representative, you must go. 13 coughed. You all need to go. Izuku shook his head, removing one of his gloves. Not a chance. Placing his hand on 13's back, allowing only his finger pads to make contact, Izuku called on heal, using one for all to power it in place of 13's stamina. A shout grabbed Izuku's attention, making the green-haired teen look up. Sato was holding the door open. Outside there were more villains, around 15 or so, waiting for any escapees. They needed to maximize their chances of one of them making it back to campus. Izuku made his decision, raising his free arm, aiming directly at Sato, his other classmates forming a rough line between them. His eyes met Sato's. Sato nodded, grunting as he pushed the door open wider. Izuku placed his ring finger to his thumb, next to his shattered middle finger. One for all thrummed through Izuku's veins, into his arm and down to his finger, red lines crisscrossing his skin. Izuku flicked his finger, releasing another shockwave, sweeping Shoji, Ashido, and Kirishima off their feet and blowing them towards the door, colliding with Shiro and Sato. The door closed, with Izuku's classmates on the other side. Izuku was alone. 13 was out cold, but their back healed. The strain on them had been too much to remain conscious. That was impressive. Izuku flinched at the sudden reappearance of Kurogiri. His hand slipped, making physical contact with 13's exposed back. Black hole bloomed into existence inside Izuku's quirk space. But Izuku didn't have time to think about that. Izuku stood, watching as Kurogiri walked up the stairs, flanked by 3 villains. One wore a metal mask, some kind of breathing apparatus. Another's entire head was covered in a thick layer of burns, followed by bandages on top. The last was wearing a straitjacket, his head vaguely reminding Izuku of Pig. Taking a defensive stance, Izuku stood with fists clenched despite 2 broken fingers, using his body to shield 13. It doesn't matter. Kurogiri paused. Our companions outside of the facility will deal with the escapees post-haste. Izuku gritted his teeth. They won't just rise to meet what you throw at them, they'll beat it. All across the USJ were fighting back. Kurogiri said nothing. You know why? Izuku paused. Everyone here today wants to be a hero, and heroes never give up, never give in. A touching speech. Kurogiri clapped his misty hands in what was clearly a sarcastic manner. But it won't work, a speech won't save you. Go. The 3 villains charged at Izuku. Izuku ducked the swing of the masked villain's fist, before using slingshot to pull himself out of the way of a cloud of boiling steam emitted from the bandaged villain's hands. The straitjacket villain charged at Izuku with a pig-like scream, head down. Holding up his arms in an X block, Izuku hardened his arms, bracing himself as the pig-like villain slammed into him. Stupid child, stupid child, stupid child. The villain suddenly let out a squeal. Restrain, keep your head in the game. The bandaged villain called as he charged at Izuku's back. Pivoting on one foot, Izuku moved to the side, allowing Restrain to barrel forwards, straight into the bandaged villain. Damn it, Restrain, Azubas, pull yourself together. The masked villain snapped at his compatriots. Azubas groaned. Don't tell me what to do, Mask. While the 2 villains untangled themselves, Izuku focused on the masked villain, listening and watching intently. Mask took a deep breath in, his mask hissing. Izuku watched as his muscles tightened, swelling and gaining further definition. His mask is feeding him some kind of gas to increase his strength. Trigger? Or part of the villain's quirk? Izuku used slingshot to half-step, lining his right arm up with mask. Activating Kirishima's quirk, Izuku hardened his right arm, past the elbow, driving it deep into the masked villain's gut. Mask gasped as the air was driven out of his lungs, his muscles returning to normal as he did. So whatever he breathed in only enhanced his strength while he kept it in his lungs. It has to be his quirk. Trigger wouldn't work like that. Izuku released the hardening on his arm and spread his palm flat against Mask's chest. Calling on wave motion, Izuku felt his vitality dropping as a small blast of light blue energy, in the shape of a swirl, was emitted from his palm, bumping the villain slightly. Mask had regained his breath, laughing as he towered over Izuku. Is that all you can do? Izuku looked up, reaching out and connecting wave motion's energy drain to one for all stockpile. That was me just warming up. Izuku fired another blast wave, far larger than the last, sending the villain flying backwards, flipping over in the air and landing on his front. Taking a step forward, Izuku opened his mouth and released a hail of seeds, peppering Mask with them. What are these things? Mask picked one of the seeds up from where he lay, examining it. The seed burst open, a vine growing out of it, snaking around his wrist. Hey, get off. Mask shook his arm, trying and failing to remove the vine, unaware the rest of the seeds had also produced vines, wrapping up his body. Wait, no, help dash. The vines grew up Mask's neck and into his mask, cracking it. The sound of a hiss revealing whatever gas the villain had been breathing in was dissipating uselessly. Yet the vines continued to grow, covering Mask in a cocoon of green, muffling his shouts. This kid has multiple quirks. Azubaz turned his head to look at Kirojiri. You said you were going to send the one with the copying quirk to Sangata. Kirojiri's eyes changed shape. I thought I had. This child? He looks very similar to the one I sent. Izuku fell into a combat stance, watching the remaining villains. They must have sent Mikumo instead. No matter, Sangata will copy whatever quirk he has regardless. Kirojiri's eyes returned to normal. Izuku chuckled before he could stop himself, slapping a hand over his mouth as quickly as he could. Azubaz rounded on Izuku. What's so funny, brat? You sent Mikumo to fight your comrade. And? Izuku smiled. Mikumo is quirkless. Kirojiri, you are a moron. Azubaz charged at Kirojiri, steam billowing from his body. Tomura made a mistake hiring you. Kirojiri's mist swelled. I tire of you. Kirojiri opened a portal below Azubaz, connected to 100 feet in the air. The villain screamed in terror as he plummeted towards the unforgiving concrete. I have to save him, even if he is a villain. Izuku shot into the air, using slingshot to push against the concrete below him, his hand outstretched towards the bandaged villain. His hand made contact, all 5 of his finger pads touching Azubaz's skin. Azubaz froze in place, suspended in the air. Reaching out with slingshot, Izuku hooked 2 strands to the roof and 2 to the floor, holding him in place. What have you done to me? Azubaz's eyes were wide with panic. Izuku looked down at the hand that had made contact with Azubaz, at the round pads of the tips of his fingers. I get it, this is Slingshot's second power. Reaching out, Izuku pushed against Azubaz's chest, barely able to move him. The tension pulling Azubaz was like a rubber band. Like a slingshot. That's it. Glancing over his shoulder at the shipwreck zone, Izuku made the calculations. Releasing one of the strands attached to the roof, Izuku bonded it to the bandages wrapped around Azubaz's chest and applied the required force. You're going to land in the water, so be prepared. Izuku decreased the power in the strands below himself, slowly lowering to the platform. You can swim, right? Azubaz's eyes widened. What dash? Izuku released the slingshot. Azubaz flew through the air, towards the water of the shipwreck zone. You're a dyke. Izuku's sneakers touched the ground as Azubaz's yell faded away, followed by a faint splash. Kirojiri chuckled. You really are a wannabe hero. Izuku glared at the mist man. So? Kirojiri shrugged. I can't see why anyone would want to be a dog of the government. That's all heroes are. Heroes aren't dogs. I mean, hound dog kinda is, but that's besides the point. So bright-eyed, so optimistic. Kirojiri said, I wonder if I was similar at the age you are now. Restrain charged at Izuku, with a loud squeal. Izuku grabbed the villain's straitjacket with his telekinesis, throwing Restain against the railings with all 4 of his strands. Impressive. Kirojiri clapped. Sangata was supposed to recruit you, but seeing you here I can tell that won't happen. Why? Kirojiri's eyes showed his frown. Izuku looked Kirojiri dead in the eyes. Why, with a quirk like that, would you choose to be a villain? Think of all the people you could save with your quirk. Kirojiri shrugged. I guess you could say, this is what I was made to do. That had been the wrong thing for Kurogiri to say. Izuku burst into action, Bakugo's explosions in his palms, propelling him forwards. Using your quirk for evil isn't a choice. Izuku roared, dispelling the explosion in one of his palms, his body curving around Kurogiri at speed. Using slingshot, Izuku grabbed a hold of Kurogiri's collar with a strand, his momentum from his explosions allowing him to swing the villain around and slamming him back down onto the ground. Izuku landed, placing his hand on the collar, holding the villain down. It's cowardice. How dare you? Kurogiri began to swell. A jolt of panic ran through Izuku. This villain is going to open a portal to who knows where. I can't let him. What would All Might do? No, what would Kaken do? Izuku released a series of explosions from his palm, pressed against the metal collar. Do that, and I'll blow you sky high. Die. Kurogiri sighed, not stopping. You won't. You're a pure-hearted fool. Izuku released a supercharged explosion, the boost from One for All rattling the bones of his left arm. He could feel the bruises and aching muscles already, as well as a sharp scratch. Kurogiri was out cold, but it was too late. The portal was already open. Both hero in training and villain fell through the portal into the shipwreck zone above the water. As Izuku fell towards the water, Kurogiri's unconscious body floated away, going higher with every second. Holding out his arms, Izuku prepared to call on Slingshot to push against the water and stop his fall, until something wrapped around his waist and pulled. Izuku landed on the deck of the boat with a roll, coming to a halt against the outside wall of a cabin. Opening his eyes, Izuku looked up, seeing both Tsu and a panicking Mineta looking back down at him. Is he dead? Does he have brain damage? Oh no, no, no dash. Mineta's rambling was cut off by a slap of Tsu's tongue. Midori? Are you okay, Karo? Izuku groaned, rolling over and pushing himself to his feet. I'm fine. You have 2 broken fingers. How can that be okay? Mineta exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. Tsu tilted her head. Mineta's right. Are you sure you're okay? Izuku nodded his head. It's okay. At least I haven't broken anything major. Mineta made a funny choking noise. Anything major? That's it. We're all going to die. If they have something that can kill All Might like you said, Azui, then we're doomed. Call me Tsu. Mineta wasn't listening, continuing to ramble loudly as he spiraled towards a panic attack. I'm too young to die. I've never even kissed a girl. The small purple teen was sobbing now. Tsu's tongue slapped Mineta again, harder this time, enough to leave a noticeable welt across his cheek. Mineta calmed, a hand slowly rising to touch his cheek. I hope this doesn't awaken something in me. Izuku frowned at the small teen. And people say I'm weird. Putting that bizarre can of worms to one side, Izuku thought back to what Mineta had said. A way of killing All Might. Izuku mused, a finger on his chin as he sank into deep thought. Possibly, these villains have countered the heroes fairly well. 13 by sending Kurogiri against them, and Aizawa, by sheer luck his fighting style was unsuited to battles against large numbers. But when it comes to students, they only seem prepared for some of our quirks. Kurogiri said they'd planned for my quirk. Then they probably did the same for Todoroki as the son of the number 2 hero, as well as Kaken as he came first place in the entrance exam. Maybe Kirishima, since he came second place, and Momo, she is the other recommendation student after all. But they can't know about them all, otherwise they wouldn't have sent someone with a quirk like Azui's dash. Tsu's to the shipwreck zone. Logically, the conflagration zone would have been the best for them to send her to, assuming Tsu's quirk also gives her susceptibility to high temperatures, which is likely. Then, Mineta should dash. Izuku was brought back to reality by a violent lurch of the boat. What's going on? One of the villains, he's broken the boat in 2 with his quirk, Karo. We're sinking. True to Tsu's word, the boat was snapped clean in 2 and sinking at a rapid rate. Izuku moved to the railings. Looking out at the villains in the water, he counted 16, 8 on each side of the boat. More could be hiding under the surface. Huh, I hadn't even seen them there. Hadn't seen them. Mineta's voice reached almost supersonic levels, his panic returning in full force. How can you not have seen them? Izuku ignored Mineta, staring out at the villains. If they have a way of killing All Might, then we need to stop these villains here and lighten the load for him. Lighten the load? That's ridiculous. Mineta was crying. We've not even finished our first week at UA yet. We should wait for the UA heroes to save us. If we do nothing, we could all be dead by the time they get here. Izuku paused, looking down at his hand. Young Midoriya, this is your hero academia. It doesn't matter if we've barely started. Izuku raised his head, channeling the confidence from Bakugo's Quirk. Someone once told me that most heroes have a story from their youth, when their feet moved before they could think. That doesn't matter, we're going to die. Mineta rushed to the edge, throwing multiple spheres at the villains, as tears continued to stream down his face. Seiu's tongue shot out, binding Mineta and pulling him away from the railing, ceasing his barrage, as Izuku fell back, joining his two classmates. Izuku spoke. We can't let them figure out what our quirks are, for you two at least. The boat's going to sink in less than a minute. Once we're in the water, it's over. They'll win. Mineta shook like a leaf. That's true. Seiu turned her head to look at the small teen. Mineta, did you really come to UA to become a hero? Mineta flushed red. Shut up. You have to be weirdo like Midoriya to not be scared right now. I'm terrified, Izuku said, getting Mineta's attention. I'm pretty sure if I wasn't using my quirk to boost my confidence right now, I'd be unable to even think straight. So you're still just as afraid as me then. You're not courageous at all. Seiu shook her head. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the ability to act in the presence of fear, Karo. Izuku stood from the crouch he was in. The moment the enemy thinks that they have definitely won, it represents your best chance to strike. All Might said that, right? Seiu questioned. With a nod, Izuku stepped towards the railings, his fists tightened. He ignored the pain in his two broken fingers. He looked down at the villains. Two of them were talking about something. It was too far away for Izuku to hear them. Note to self, find a hearing enhancement quirk at some point. One would be pretty useful right now. One of the villains, bald with pure white skin and high, metal collar, was gathering water around his hand, increasing it in size with every second. Some form of hydrokinesis, too powerful to be a minor variant, so he might be able to manipulate the temperature of the water. In conclusion, he's probably the most powerful, and considering his body language, the leader. We have to act. Izuku called on explosion, sparks dancing in the palms of his hands, putting one foot on the railing. Die. Mineta's eyes widened. Why, you can't be serious? Act like Kakin. Before either Q or Mineta could stop him, Izuku leapt the railing, his arms behind him, explosions slowing his descent towards the water, releasing a roar as he did. The villains were taken aback at the sudden change in the actions of their prey. Good, that's put them off balance. The leader recovered first, preparing to send his clawed fist of water at Izuku. I guess he's just a kid after all. Another villain chipped in. The second he hits the water, we'll gut him. From the boat, Mineta stared at the green-haired boy, tears streaming from his eyes. Midori is just as scared as I am. He said so himself. How did he keep going? Giving it his all. Izuku stopped his explosions, stretching his right arm out, aimed towards the water. Just like with the mist guy, I can't afford to lose the use of my entire arm, and even then I can't hit them all at once if they form a circle, so I'll aim for the water. With his middle and ring finger already broken, Izuku placed his index finger against his equally broken thumb, calling on one for all's power and Kirishima's hardening in both digits. Don't break the egg. Don't break the egg. Don't break the egg. Delaware smash. Izuku flicked his hardened finger, a deafening crack echoing through the shipwreck zone. The force of his attack slammed into the water's surface, creating a whirlpool. Shouts and cries came from the villains as they were sucked towards the vortex of the whirlpool. Su, Mineta, Karo. Seiu's tongue wrapped around Izuku's middle, pulling him up and away from the water's surface. The frog-like girls jumped, dragging him along after her, Mineta under her arm. Izuku dared to look down at his hand. His index finger was still hardened and unbroken. However, large patches of his tough skin had been blown off, revealing the muscle underneath. His thumb had fared slightly better, with only a few deep cracks in his skin. Mineta clenched his fists. What the heck, Midoriya? First the battle trial, now this. Why are you acting so cool? Reaching up to his scalp, Mineta grabbed at his spheres, throwing them at the villains one after another. Even I can do something. Blood poured down the sides of Mineta's head, the vortex in the water ensuring the thrown spheres stuck to their targets. And then stuck their targets together. The whirlpool closed, dragging the villains under the water before suddenly firing them back into the sky at high velocity. Reaching out with his left hand, Izuku attached a slingshot strand to 4 of Mineta's spheres, stuck deep inside the pile of villains, and supercharged the quirk with 1 for all's power. Izuku's temporarily increased weight limit allowed him to change the villain pile's trajectory, slamming them into the side of the slide, the spheres sticking them in place. It rounded them all up at once. Tsuyu looked back over her shoulder. Looks like we've cleared the first hurdle. Mineta, Midori, you're both amazing. Izuku turned his head. Tsu, aim for the water near the main plaza. Sure, Karo. They landed with a splash, Tsu and Mineta first, then Izuku, who used slingshot to slow his descent. Mineta thrashed wildly, struggling to keep his head above the water. Tsu stood, placing her feet on the bottom of the shallow water, grabbing Mineta by his cape and holding him above the water. Mineta ejected a lungful of water. Thanks, Azui. Call me Tsu. Izuku took the lead, the 3 of them setting off towards the main plaza. Mineta looked back to the shipwreck zone. Good thing I took a nice clean dump this morning. Those villains will be stuck dash. Tsuyu interrupted him. Finish that sentence and I drop you, Karo. Izuku started up at the roof of the facility as they trudged on through the thigh-deep water. I can't assume Sato and the others have managed to beat those villains and make it back to campus yet. I need to come up with a backup method. Izuku mentally cycled through each of his quirks, trying to find one he could use to somehow contact or signal for help. Variable mist, that could work, but I need the formula. Momo might know it, but I don't know where she is. Picturing the moment that Kurogiri had swallowed them up with the mist, Izuku tried to work out who it was likely for Momo to be with. Kaminari. He and Jiro were standing right next to her. Pulling Aizawa's phone out of his pocket, Izuku opened the call app and keyed in the number for Kaminari's transceiver. I just hope whichever quirk is blocking communication isn't stopping internal signals. Hello? Hello? Kaminari, can you hear me? Izuku heard faint cracking and a few whispered words. Izuku. A smile graced the green-haired teen's lips. Momo, it's great to hear your voice. Mineta groaned and rolled his eyes. We get it, Midoriya. You're a chick magnet. Izuku didn't hear, continuing to talk to Momo over the phone, asking her a question about some chemical formula. I don't think he heard you, Karo. Mineta shrugged. They never do. So you looked back at Mineta. The perverted thing, it's an act, or at least an exaggeration, isn't it? Tsuyu tilted her head. You want to be seen, don't you? The short boy recoiled in shock. Tsuyu gave a half-smile. Mineta, I see you. Mineta's face crumpled as he fought back tears. I get why you want to be a hero now. Tsuyu moved Mineta, allowing him to cling to her back, instead of trailing in the water. Touch anything, and I drown you, Karo. Mineta nodded, brushing aside tears. Izuku's arm shot out, stopping Tsuyu and Mineta in their tracks. They had reached the edge of the water. Before them was the main plaza. The pale man stood back, 2 out of the 3 monsters he'd brought with him as his side. Aizawa was still fighting the horde of villains. Only 5 remained, the rest either unconscious or on the floor, moaning in pain. Remember, Midoriya, we're just here to see how things are going, okay? Mineta said as he climbed down from Tsuyu's back. The water was shallower, only going to his waist, for Izuku and Tsu, their knees. Izuku nodded, drips of water flicking from his damp hair. Right, the second it seems like we're in danger, we leave. The 3 teens crept up to the edge, slowly raising their heads to peek out at the plaza. Aizawa soared into the air with a pull of his scarf, before slamming down, a foot in the guts of the 2 remaining villains, taking them out of the fight. Pounding footsteps signaled that the pale man had made his move, running at Aizawa with his arms stretched out. Aizawa stood from his half-crouch. "So you're their boss." An end of Aizawa's scarf shot at Shigaraki, moving to bind him, but the blue-haired man caught it before it could, holding it tight so its owner couldn't recall it. The two men sprinted towards each other. At the last second, Aizawa pulled on his scarf, throwing Shigaraki off balance and slamming his elbow into the villain's gut. The trap was sprung. Shigaraki sank into the attack, gripping Aizawa's arm and holding it in place, stopping the pro hero from pulling back for another attack. Aizawa's hair felt limp, forced to blink. Shigaraki's quirk returned. He laughed. "You know, it's hard to see when you keep moving around, but that moment when your hair falls, that's when your quirk stops." Aizawa swore, unable to move as the material of his costume over his elbow turned gray and crumbled away. Just like the UA barrier. Shigaraki continued to talk. "As you've gone on, the time you can keep your quirk active has gotten shorter and shorter, and the downtime has gotten longer and longer." Izuku watched in horror as the skin on Aizawa's elbow crumbled away, revealing the raw muscle below. Aizawa took a half-step back, pulling Shigaraki off balance before driving his knee into the pale man's groin. Shigaraki grunted, stumbling back as Aizawa made some distance between the two of them, blinking rapidly in an attempt to moisten his eyes. His elbow was still falling apart, even without contact. Three of the villains had got back up again. Aizawa ducked under the swing of a woman's gorilla-like arm, before spinning to avoid another villain's metal claws. Blinking one final time, Aizawa activated his quirk, erasing the quirks of the three villains and their boss, stopping the decay spreading up his arm. Shigaraki had recovered. "That quirk of yours isn't suited to fights like this, multiple enemies, drawn out, is it? If you're the underground hero you look to be, then you rely on stealth against large numbers, right?" Aizawa's chest heaved, forcing his eyelids not to close. "And yet you leapt right into a fight you know you have no chance of winning, all to put your students at ease." Aizawa blinked. The villains pounced. Aizawa dodged the clawed villain again, wrapping him up in his scarf and swinging him into the last villain, a man generating chains from his wrists, a mace attached to the end. The two villains tangled in the chains, leaving them struggling on the floor. Turning to face the pale man, Aizawa reactivated Erasure. "Man, you're cool." Shigaraki threw his arms wide. "But, by the way, I'm not the final obstacle." Aizawa turned. The black monster towered over him, its eyes wild and unfocused. "He is." The monster moved with speed that was unnatural for a being of its size, grabbing Aizawa in one hand and lifting him into the air. Shigaraki laughed. "Say hello to the anti-symbol of peace, a bioengineered being, Nomu."